Am I the asshole because my husband and I got married on my brother-in-law's engagement anniversary? My husband and I got engaged in December of 2018. His brother and girlfriend then got engaged September of 2021. My husband and his brother were not particularly close during this time, but my brother-in-law never mentioned any future wedding plans to anyone in the family. 2022 comes along and I was about to turn 26 and I needed to get on my husband's insurance. So we just picked a random date the following week to get married at the courthouse with our 5-month-old daughter. We unknowingly picked the same date my brother-in-law got engaged a year prior. Just to be clear, we did not get married on the day they first got engaged. We got married on their 1-year engagement anniversary, if that's even a thing. I don't think it's a thing. I don't consider that a thing because the engagement dates are only important to the couple. Like, you can't expect everybody in the world everywhere to not do certain things on certain days because they're important to you. Like, that date is only reserved for you and your memories. Like, it's not important to anybody else. I don't think you guys are the assholes in this situation. This has been an issue within the family since then, off and on, for 3 years. 3 years, this has been an issue. So what's the fucking issue? What are they expecting you to do? Get unmarried on that same day so it now becomes just their day and then get remarried on a different day? What the fuck are they expecting you to do? 3 years later and it's still an issue? God damn, these people sound insufferable. My husband tried to reach out to his brother recently to try and repair their broken relationship. So this whole wedding thing was brought up again as the main reason they're estranged, according to my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law went on a whole rant about how they should have been invited to the wedding. I thought you guys weren't talking to them at the time. Go back. You said my husband and his brother were not particularly close during this time. Why would you have been invited to my wedding if we weren't fucking with y'all like that? Also, this was a random thing. It's not like you planned this wedding out for months in advance. You decided the week before you were going to go to the courthouse because for legal reasons, you needed to get this done sooner rather than later. Sir, it's not about you. It's not about you. I get being hurt, but to drag it on for 3 years? Come on. Again, they weren't really talking at the time, and it was a spur of the moment courthouse wedding. Only my parents and my mother-in-law were there. But most importantly, he said, you guys got married without telling us, and on our engagement anniversary date, we planned on using as our wedding date. He didn't disclose this to any member of the family. No one knew they were using this date. Hell, we didn't even know it was their engagement anniversary date. He says, I still to this day don't believe this was ever given the consideration or acknowledgement it deserves, as we stare at a constant reminder on our wall with our engagement date and photos. Am I losing my mind, or is this insane? No, you're not losing your mind. You're not. If you are, so the hell am I, babe. One, what the fuck is an engagement anniversary? That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Also, if they knew this was going to be their wedding date, then why the fuck didn't they announce that was going to be their wedding date? Also, how the fuck you going to be mad for 3 years that you weren't invited to the wedding of people you were not talking to at the time when they got married? That's fucking insane to me. Like, I don't know what the hell this man's end game is, but shit. It's making my head hurt because what the fuck? Personally, I want to know more about OP's husband's relationship with his brother, like as a whole, growing up, like before all of this. How was he growing up? How did they get along? Or do they have like a history of being off and on with each other? Because in my opinion, I feel like the brother is being extremely petty. You don't own a day. Just because something happened significant to you on this day does not make this day important to anybody else but you. I feel like he's making problems out of nothing. An entire year between when he proposed to his girlfriend and when OP and her husband got married passed. And nobody knew this day was the day they were planning to get married on. Nobody knew that. Not a single fucking person. But it was so fucking important that 3 years down the line, he's estranged from his brother because of this. But no one knew. I feel like, in my opinion, yeah, you can be upset. Your anger is valid. But you holding on to it for 3 years and this being the main reason you're not being with your brother is petty as fuck. It's petty as fuck because you may think your brother is all knowing and amazing, babe, but he can't fucking read your mind and you're angry at him for that? Grow up. Fucking grow up. Again, OP, you guys are not the asshole. You're not the asshole. How the fuck were you supposed to expect a day that's not important to you to be fucking important? Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but September happens every year. Every year it lands right between August and October, and it brings all 30 of its days right along with them. If this day was that important to your brother-in-law and his wife, they could have still gotten married on that day. They could have still gotten married on that day. But no, instead of doing that and reclaiming the day as theirs, now 3 years later, they're dragging along the fact that all we can do is stare at our engagement photos on the wall because you stole our wedding date, even though I didn't tell anybody that it was our wedding date. No, this man is being petty as fuck.
My dad ruined my life, so I ruined his marriage. Story time. So me and my fiance, who we will call Steve, met when we were in college. And we actually met when we were doing laundry one day. We ended up getting chatting and we realised that we were from towns that were literally next to each other. And because of this, whenever we'd go home, we would just drive together. So we got so close. Because of how close we all were, it was very, very important that we all introduced everyone's families to each other, and they got on so well to start with. A little bit too well, if you ask me. Now, I was actually a year ahead of Steve, so when I graduated, I moved back home because I got a really good job there and it had amazing pay, so it was like a little bit of a no-brainer. And then when the time came when Steve was done with school, because of how well we all got on, he moved in with my family. And then after about 3 years of living together, Steve actually proposed. So now for the part you're all here for. Retrospect is an absolutely brilliant thing because looking back, there are so many weird things that happened that I just wasn't picking up on. You know, I just thought it was my dad welcoming my new boyfriend into the family. For example, my dad would call Steve all the time. And I mean all the time. Oh my God. My dad was saved in Steve's phone as daddy-in-law. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Now, whenever we would have family parties, my dad and Steve would always end up in a room on their own talking about guy stuff. So the day I found out what had been going on was literally like any normal day. Steve told me he had the day off, so I gave him a kiss goodbye. I went to work. However, on the way home, I realised that I had forgotten my portfolio that I needed for a meeting that day. I just sort of made the decision that I would go home on my lunch break to get it. Lunch came around and I didn't really think about messaging Steve to be like, hey, I'm coming home to grab this. I just thought I'll just go and get it. However, when I pulled into our apartment building, oh my God, that's literally just squared all up me. Brilliant. So I pull up into my building and I see my dad's car there. Again, I think nothing of it. However, when I got into my apartment, there was a trail of clothes along the floor. Now, I'm not entirely sure what made me think about this, but I realised that there was no female clothes at all. And of course, this trail of clothes was leading straight to the bedroom. I was shooketh. Now, the content queen in me told me to start recording. So I walk in, I flicked the bedroom light on, and that is the exact moment I found my dad in bed with my boyfriend. So after me, Steve, and my dad stopped screaming, Dad actually finally recognised that I was recording. So my dad ends up finding a towel, he wrapped himself up, and then had the nerve, the gall, the gumption, the audacity to demand and tell me off for recording. He was like, you need to stop recording now. Sir, I think actually you need to stop sleeping with my fiance first and foremost. First of all, Dad, I don't think you're in any position to be telling me in this situation who is out of order. So I told them, listen, I'm just here to pick something up from work, so I'm gonna go. So as I was about to walk out of the room, I stopped, turned around and pointed at my dad and was like, you better get a very good excuse in line because this video is on its way to Mum. Now, of course, when Mum saw the video, she was extremely upset. However, she found the strength to not take that motherfucker back. Because of the video of the evidence, she ended up getting a pretty sweet deal. She ended up getting the house, she got the car, and then, of course, the most important thing of all, my mum got the dog.
My best friend used my identity to get a job and got me blacklisted. I, 30 female, had a best friend for over 10 years. Let's call her Riley, 31 female. We met in college, lived together for a while after graduation, and even worked at the same company for a bit before she left to pursue better opportunities. She was loud, funny, scrappy, the kind of friend who could charm her way into anything. I always admired her hustle, even if she bent the rules a little. I work in tech. About a year ago, Riley told me she was trying to break into the field but didn't have the background for it. I offered to help. I sent her free resources, courses, and even edited her resume. She was constantly complaining about interviews not working out. Then, out of nowhere, she tells me she got a job at a major company. Like the kind that doesn't just hire random people with zero experience. I was happy for her, but a little confused. When I asked how she got in, she said her cousin helped pull strings. I let it go. We celebrated. She started sending me photos from her office, talking about her team, and even name-dropping tools and software she claimed she was using, which was odd because some of it didn't match the tech stack at her supposed company. But here's where things just got weird. 3 months ago, I got a call from a recruiter who said my application looked promising, but that there was a concern with duplicate submissions. I hadn't applied to this company. I asked for more info. She said someone using my full name, resume layout, and even my GitHub link had applied weeks earlier. My blood ran cold. I checked the company's public staff directory. Yes, they had one, and guess who I find? Me. My name, my photo from LinkedIn, but the email wasn't mine. It was slightly off, like my name 123@gmail.com. It had Riley written all over it. I called her immediately, no answer. Texted, no response. I messaged her on Instagram and saw that my messages were marked as seen, then I was blocked. I reported the identity theft. The company launched an internal investigation, and turns out Riley used my resume, tweaked a few details, and got hired under a fake identity. She had lied on her onboarding forms, used a VoIP number with a fake voicemail message in my name, and even did video calls with her camera off, claiming poor internet or camera issues every time. And she would have gotten away with it if she hadn't been caught copying code from Stack Overflow and passing it live during a client meeting. They fired her immediately. But guess what? I'm now flagged on their system for suspicious identity activity. My real name, my real portfolio, blacklisted from a company I never even applied to. I filed a police report, frozen my credit, changed everything I could, but I still feel like I'm walking around wearing someone else's mess. My professional name, the thing I worked years to build, is now attached to a scam. The worst part, I genuinely loved her like a sister. I trusted her, helped her, believed in her. And she used me as a stepping stone, only to leave a stain I'll be cleaning for who knows how long. Oh my god. What is it like? What all these like backstabbing friend stories that you guys are sending me? I feel really bad. I feel like there has to be a way for you to get this cleared up. Once I think they proved that it wasn't you that had any ties to it, I think legally you'll be okay. But about getting blacklisted from the company, that would require a lot more effort. Maybe even legal to like sue her for that, but I don't think a company's obligated to ever not blacklist you, right? Don't they say we have a right to refuse service or hire whoever they want?
Am I the asshole for kicking guests out of my house after my 1.5-year-old daughter beat up a 4-year-old girl? Before I start on what happened, I'm going to include this information because it might be relevant. At my daughter's daycare, there's only 2 girls, her and another one that comes twice a week. According to the provider, because it's mostly boys, my daughter has been play wrestling with them. She looked apologetic when she told me, but I found it hilarious. My boyfriend and I have been talking about signing her up for either martial arts or soccer when she's 4. Mind you, I've never seen her wrestling or play fight with any of her cousins. She has almost 20 of them. Anyways, 2 days ago, my mom, her friend, and her friend's daughter, she's 4, asked if they could come over because my sister and I bought this dollhouse. And apparently, her friend's daughter has been wanting one. Also, my mom said she didn't want to hang out with her friend at her place because she didn't want the daughter to get bored because she doesn't have any toys that the girl would be interested in at her home. I said it was fine because my daughter and her cousin, my sister's daughter who's 2, are also at my place since they both didn't go to daycare. They got to my house and the kids started playing with the dollhouse. After a few minutes, my daughter, I guess, got bored and started playing with other toys. Next thing I know, I heard my niece yelling, "No, it's mine. Give it back, please," to the girl. And the girl said, "Don't touch it." Then my niece attempted to grab the toy and the girl pushed her and her back hit the couch and she fell. And that's when your daughter came in and mollywopped her, huh? I'm just playing. These are kids, but no, real shit though. Like, is that when she came in and mopped the floor with her? My niece started crying, so I got up from my seat and started walking towards them. When my daughter ran towards the girl, hugged her from behind, and they both fell down. Man, did your daughter just try to German suplex this girl? Wait a minute. Ooh, I can't breathe. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. I think that's what that wrestling move is called. But that's what your daughter was trying to do to that little girl. My daughter got up and started smacking her head while the other girl was crying. I quickly grabbed her and my niece away from the girl. I started comforting my niece while my mom started telling her grandkids that they were wrong and they should have let the girl play with the toys because she doesn't have that toy at her home. Your daughter is 1.5 and your niece is 2. How the fuck are they supposed to understand that? And when the fuck were they supposed to know that? I was surprised. I told my mom they're 1 and 2. How would they know that? Thank you. My mom said they should say sorry and just go back to playing. I told my mom the other girl should apologize to my niece first because she pushed my niece and she fell, and then I'll have my daughter apologize. My mom said it didn't even look like it hurt. It doesn't fucking matter whether it hurt or not. A 4-year-old girl was actively bullying a 2-year-old over the 2-year-old fucking toys. No, she needs to apologize. This is a learning moment for all of us involved. And you're just enabling her in her selfish ways if you're not making her apologize and make sure she understands that she cannot behave this way. My mom said it didn't even look like it hurt. Meanwhile, my daughter did attack the girl. That's when I got pissy. I looked at the mom and the girl, and they didn't look like they were going to apologize. So I told them to get out. No, you're not the asshole. You're not, because you're not going to come into my house, bully my niece over her fucking toys, push my niece down. Then when my daughter comes in and stands up to a girl twice her size for her 2-year-old cousin, expect me to have them apologize to you while you stand there like your kid didn't do anything. Get the fuck out. Get out. Nah, baby, you're not the asshole. That's when the lady said to my mom, this is how you raised her? Bitch, you really gotta go now. And then my mom asked if I was seriously kicking them out because the kids fought. I just told them to get out again. I told my sister what happened and she was very pissed and sided with me. I told my boyfriend what happened and he said that I shouldn't have kicked them out because our daughter did beat that girl already, which is true and I understand. No, the fact that your daughter had to beat the girl up is even more of a reason for them to fucking leave. Because we don't do that here. We don't do the not sharing shit. We don't do taking stuff from each other. And if you're not going to teach your daughter otherwise, at least in my house, y'all got to go. Because my kid will not fight for her fucking toys. No, baby, you got to go. I told my boyfriend that my mom had a thing for defending others first, and it hurt that I saw she did that to her granddaughters. He said that maybe I should apologize. I'm still thinking about it. I told my mom my reason for kicking them out. She said she defended them because the lady was a single mom. I don't give a fuck. That has nothing to do with anything. The fact that she's a single mom does not give her 4-year-old the right to come into a 2-year-old's house and bully her. The fact that you told them exactly what the fuck happened and neither of them moved to apologize is why you kicked them the fuck out. Her being a single mom doesn't have any fucking thing to do with the situation at hand. My mom said she defended them because the lady was a single mom and she has no one else here in Canada but her daughter and she felt bad. Now I feel even worse. So am I the asshole? No. And don't fucking feel bad. What the fuck does her being a fucking single mom have to do with the situation? What the fuck does her relationship status have to do with the fact that her 4-year-old daughter is a bully? That doesn't have anything to do with anything and you shouldn't fucking feel bad for it. Why should you? What the fuck does that have to do with the fact this girl came into your home, took your 2-year-old niece's toy away from her? Your 2-year-old niece, to the best of her 2-year-old ability, said, give back, please. She told her, don't touch it. And then got the floor mopped with her face for her efforts. What the fuck does her mom being a single mom have to do with the fact that the mom did not correct her 4-year-old daughter right the fuck there and looked at you to correct your child that stood up for her 2-year-old cousin? Absolutely the fuck not. Your mom was dead wrong. Regardless of what this lady's relationship status is, she should have encouraged her friend to encourage her daughter to apologize for her role in the situation. You guys could have moved forward from there. But she didn't. And I think a very valuable lesson was taught here. Your daughter taught that 4-year-old girl, if you don't start none, there won't be none. Do not pick on people smaller than you, and you don't have to worry about nobody else coming in and serving you with a nice, quick, smooth dose of karma. Yo, wait, I just thought about why the daycare worker was so apologetic when she was telling OP what was going down with the daughter play fighting with the kids. That's where she learned it from. This is what the daycare worker does all day. Break up little wrestling mats. Them kids be turning that lady every which way but loose.
I fell in love with my cousin. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I said I mean on Instagram. 6 months ago, I broke up with my fiance. He was cheating on me with my best friend. And on top of that, I found out that he was bi. He had threesomes with her and 2 of my other friends. He was an absolutely horrible person. Now, my cousin and I didn't grow up very close. Not until everyone in my family found out that I had to break up with my fiance because he was a horrible person. He came to my rescue. Came over to my apartment when he found out, and he just talked to me. We talked for 6 hours. He even gave me the name to a therapist, which actually helped me. And then he just started inviting me out everywhere everywhere because he knew that I had no friends. All of my friends hooked up with my fiance. So my cousin was actually in the middle of breaking up with his girlfriend too, which is why he was so good about helping me out. Before I knew it, we were like best friends, hanging out all the time. We would go out to dinners, and this is where I started getting confused. It felt like we were in a relationship, minus the love and sex. He would pick me up and drop me off. He would pay for everything, would open the car door for me. He introduced me to all of his friends, and he just made me feel really taken care of. And then it happened. I fell in love. Go to part 2. I fell in love with my cousin. After 6 months of just hanging out with him and feeling like we're kind of in a relationship but not really, I just started falling in love. He was just the perfect guy. He was so handsome and such a gentleman, and he had all the qualities that I would have wanted in a partner. When I realized that I started falling in love with my cousin, I felt sick to my stomach. I just couldn't reconcile. So I did the only thing I thought I should do. I was honest with him and I told him the truth. But then something happened I did not expect. As I was telling him all of this, he just grabbed me and kissed me. And I know that is so messed up, but he told me that he had been feeling the same about me. This whole time, we were trying to help each other get over our exes. I mean, I knew I felt something for a reason. This is gonna sound like a mean girls thing, but he is my second cousin. We decided to start dating, and after 2 months of hiding our relationship, we were both honest with our parents. We got everyone together and just told them the truth. My mother nearly fainted, but his parents were actually okay with it, and this is why. He's adopted. They adopted him because they couldn't have children, but they were planning on never telling him. Not until this happened. Parents still felt kind of weird about it, but they had to accept it. We moved in together, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna ask me to be his wife. What the heck is life? Do you think this is crazy?
Am I wrong for asking my friend why she's borrowing money from me 2 weeks after I gave her a $400 wedding gift? My friend and her husband aren't very well off. They both are working grocery store jobs. I too am not well off, and I'm working a minimum wage job too. I don't have money to spend freely, so I saved for months so that I can gift them $400 for their wedding, because I knew they would be short on cash after the wedding. Well, they couldn't afford a honeymoon, and they even borrowed money to pay for the flowers as well as the groom's shoes the day of the wedding. I do realize that it's not my place to ask how they spent that money, but she wanted a wedding that she couldn't afford, and it ended up costing them thousands. She had over 100 guests. So when she asked to borrow more money, I got upset. I asked her why, as she knows I have a lot of responsibilities, and gifting her that $400 was already a huge stretch for me. So was I wrong for asking?
My best man canceled on me because of his child's baptism. My 34 male and my girlfriend 35 female of 7 years announced our plan to marry earlier this year to our friends and families. The wedding is planned for early summer 2024, specifically 1 day ahead of my best friend's 34 male birthday. Let's call him Dave. Before we set the date, I talked to Dave and made sure that attending our wedding and thus interfering with his 35th birthday would be okay for him, which it was. We set the date and invited both Dave and his girlfriend, 34 female. Let's call her Sue. I asked Dave to be my best man. I have known Dave since high school, and even though we live some distance away, we have maintained our friendship over the years. Since we sent out the wedding invitations, Sue got pregnant, which they let me know while visiting last week. Them expecting a child is an absolute joy. I'm genuinely happy for them and congratulated them. The expected due date is roughly 2 months ahead of our wedding. As Sue is an arch Catholic, her words, the baptism of her child is extremely important to her, and she is determined to have the child baptized the day after our wedding, with Sunday, which is also Dave's birthday. Dave is agnostic. Apparently, they already discussed the date and agreed on it, while Dave forgot that the day before is our wedding. Moving the day of the baptism is out of the question to Sue, and with Sunday is apparently an ideal day for the baptism according to Catholic belief, and she fears sudden infant death, which she apparently extensively read up upon. Having her child die would prevent it from entering heaven and having a Catholic burial. She specifically stated that delaying the baptism would pose too high of a risk with respect to sudden infant death. The mere proposal by my girlfriend to choose a different day, such as Christ's Ascension, also an important Catholic holiday, roughly 1 week ahead of Whit Sunday, was met with disdain by Sue. Over the days of Dave's and Sue's visit, the atmosphere got pretty tense, especially between Sue and my girlfriend, which culminated in Sue yelling at Dave like this was no environment to bear a child, that she felt like no one is happy over the pregnancy, and that she felt pressured, and also Sue having Dave uninvite my girlfriend from a trip the same day. Dave later approached me, close to tears, to essentially cancel his attendance, as the baptism and his child are more important to him. I assured him that I would not put him under any more pressure. Now, I do mean that I wouldn't put Dave under pressure, but having my best friend not attend my wedding and losing my best man is a shock to me. Attending both the wedding and the baptism would be impossible, but would require traveling by plane, which I guess didn't come to anyone's mind during the rather heated situation, or traveling late by car or train for several hours. I do feel that Dave is completely under Sue's thumb and that she's making all of the decisions in their relationship. In a few weeks, I will meet them again to what was originally planned as a guy's getaway, which Sue will now be a part of.
Am I the asshole for taking all of the clothes in my size off the rack so resellers couldn't grab everything before I looked? Last week, I had time and stopped into a thrift, and they were just putting out stuff from their truck. I am never so lucky to be there when that happens. The shops are always very picked over, just like Old Navy or Target clothes whenever I can go. So I was happy I might find something. I started browsing normally and was finding some good stuff for once. Then I saw a group of 3 women come in. One had a little computer for scanning books. The other had 2 iPads or something, I assumed to check resale prices. Either way, they were clearly resellers and started grabbing stuff after checking labels. I felt a sense of dread because I wouldn't be fast enough to check, so I just swooped everything off the rack and into my cart in my size. When the 2 got to me, they started staring. I said, "What?" And one said, "We'd like to be able to see what's on the rack too." I said that they could as soon as I was done. She scoffed at me and said, "That's rude. We'd like a chance to shop these clothes too." I just ignored her and started looking at things one by one, taking my time, then putting them right back on the rack. The women were getting mad and snatching things basically out of my hand. I held up a nice top, and one of them tried to grab it out of my hand, and I said, "Excuse you," and turned my back to her. They all got pissy, and one stomped away to get a worker. The worker came over and asked what was going on. I said I was looking at the items from the rack, same as anyone else. They said I was hoarding everything, so they couldn't get a chance to look. The worker said that I wasn't doing anything wrong. "Thank you for putting everything back when you're done." I finished what I was doing with the woman, breathing down my neck, and took my clothes to go try on. One of them kept following me and asked me why I was being such a bitch, etc. I said, "Sorry that you're having a bad day, but it's not really my problem." Am I the asshole? I just wanted a chance to be able to find nice clothes for once. From my point of view, I didn't do anything different than people who fill up their carts and go try on everything. Plus, I didn't even take all the good clothes to begin with. Am I the asshole for refusing to leave my girlfriend to be with my wife? My wife and I have been separated for 3 years. Before that, we were together for 10 years and married for 9. I loved her very deeply and were very happy. We had our children who are 12 and 10. After the children, the sex became something I had to beg for. She never initiated it, and I got rejected 99% of the time. At first, I would say something, and she would say I was nagging her. Then I asked her to go to marriage counseling, and in one of the sessions, she just snapped and said that we have our children now, so what is the point of sex? I give her that she seemed to regret it immediately when she said it, and said it was just a joke because she felt cornered by the therapist. She tried to disprove her statement by paying me attention, but it only took a week for her to go back to her old ways. That's when I decided I would drop the whole subject. I thought when she wanted sex, she could talk to me. This was 8 years ago. We never had sex, until about a year before separation. I told my wife that I was unhappy and wanted change and maybe marriage counseling again and sex therapy, but she was dismissive and said that I was nagging and why couldn't I just be happy? She was happy and didn't think we had a problem. I did love her still by then, so it was hard for me to leave because we often leave when the love is gone. It took me a year to put my affairs in order, and I told my wife that I was leaving her. I found a rental near my house so we can co-parent easier. I started meeting women for casual sex, but 2 years ago I met my girlfriend. She is amazing in every aspect. I realized that I have true feelings for her early on, but we kept our relationship private for a while. Everything was good and everyone was happy. Now I have made my relationship public a week ago, and I got a call from my mom and she asked me to visit her. She told me that my wife wants us to start counseling and therapy to reconcile. I wasn't sure what to tell her because I have never told anyone the reasons for our separation. So she called my wife, and my wife was there within 5 minutes, like they had planned this. My wife said that she promised to make changes and that she has been thinking about it. She loves me and we are a family.
My mom said I was selfish for throwing my daughters away for a woman. Then my mom left to do shopping for dinner, and my wife came on to me and tried to kiss me and touch me and said that she was willing to give me what I wanted and start counseling. I backed away because I felt like I was betraying my girlfriend. I got home and I told my girlfriend everything. She didn't say much more than I should make this decision myself. She probably feels guilty for standing in the way of my children getting their family back. But I don't love my wife, and I don't want her pity or doing things for me. I want my girlfriend who wants me and gives me herself willingly. But now this turned into me choosing a woman over my daughters.
Jesus.
Am I the asshole?
Jeez.
Am I the asshole for photoshopping my boyfriend's ex out of pictures when he was at work? My 27 female boyfriend, 36 male of a year, was married in his early 20s and has 2 kids with his ex. He has 3 family pictures in his house that have her in the pictures. In one, it's her with the kids in the middle of the 2 of them. In another, it's him with the kids and her off to the right, sort of in the background. In the third, it was him and her together and the 2 kids and Mickey Mouse. They're at Disney. She has been awful to me, and I hate seeing her face. I've asked him to take the pictures down several times, but he says they are special memories with the kids. Well, yesterday I had enough. I used a scanning app on my phone to scan the pictures and paid someone on Fiverr to remove her from the photos. All 3 of the photos look professionally done. It's the same photo, just without her. I then went to Walmart and had them print new pictures in the same size. I put them in frames and I put the originals in a desk drawer. When my boyfriend came home, I asked him if he noticed anything different. He didn't, which is what I suspected. The photos look great now and still have him and his kids. I pointed at one of the pictures. He got livid, telling me that I was being a jealous Nancy. I admit that I laughed because what is a jealous Nancy? Well, the laughing really set him off. He asked for the originals back and said that he was going to put them back up and gave me an ultimatum to either accept his past relationship or move on. I said, quote, I guess you don't want to be with a jealous Nancy. And he said no. I laughed again and he asked me to leave. I've not heard from him since, but expect him to get over it. Really, this woman has been terrible to me. I'm not going to get started on it, but she has been cruel to me to the point of him breaking contact with her except by text to talk about the kids. I think I have every right to not want to see her face. One of the pictures is in the bedroom even. Maybe I should just get over it. I feel like I was doing him a favor because at least I didn't just cut her out, which was my original plan. Am I the asshole? She goes on to edit and she says, edit, I have a great relationship with his children. Much to the ex's dismay, several of you have assumed that I was the other woman in the relationship, and I was not. They were divorced long before I met him. You are right that there was infidelity in the relationship. She cheated with 2 men that we know of. That's why they divorced. Also, for the people calling this fake, I'm not sure what to tell you. I started to wish that it was because that would be a lot easier than you calling me names besides Jealous Nancy, which is still funny. So one of the top comments says, you're the asshole. Sorry, but it's not your call to mess with the photos of him, his kids, and their mother. But he has every right to have them up. The solution was you dump him, not you screw with his stuff. And you were stupid for pointing out what you did. Oh my gosh. Sorry, what do we think, chat? Oh my. Am I the asshole for breaking up with my friends with benefits before dating another girl? I, 25 male, have been friends with Mira, 25 female, since our college days. We moved to the same city for a job and became good friends. We got apartments close to each other in the same building and would hang out together regularly. One thing led to another and we started hooking up. Mira confessed early on that she has feelings for me and if we should date officially. However, I was 22 and I was confused about it. Hence, I asked if we could just keep it casual, and this turned into a very long situationship. We do all the things that couples do, like going out to eat together, take vacations together, and also visit each other's parents on holidays. Wow. We refer to each other as best friends, but everyone knew what was going on. Over the last few months, I started catching feelings for one of my coworkers, Allie. She is way out of my league, but surprisingly, she also started giving me hints and flirting with me at work. We started texting and eventually I asked her out on a real date. I realized I liked Allie a lot after our first date and wanted to make sure I break things with Mira before things moved on further with Allie. I sat Mira down and told her that I want to date Allie and I would like to stop the B part of our friends with benefits. I still love her as a friend, but I want to date Allie seriously. Mira reacted as if I were asking for her kidney. She started bawling, calling me names, and telling me she will expose me to my family and friends for cheating with her. She tells me talking and going on a date with Allie is cheating. I tried to explain to her that although we were exclusive so far, we never agreed on the relationship part. Mira keeps on saying that we did everything a couple would do for the last 3 years, and I should have told her about dating someone else, and I kept her in the dark. She has since posted on social media that someone cheated on her and how sad she feels and how she deserves so much better. All of my friends, including my sister and my cousins, are messaging on her posts and sending her messages to be strong. I am sure most of them might be thinking I'm an asshole who was the cheater. At the same time, she is begging me to reconsider dating Allie and telling me how happy we are together and sending me pictures from our vacations, family, etc. Allie has no idea about Mira, but I do not feel I did anything wrong since I stopped the friends with benefits relationship before things escalated with Allie. Allie and I are planning to go on a date this weekend again, and our texts have gotten very flirty now. Dear Reddit, I want to know if I'm an asshole in this situation and what I should do to handle it differently. I'm confused if I need to tell Allie about Mira before our next date. I broke up with Mira even before I kissed Allie, so in my mind I did not cheat or do anything wrong. I plan to tell her, but I feel like telling her at this stage might just scare her away. I'm sorry, when I read the whole part about spending holidays with each other's parents, that kind of made me look at a little funny. He also says he broke up with Mira, but you don't break up with the friends with benefits. You break up with someone you're in a relationship with, right? I'm confused. But what happened? That was gonna happen. Going on vacations, spending holidays with the family, that's just wild. Whoa. This is the second top comment. You're the asshole. Relationships are defined by the dynamics, not just the labels you attach to them. 3 years of intimate companionship, shared holidays, and mutual support, that's a relationship by any other name. If you wanted a simple friends with benefits, the moment Mira's feelings became apparent should have been your cue to reevaluate the situation. By not doing so, you've allowed her to invest emotionally in what you saw as casual, setting her up for heartbreak. While Allie might not be directly involved in this past drama, complete transparency will be crucial going forward. If she discovers the depth of your previous entanglement from someone other than you, it'll only sow distrust in your new relationship. As for Mira, it's time for some serious reflection on how your actions affected others. If you value the remnants of that friendship, a sincere apology is long overdue. But let's be honest, you've likely eclipsed the point of no return. I don't know. What do you guys think? What is everyone's thoughts here? Because this is, wow.
Am I in the wrong for ordering pizza at my friend's wedding because there was no food? Me and my wife were invited to my friend's wedding. The wedding was going to have about 70 people, with mostly family. When we got there, we were seated at a table with some other people. Nice people, and we mingled well and had a good time chatting. The wedding was also quite nice. Both my friend and his new wife were very happy. After the ceremony, every table got 2 bottles of wine, bread and butter, and there was also an open bar, so we started to have a few drinks. Then the food came out. It looked really good. The food was set up for a buffet. I was half buzzed and looking forward to getting some food in my belly. When it was time to eat, every few tables at a time were going to get called, which is fine. The first 2 tables that were called were understandably the family off both sides. The problem was that the family members, his in-laws, are larger people. Now, I don't shame people for how much they eat, but I noticed the helpings of food they had while I was patiently waiting for us to be called. I also noticed that they went for seconds before all the tables were called and no one stopped them. I didn't say anything, though I thought that was rude. I just assumed that there was going to be a lot of food. To my surprise, by the time that we were called, there was nothing left. I asked if there was more coming out, and apparently that already occurred. So we grabbed what little we could and went back to sit down and ate the scraps. We were all still pretty hungry and a bit pissed off, so we kind of bash-talked that the first few tables ate all the food. Someone mentioned that they could go for some pizza, and then I had the drunken idea of ordering some. So that's exactly what we did. We all pitched in and ordered 4 large pizzas and some chicken wings from a local pizza joint close to the venue, so it didn't take long to be delivered. I met the guy outside and brought the food to our table, and we started to eat. Some of the other tables noticed and asked where the pizza came from. Apparently, some of the other tables close to ours didn't get any food either, so we shared with them. This caused some kind of commotion because the other people were looking for and asking for the wedding party if there was still pizza available. I guess there were others that didn't get to eat either. We did share with anyone who asked us. My friend came to talk to me about why I ordered the food. His bride was not happy about it. It ruined the aesthetics. So I told him that we didn't get to eat and that the food ran out long before our table was called and that we were all really hungry. He then asked why we didn't just step out and eat and come back. Though annoyed about that, I respectively explained to him that we were all drinking on an empty stomach and that it probably wasn't the best idea to have drunk people walking around looking for food. I don't think he liked that, but went back to his bride, who was glaring at us. Like, what are we supposed to do, starve? This wasn't the end though. As we finished eating, one of the in-laws came to our table and asked where the pizza came from. This is maybe where I was the a-hole. There were 2 slices left. I knew he was eyeing them. I asked other people at my table if they wanted one, and everyone declined. This guy then said he'd have one. I then took the 2 slices and put them on my plate and started to eat them, then looked at him and said something like, "No, you and everyone at your tables had way more than your fair share of the buffet and ate all of it. This is the reason that we ordered food in the first place, and now you have the nerve to ask us to share?" His face went red and he returned to his table. There was a lot of discussion going on there. They were all looking back at us with daggers. The bride looked even more ticked off at us. She had a bit of an argument with my friend. He eventually came back to tell us that we had to leave. I didn't mean to start any problems, so me and my wife called the cab and left. He called me a few days later and we had a long talk. I explained my perspective, and he agreed that his in-laws were really rude after eating all of the food and leaving most of the other guests with very little. A lot of people actually complained to him about it. Everyone was drinking, thinking that there would be food, and they were disappointed. He was upset with his in-laws because he told them how many guests would be there and to order food for that many people. He also saw how much they were taking but assumed that they ordered enough. He brought this up with his wife, and she said that apparently because his in-laws paid for the alcohol and food, they felt entitled to eat what they wanted. She was really mad at them and reamed them out for tainting her special day. He also said a lot of the other non-family guests started to leave soon after we left because they were too hungry. They still had fun celebrating, but it did kind of put a downer on their special day. Out of 70 people, about 30 left. I also found out that the guy who came to our table was the father-in-law. Father-in-law was really embarrassed by what I said to him. He felt pretty bad about when he found out close to half of the guests didn't get to eat anything and left early. So, am I in the wrong?
My ex-boyfriend is threatening to expose our SEX tape if I don't get back with him. Disclaimer is not my story time. If sent me on Instagram. I broke up with my ex 3 months ago, and it's become my personal nightmare. We actually only dated for 6 months on and off. At the time I didn't know it, but he was definitely love bombing me from the beginning. At the time I didn't even know what that was. Not until I started watching TikTok. We met at a bar, which is the worst place to meet a guy, by the way. He was all over me the first night he met me. He was trying to kiss my neck, and he even tried to grab my butt. I told him he needed to calm down, and he did. The following week, he managed to get a hold of my friend on Instagram, and he convinced my friend to give him my number. And my stupid-ass friend gave it to him. He was extremely manipulative, too. I later found out that my friend had a crush on him, so she was just trying to give him my number so she had an excuse to talk to him. Once this man got my number, it was a constant barrage of text messages. He would text me every single morning. He would send me selfies, and all of this without my permission. I've only dated broke guys in the past, and my ex has a lot of money. So I decided to go out with him just to get a free dinner. Biggest mistake of my life. He forced a kiss on me on our first date. Part 2 is up. He actually forced me to kiss him on our first date. Story time about how my ex is threatening to expose our SEX tape if I don't get back with him. Disclaimer is not my story time instead of my Instagram. After he forced me to kiss him, I slapped him and he liked it. He actually said, "I'd like that." I know this sounds terrible, but I kinda liked it. So then I went on a second date with him. He was really quick to do the dirty. He would always be grabbing or touching me. Anytime we were alone, even if it was for 5 seconds, this man would just pounce on me. He was literally and utterly obsessed with SEX. Don't get me wrong, it definitely was overwhelming, but I had never been with somebody who was so passionate. But then came the jealousy. He was constantly worried about who I was with. He was always showing up to places where I told him I'd be. Even if I was having dinner with friends, this man would show up. He would show up uninvited to my house. Before I knew it, 5 months had passed. This is when my parents started trying to convince me to break up with him. They hated that he always came around to the house even when we were all having dinner. He would just show up and sit down with us. My father especially hated him. He would also grab me in front of my parents and try to do stuff. Part 3 is up. In front of my parents, he would always try to kiss me and touch me. My father hated this guy. Story time about how my ex is threatening to expose our SEX tape if I don't get back with him. One night I go over to his apartment, which he lives in a penthouse, and he tells me that he has something fun planned for us. I went into his bedroom and he had this whole setup. Cameras, chains tied to the bed, handcuffs. It was like 365 days in there, or 50 Shades of Grey. This man knew how to get me to do whatever he wanted. He started kissing my neck and we started doing it. I knew the camera was there, but it didn't bother me. I never thought that he would ever try to use it against me. Fast forward 3 weeks later, I break up with him. He decides to start stalking me and then sends me the video. He told me he'd give it to me if I went to his apartment. I go to his apartment and he basically attacks me. Pushes me down on the couch and tries to do it with me. Then he told me that if I didn't get back with him, he'd expose me. I got back with him. He's on his best behavior. What should I do?
I, female 27, have been married to my wonderful husband, male 30, for 5 years, but we've been together for 7 years total. In all that time, my parents, female 58 and male 60, have never really taken a shining to him, but everyone has always been amicable. That is, everyone except my sister, female 22, who seems to think that the world revolves around her. She is the light of my parents' lives, and can do absolutely no wrong in their eyes. Simply put, my husband and I generally keep our distance from her. Last weekend was my dad's 60th birthday, and everyone was invited. My husband and I went knowing that my sister would be there, but we didn't think too much of it. We expected a pleasant evening celebrating my dad. Now it's important to note before we go further that my husband follows certain dietary restrictions as part of his religion, which I'm keeping vague, but everyone in the family knows and has been accommodating thus far. Unfortunately, after everyone had eaten dinner, my sister announced that she had specifically asked the caterers to add in some of the restricted food items so that she could test if my husband would even know the difference. To say the least, I was furious. Just for clarification purposes, the restricted ingredients were added into the sauces and there were no noticeable pieces. My husband and I were absolutely appalled and just walked out while my sister yelled that she didn't get the big deal and we need to take the sticks out of our butts. My parents had absolutely nothing to say and just watched. They later texted me that I should consider the fact that my sister is young and didn't know better. I did not respond. I went absolutely no contact with everyone since the party and didn't respond to a single message or phone call, nor did my husband. When my parents showed up at the house, we didn't open the door. When they showed up at my work, I didn't go to reception. I haven't laid eyes on them at all. Today, some cops came knocking on my door saying that they had received a missing persons report and were looking for me. Fortunately, that was all solved quickly in that I never actually went missing. But now my friends are saying that I wasted police resources when I could have just texted my parents back saying that I didn't want to hear from them. I just feel like a grown woman should not have to justify where she is to her parents. So, am I in the wrong for disappearing and causing my parents to lodge a missing persons report? My fiance left me after he found out about my college days. I've been with my fiance for 2 years, engaged for 2 months. I can go on and on about how great he is, but I won't waste your time. He's awesome. Him and my sister's boyfriend have gotten really close over the past year, and they talk at least twice a week, whether on the phone or FaceTime, or just hanging out with all 4 of us. Sister has been dating her boyfriend since high school, so obviously her boyfriend knows me very well, as well as my dating history. Last weekend, we all thought it would be fun to drink and hang out over FaceTime. It was a FaceTime double date and we all had a blast. Laughing, playing drinking games. We all partied for over an hour, and that's when I was over it and decided to leave the party to call my sister directly without the boys in the other room. Well, my fiance and her boyfriend stayed on the FaceTime and continued to get drunk together. During this time, I couldn't hear shit because I was in another room and was talking to my sister. Sister's boyfriend goes and tells a bunch of stories about my college days and how many guys I hooked up with. Just so everyone knows, I don't know the actual number. My first 3 years of college was literally one giant party. Without being too descriptive, I admit I was excessive. But at that time, it was just what we did. I was single during that time and me and my friends with a lot of guys. Most of them that I couldn't even pick out in a lineup. But again, I was in college. Anyway, one of the parties that I went to, I ended up hooking with 4 different guys at the same time. This is relevant later. My fiance is handsome as fuck and I know for a fact that he's been with several women. We talked about our past a lot in the beginning of the relationship. I wasn't 100% honest with mine and I can only assume that he was. After everyone hung up, me and my fiance were laying in bed about to sleep when he just calmly asked me, "Did you get gangbanged in college?" My response was, "What the fuck? Why would you ask that?" That's when he told me everything that my sister's boyfriend told him. He told me details I'm not even sure are 100% true because again, blur. But a lot of that information was accurate, so I just told him yes. It was one time. He continued asking questions about other stuff, but the gangbang thing kept coming up and he had a lot of questions about it that I answered to the best of my knowledge. Fast forward to Wednesday. Things have been fine and normal Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But on Wednesday, radio silence. He hasn't texted or talked to me in 3 days. The breaking point was tonight when he came home from work and asked me, "Are you friends with any of the guys on Facebook?" Again, not lying to him, I admitted yes, I was friends with all of them. He left a few hours ago and I have no idea where he is or what he's doing. I'm tempted to call the cops, but I feel like I will just make things worse. I feel like garbage. I fucking hate my sister's boyfriend right now, but maybe it's not even his fault. Maybe I should have been more honest. I'm so lost. He's the best thing to ever happen to me and I've never seen him like this before. Is this the end? He refuses to return my calls and texts.
Story time, and I need to vent, okay? I hate it when in a professional setting, someone uses their position of power to flirt with you or to get your phone number or whatever. Particularly if they're doing this to people who identify as a woman. So I'm moving out of my apartment and a guy came over today to do the inventory check. Basically, inventory check is when they come over, they check your flat and they see if you get your deposit back. Like they look at the state of your apartment. So the guy comes over to do that and instantly he starts flirting with me, like right away, right off the bat. So I felt like I was in a really uncomfortable position because on the one hand, I want to be polite and like nice back because I want my deposit back. And I'm scared that if I'm not polite and like friendly towards him, I'm not going to get my deposit because he's going to write a bad review. But on the other hand, he's flirting. So I don't want to like cross the line and make him think I'm also flirting when I'm not flirting. I'm just trying to be nice because I want my money back, sir. Anyway. So one of the first things he says is that he's Eastern European and he's really traditional, And then he spoke to me for 2 hours. He didn't check my apartment. He just spoke to me for 2 hours and like was asking questions about if I want kids, my views on marriage, like literally asking questions that you ask on a date. This isn't a date. This is a professional setting. You're supposed to be checking my apartment. Why are you treating it like a date and putting me in this spot like that? Anyway, after 2 hours, he finally starts checking my apartment and he's checking my kitchen and he asked me if I cooked. And I said, yeah, I cook. And he goes, wow, you would make a great wife. Stop. Why? Many more comments like this came along throughout the inventory check, guys. So later on, there was a tiny stain somewhere, so I was cleaning the stain. And he goes, oh, see, another reason why you'd make a great wife. Oh, because I can clean and cook, I'd make a great wife. And also, like, why are you saying I'd make, like, that's so uncomfortable for me. Like, stop, why? Sorry, I'm still, like, riled up over this, clearly. And then another thing that happened, he had to flip over all the sofa cushions because he had to see if there were stains on the other side. So when he was putting them back, I decided to help put them back because there's like 9 different like sofa cushions. So I was like, might as well help so it goes quicker. So as I'm putting the pillows back. He's like, you're really sweet, you know, you're so sweet. Again, I'm already uncomfortable, please stop. Finally, everything finishes, and I go to my neighbor's flat because I had to give her something, and he was waiting for the elevator right next to me because her flat is right next to the elevator. And while he's waiting for the elevator, he goes, we should go for coffee sometime. Would you like to go to coffee? What would you say? Let's go to coffee. What am I supposed to say? Like, obviously I want to say no, but I don't want him to write a bad report because I said no, because we all know that could happen. So, like, I feel like I have to say yes to go on a date with him when, like, I don't want to go on a date, but I need my deposit back. So I guess I'm going to coffee. Story time. About the time that I got locked out of my house in my PJs, so I had to break into my own house because I had a final to do at school, and if I didn't break into my house, I wouldn't be able to do my final. So, it was last week of school, and it was finals week, and my roommates were all already at school during their finals, and I still had time because my final wasn't until like 11 in the morning. So I was at home, I was chilling, and my roommates' parents were in the area, so they decided to stop by and say hi. So I come out of the house in my PJs, I'm like, oh my god, hi, so good to see you, hope you guys are well. And as I'm doing this, one of our roommates had a boyfriend, and he was staying at ours, and he decided to leave while I was saying bye to the parents. So he leaves and he closes the door behind him. So I say bye to the parents, I turn around to go inside, and the door was locked. My roommate's parents had already left by this time. The boyfriend was already gone, and I was locked out in my PJs, slippers, hair was unbrushed, and I had a final to do. So I started panicking because I was like, how am I gonna get back into my house and do this final when I have no phone, I have nothing on me. But I saw these two people walking down the street, and this was a really residential area. Like, it was Orange County, it was very suburban, it was very safe. So I like go up to these people, I'm like, hi, do you mind if I use your phone because I just got locked out? And they're like, sorry, no. And they kept walking, and I was like, okay. So then I saw another person walking, and I like run up to them and like, hi, I just got locked out, can I use your phone please? And they kind of just like looked at me up and down and kept walking, and I was like, oh my god, no one's gonna lend me their phone because I look insane. Like, my hair was I just did not look right. Yeah. So I was like, this is it. Like, I'm screwed. I'm going to miss my final. I'm going to fail. This is the end of my college career. I did well in school. I could not afford, anyway, I saw this guy who was in a pickup truck. He was just like sitting in his car. So I like went up to him and I was like, sir, do you mind if I please use your phone? And he was actually really nice. So he gave me his phone, but it was an Android. I don't know how to use Androids. Like, I feel so stupid when someone gives me their Android. I literally do not know what to do. But he gave me his phone, and I had to like figure out how to text someone. So I somehow make my way to messages, and then it was all predictive text, and it wasn't predicting what I wanted to say. So I literally physically could not write a message because it wasn't doing what I wanted to do. But I felt too stupid and embarrassed to tell him that I didn't know how to use his phone. So I just like pretended to do something, and I was like, thank you so much, here you go. And he was like, hope you make it in. And I was like, oh my god, me too, bye. So I went back to my house, and I was like, I actually need to break in because there's no other option. So we had a garage that was detached from our house. So I was like, maybe there's something in the garage that I can use to like break into our house. So I go through our garden and I go into our garage because that door was always unlocked, and I found a hanger, and I was like, oh my god, this hanger is gonna get me into our house. So I go back to our front door, and we had a little mail slot on the door, and I was like, maybe if I like put my hand through and I can like use the hanger to like turn the doorknob or turn the lock or something. So I'm like that, my face like smushed against the door, and I'm trying to do it, and the door unlocks, and I actually broke into our house, and I actually made it to my final. Which also made me realize how dangerous mail slots are, because someone can just like unlock your door. Story time. And I kind of need your detective instincts on this because basically someone hit my car while it was parked, and I have a hunch as to who it was, but I want to see if you come to the same conclusion as I did, or if I'm just crazy and making it all up. I'm going to show you some pictures. So what happened was, my car was parked on the street outside of a police station, and I went on holiday. And when I came back 5 days later, someone had hit my car, and this was what my car was like. As you can see, the back wheel was out, so the whole suspension was broken, all that was smashed, so it was quite bad. And it might not look that bad in the picture, but it was bad. My insurance had to pay like over £8,000 to fix it. What you can see on this picture is something yellow on my wheel. Let's zoom into that. So from what I can tell, what this looks like is yellow reflective tape residue. So what I think happened is whatever car hit mine had that all over their car, like their car was covered in it. So when they hit and scraped mine, that came off of theirs and it stayed on my wheel. What types of cars are covered in yellow reflective tape? Think about that. Another thing that was on my car was this note, and it was written on a police service memo pad. And it says, detail for the damage to the back at police station front office. So I was like, okay, cool. A police officer either saw who hit my car, so they left that note on mine, they went to the police station, they left the license plate information of the person who did it, or it was a police officer who hit my car, so they left that note, they left their information at the police station, and that was that. So I went inside the station and I showed them the note, and when they looked into the system, there was nothing. There was no information about what happened to my car. So this note, talking about details, was lying. What was also weird is that police officers will usually write their name or their phone number or their reference number when they leave these types of notes. There was none of that on this note, which is odd. Why wouldn't you leave your information on the note that you're leaving? So then I was like, oh, this is very sus. But I went back outside and I saw that there was CCTV that was facing where my car was parked. So hypothetically, it captured the incident. So I went back into the station, I told them about the camera, and I asked if I could either see the footage or if they could give me the license plate information of the car that hit mine. And they said, you have to email this person. So I emailed that person, and they were like, no, wrong department, email this person. I emailed that person. I had to email like 7 different people and jump through so many hoops to try to get the CCTV footage. And when I got to the last person I had to contact, they stopped answering. So to this day, I don't have the footage. I don't know who hit my car. My insurance doesn't know who hit my car, so my insurance had to like pay for everything and cover everything. Who do you think hit my car?
Am I the asshole for laughing at a child-free woman wanting to be a housewife? So I've been online dating for quite a while. My profile very clearly states, I'm dating with marriage as the end goal. I matched a few weeks ago with a charming woman who said she was also dating with the intent to get married, with the caveat of wanting a traditional relationship where she would be a housewife. I agree that I would be happy with that arrangement in the future. We chat about a variety of subjects and set up a date for an early dinner 2 weeks out. Much to my surprise, during the date, she casually mentions she doesn't want children. In my confusion, I ask her, but you said you were looking to become a housewife, and she responds, you can be a housewife and still not want children. Admittedly, I did chuckle, but it wasn't a big one. She took great offense to my laugh and asks, why can't she be child-free and a housewife? My response was, what will you be doing all day? And she says, what do older housewives do after their children go off on their own? Usually go back to work. I told her it's going to be next to impossible to find a man willing to take that deal, and she gets angry and leaves. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for not changing my baby's name? My husband and I are expecting our first baby, and we're due in just a few weeks. When we first announced our pregnancy to our family after the first trimester, we also announced our baby's gender and his name. My sister and her husband have been trying to conceive their third kid for the last 5-ish years. However, due to some complications in her previous pregnancy, they had to do several rounds of IVF. Turns out she found out she was pregnant 5 weeks after me and announced her pregnancy a little over a month after us. She found out she's also expecting a baby boy, and we were both excited about the idea of our kids growing up to be best friends. Everything was going pretty great, until a few weeks ago, my mum mentioned that my sister had really liked the name my husband and I picked for our baby, and that she decided to take it. My mum then asked what my husband and I would change our baby's name to, since it would be too confusing to have 2 grandkids with the same name. I told my mum that we were not changing the name of our baby, since our hearts were set on it, and we wouldn't have announced it if we weren't sure. I then get a call from my sister, claiming that since this was their miracle baby, she would get first dibs on whatever name that they wanted. I told her that she can name her baby whatever she wants, but that we are not changing our minds about our baby's name. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for making an uncomfortable joke when my friends told me her dinner table was full with family? Over the last 20 years, everyone in my close family has died. Both my parents are gone, my grandparents, all my dad's uncles, and anyone who is still alive are scattered out amongst the country. All I have left are my siblings and my brother-in-law. My friend comes from a different family. All the uncles, aunts, cousins, and grandparents have monthly parties, stay in touch, have big celebrations, the works. All of them are still alive and active. I think she knows that I'm sensitive to the topic, as I wish I had a big family, as she sometimes makes these comments like, you know, when you get married, your guest list will be so small compared to mine, but hey, at least it'll be cheap. At my mum's funeral, there were still a lot of open chairs, and she told me that if this was a family member of hers, all the seats would be full. I took some pictures of me, my siblings, and my brother-in-law cooking for Thanksgiving and us playing games at the dinner table, and I posted them on social media. She texted me privately saying that we looked like we were having fun, followed by pics of her huge family, and remarked the dinner table was full of family. This is where I may be the asshole. I replied, lovely, have fun. We'd have a full table too, but with the snow, it was too hard to dig everyone out of their graves. She was silent for a few hours, and then replied that joke was morbid and made her uncomfortable, and I really need to check my attitude, so am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for telling my friend I can't make her wedding dress despite making them for 2 other friends? I, 38 female, am a dressmaker and have my own shop. It has been a custom in my friend group that my wedding gift to my friends has always been an original wedding dress made to their taste, and I've done this for 2 friends. I love my job and I love my friends, so it has always been easy choice for me. However, I am currently 26 weeks pregnant with my first child and trying to lessen my workload as I prepare for my maternity leave and pass larger projects over to my employees. My friend informed me last night that she is getting married. I was of course so happy for her and congratulated her. She asked if I'd be making her dress for her, and I told her, of course, to just let me know when they had a date, and I was told they already had a date, January 19th. That was fine. A year and 5 months. Perfect. Plenty of time to do the designs and make it, and I expressed as much to her, but then she corrected me. It wasn't January 19th, 2026, like I had assumed, but January 19th, 2025. I was a bit shocked at this and told her that if that's the date she picked, I'd have to take back my promise, as there's no way I can make her dress in that time frame, as I'll be not too long postpartum. I asked her to reconsider the date if she wanted me to make a dress, pointing out how 5 months wasn't much to plan a wedding anyway, but she insisted that's what she wanted. I didn't push as it was up to her, but I made it clear I will not be able to make a dress for her then. She didn't understand this at all, pointing out how I'll be taking off work soon anyway, and can't I just use that time to make her dress? I admit in hindsight, I got a bit snappish here, and she likely didn't realize how much work goes into a wedding dress, but I asked her if she hit her head and why she thinks it's okay to ask me to put stress on my pregnancy for her wedding dress. She has been putting messages in the group chat calling me out for it and saying how it's easy to tell who my favorites are, and it's clear her feelings are hurt. I'm annoyed, but I also feel a bit regretful about this. I can't trust my employees to make a wedding dress without me, as their skill level isn't up to that, but maybe I could have had a rehearsal dinner dress made for her, or even a reception dress to soothe the hurt of her not getting the custom dress she wanted. So am I the asshole?
No. I mean, when I look at say yes to the dress, it's always like $6,000, like some crazy. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm not gifting $6,000 at every wedding I go to. You know what I mean? On top of that, it's custom, handmade. So probably even worth more than the $6,000, to be honest. The fact that this is even a thing in your friend group is insane. So kudos to OP.
And for this friend to diminish the efforts that you have to do. 5 months not pregnant is a tough ask for something custom. If anything, you found out who your real friends are. So OP, you're not the asshole.
Well, I have an update. I have the charges.
Can we guess? I'm gonna say it involves some sort of like fraud or something financial.
They not like us. They not like us.
It was trespassing and resisting arrest when the cops showed up. I don't have all of the details or bandwidth right now to explain everything, but basically, someone reported him for being on their fire escape and looking in their window.
Oh.
He's adamant it wasn't anything sexual, but his excuses don't make any sense. I'm sorry I can't explain even more right now. I'll do a better update if I can in a few days, but I am just exhausted. Thank you to everyone who has given advice. Sounds like a peeping Tom.
Yeah, that's a breakup. You don't want to be with a creep like that.
Am I the asshole for not wanting to raise my crush's baby?
A crush doesn't seem to have an official title tied to it, so I'm gonna say no.
Basically, this girl that I've always had a crush on got knocked up by some random loser, and now that she is pregnant, she is wanting me to date her. Her parents have also made it known that they would like me to step up, be a man, and take care of this baby for the next 18 years. But the thing is, I'm not the dad. She said she wants me to be her boyfriend and for me to get a job and get a place for her to live and to help raise our kid. But I'm not the dad. My dad told me to tell her to go fuck herself and to not put my dreams to the side, and that I am so young and just a kid myself, and to never, ever in my entire life get involved with her. He said that's her baby and it is not my responsibility. And my dad will be heartbroken if I voluntarily take on this burden. He fully supports me going into the core, and I told her I do not want to get involved with her. Her dad told me that I am not a real man. Hey, yo! Update, I have been able to successfully block this girl and her parents on all social media platforms and their phone numbers as well as their home phone. I've also gotten a temporary restraining order. There is a legal process you have to go through for a real permanent one, but I am working on it against her and her parents. None of them are allowed to contact me by any means, including phone, email, in-person mail, or by somebody else. If they do, the sheriff will have his deputies go to their house and bring them to the local jail. So, am I the asshole for not wanting to raise my crush's baby?
Insane behavior. First of all, if there's any energy that you should be directing all that effort trying to make sure that, hey, kid and daughter's taken care of, do that to that deadbeat dad that got her pregnant. Put all that energy towards that person. By no means is OP responsible, not only legally, morally, anything to take care of that kid.
Agreed. I'm so shocked that I'm still waiting for you to say, and he's the dad, because it just doesn't make sense how hard they're going after this guy. And it totally feels like they're using him. And that's how I would feel if all of a sudden my crush is like, I want to be with you. And also I need all of this from you. So I'm not the asshole.
I made a joke to my co-worker about her being in a minor car accident, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. I know initially this sounds bad, but hear me out. Last year my co-worker was in a really small traffic accident where she basically rear-ended another car, but she goes on and on about how it was the other car's fault. Somehow, I also thought I heard that she was in another minor car traffic accident at about the same time the previous year as well. Once some time had passed and it was all forgotten about, I mentioned this to her and we kind of just made a joke about how she gets into an annual car accident. I know she wasn't offended by this because she brought it up to almost all of our other co-workers and kind of just repeated the joke a few times. She genuinely showed no sign of being annoyed about this. Anyway, fast forward to 1 year later, you can probably see where this is going, but she was again involved in another minor traffic accident. She came into work on Monday morning and was basically ranting about how it was my fault and that I jinxed her. I never should have joked about this in the first place. My immediate reaction, and this is where I could be the asshole, is where I told her, well, you were due another one. Obviously as a joke, but she hasn't spoken to me since. So, am I in the wrong for this? Apparently I'm in the wrong for removing my top on a nude beach in front of my sister and both of our husbands, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. My husband and I are 26 and my sister and her husband are 36, and we're all on holiday in Mauritius at the moment. Right near our hotel there is a nude-friendly beach. You don't have to be nude on it, but it's accepted if you want to. For all of the trips so far, my sister and I have been making jokes every day that we're going to go and tan our boobs on it. Anyway, all four of us walked by the beach the other day and we just decided to sit down on the sunbeds and grab a drink. We wasn't planning on sunbathing as we didn't have our swim stuff with us. If our husbands removed their shirts and just literally as a joke, mine said to me, you can finally tan those tits. I just thought, yeah, why not? So I took off my top and my skirt and just laid there next to my husband. And honestly, I was surprised that my sister didn't do the same thing, especially given the jokes that we'd been making the whole trip. But anyway, she just downed her drink really fast and left. This happened yesterday, and last night she refused to eat dinner with us and has messaged me saying she cannot believe I've done that and that I've totally overstepped the line. She also said that she's told me countless times how much she hates her body and I should know that she would never have undressed in such a context. I genuinely feel so awful. I didn't look at it this way at all. My husband said he literally couldn't care less and thinks I've done nothing wrong, but I'm really worried about what she thinks of me. So, was I in the wrong here? I'm going away and I've asked my best friend to not stay in my house when my husband's there, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, my husband and I are 36 years old and we live together with our son. My best friend has been staying with us for around 6 weeks while her home is renovated. My husband and I have been together for a really long time while my best friend has stayed single, got her own house, and she kind of just likes dating new men. She's very carefree when it comes to men. She doesn't want children and she's even dated committed men in the past. Anyway, aside from her flirtation side, she's never kind of stepped over the line with my husband or said anything towards him in a flirty way, and I've got no concern. The issue is that I need to go to Vegas for 5 days with work, and I've said to her that I really wouldn't feel comfortable with her being here alone with my husband and son whilst I'm away. I said I'd prefer if she just went and stayed elsewhere while I'm away, but she can of course come back to stay with us until her house is done. I honestly thought she would just be like, oh yeah, that's fine, but she actually asked me why, and I just told her that because of her reputation and the way she's acted in the past, I'm just not comfortable with her around my husband. She was immediately defensive and said that she's really hurt and even started to cry, saying, how could I not trust her? We've been best friends for our whole life. I honestly feel a little bit guilty, but I'm not willing to change my stance on this. Since left the house and hasn't messaged me or anything, and I'm afraid that I have really upset her. So, am I in the wrong for this?
Am I wrong for getting a hotel room for my daughter entirely for herself after her stepsisters made her sleep on the floor? My dad passed away 2 weeks ago. Me, my wife Candace, and my daughter 16, Shiloh, and her stepsisters 19 and 17 flew to my hometown to attend the funeral. After that, we got 2 hotel rooms, one for me and Candace and one for the girls. While I was in the room, I got a call from Shiloh at 11 p.m. crying and sounded like she was arguing with her stepsisters. I asked her what the matter was, and she told me that her stepsisters insisted that she sleep on the floor. There was one large bed in the room and there was enough space for all 3 girls to sleep on. I asked why and she said she didn't know. I went to see what the issue was and talked with my stepdaughters about it. They kept talking but didn't really explain why they told her to sleep on the floor. They just shrugged and said, it's better this way. We're more comfortable this way. I told Shiloh to grab her things, and when one of my stepdaughters asked where we were going, I told her I was booking her a hotel room. Both looked upset but didn't say anything, but they must have called their mom because she was awake when I got back and started arguing with me about giving Shiloh an entire hotel room for herself. I explained why I did it, but she said I wasted money and that Shiloh could have sucked it up for one night on the floor. I called her unreasonable for this, but she told me I showed the girls that I'm playing favorites and made my stepdaughter share a room while I gave my daughter the entire room for herself. We went home and Candace is still breaking up, saying I mishandled this. She even pointed out how my stepdaughters are upset since they're not speaking to me. Edit. It was Candace who got a room for all 3 girls as to not stir any drama and save money. She was in charge of hotel reservations since I was emotionally distressed. Also, Candace did not expect Shiloh to sleep on the floor. She wanted all 3 girls to share the bed. If she wanted all 3 girls to share the bed, why did she say Shiloh should just suck it up and sleep on the floor? Why don't you sleep on the floor and give her your spot on the bed? Go sleep with— oh my god, this post makes me so mad. I don't even want to give my opinion on it. Ew, 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 ew. For those who are calling me an asshole for giving my daughter her name, her mom did that and she's deceased, so please let's not focus on that. And also, I've known my stepdaughters since they were little. We're pretty much family and Candace is a stay-at-home mom, but I give her full access to my money since this stuff was already discussed beforehand. Pretty much everything was. I hired an escort for my brother with Down syndrome last month. I don't regret it and he still smiles about it. I'm 30 and my little brother is 24. He's honestly the best brother I could have asked for. I still remember the day he was born and holding my newborn baby brother when I was a kid. As we grew up, I always knew he was different, but he's my brother and I love him and I wouldn't change him. He's honestly one of my best friends, and having a brother with Down syndrome, especially one like him, has made me a better person. Last month, my parents went out of town for a few days and they asked if I'd stay with my brother and take care of the house. While he might have Down syndrome, he's not entirely helpless. He just can't really be on his own like that. So of course I agreed and brought my PS5 over and some games, snacks, and beer, and I called out of work for a few days and figured we'd have some fun just like when we were kids. We were having a great time and were talking their first day while taking turns playing Elden Ring, and my brother started the game and got to the part where the guy calls you maidenless. And I said something like, ooh, he called you maidenless, bro, damn. And my brother got super sad looking and I asked him what was wrong and he said, I am maidenless, I'll never have a girlfriend. So we talked about that for a bit and he was actually feeling super depressed because he's never had a girlfriend and didn't think he ever would. We kind of talked it out and he was really sad and I decided, fuck it, we can find him a girl. I called a couple of people I knew who were into that sort of thing to see if they knew anyone. You have people on your— what? Well, one of my buddies had a number of this girl, so I gave her a call. She was actually super sweet and understanding about the situation, and she said she'd be glad to show my brother a good time for her usual rate. She had a cousin with Down syndrome, so she was very sympathetic. I told my brother I'd paid a girl to come over and show him some fun on the condition that our parents will die without knowing I hired a prostitute to come to their house. He agreed. So I made plans for her to come over, got my brother shaved, and showered for his date. She showed up dressed up super nice and she was also super hot. I'm no chef, but I had picked up some food from Olive Garden for them. She was a genuinely nice person and was really good with him, and I just left them to do their thing while I played the PlayStation in the living room. Eventually they passed by, going upstairs to his room. I put my headphones on and kept playing. Eventually, they came back down and both had big smiles on their faces. She hung out with us a bit, then it was time for her to go. I handed her the cash plus some extra as a bonus. She said my brother was a sweetheart and that I was a good brother to do something like that for him and that she had a good time. She handed me back half the cash. Eventually, my parents came back and thankfully are none the wiser, as my mother especially would probably kill me. My brother is super appreciative and said it was the most fun he'd ever had. I have no regrets.
Am I the asshole for switching to regular milk to prove my lactose intolerant roommate keeps stealing from me? Me and 2 other guys share an apartment together and we split all the bills. The only thing we don't split costs on is groceries. Everyone's in charge of buying their own food and we don't touch whatever doesn't belong to us in the fridge. We put our names on everything so no one gets mixed up. This issue has been going on for almost a year and I'm sick of it. One of my roommates, R, keeps stealing my food. I get home from work and containers with my leftovers are sometimes missing. They have my name written on it. Or my stuff finishes too quick. My gallon of milk, for example. I buy almond milk because I like the taste, but it seems to finish after a week even though I've drank it only once or twice. I confronted R about this lots of times, and that's caused a lot of arguments. He outright denies it and tells me I'm crazy even though it's so obvious. My other roommate and I carpool together because we both work the same early morning shifts around the same area, so I know it's not him. It's always after we get back home and R's already left for work, so that I notice my food is gone. My roommates also had a similar problem, but not as often as I do. I'm guessing because R doesn't like what he buys. The funny thing is, R buys a lot for himself and is even more stingy about his food. He will literally point out what's his when he comes back from grocery shopping and tells us to not touch it. Last week, my milk was nearly empty again and I got fed up. I went to the liquor store and bought regular dairy milk. I drank what was left of my almond milk and refilled the gallon with the one I bought. This was to catch/prove R is the one stealing since he's lactose intolerant. The next day, Saturday, we get back from work and R is pissed. He yelled at me that he was stuck in the bathroom for 40 minutes with diarrhea because of my milk. He was using it to make a shake. I only responded with, "So then you're the one who's been stealing." He freaking exploded. Yeah, he admitted he was sometimes drinking my milk and eating my food, but he was even more mad that I switched milks than the fact that he was caught. I told him I wouldn't have done that if he just stopped taking my stuff from the fridge or at least told the truth instead of trying to make it seem like I was making it up. My roommate backed me up and thought it was kind of funny he got payback for stealing from us. It's a little tense right now, and my room told me R is trying to convince him to agree to kick me out. Little does he know, we're both looking to move somewhere else together because we are sick of his shit. I told somebody what happened, and a few think that I was an asshole for that. I feel like I'm not in the wrong here. He was taking my food and not even owning up to it, and I want to prove it. Does that make me the asshole? Am I the asshole for giving my mother-in-law a fake copy of my house key and exposing her on Christmas dinner? I want to preface this by saying that I, female 34, married my husband, male 37, a year ago. His mom is snoopy and annoying as fuck. She can't help it that this is just how she is, as my dear in-laws say. My husband and I purchased a new house recently. My mother-in-law kept pushing to get an emergency key. She promised that she would only use it in an emergency, but given the fact that she had an emergency key to our old apartment and just walked in on us being intimate twice. But my husband didn't think it was a big deal. I just couldn't trust her, so I just sent her a fake key after she kept pushing, and she had a smug on her face after I hand-delivered it to her. Days gone by, and on Christmas dinner, mother-in-law angrily called me out on the fact that I gave her a fake copy of the house key. She shamed me for doing this in front of everyone, but in my defense, I asked her how she found out, and she said days ago when she came over at 4 while my husband and I were out. I reminded her, didn't you promise you wouldn't use it unless there's an emergency? So you tried to get in when there was no emergency, and you broke the promise you made to us. She looked red in the face, and the other family started staring, and some even laughed at her for the face she made. She suddenly got up from her seat and rushed into the kitchen where she had a huge meltdown so loud the next-door neighbors must have heard. Literally, I've never heard a 60-plus-year-old woman throw a tantrum like that. Needless to say, dinner went awkward, and my husband and sister were giving me looks. My husband went off on me in the car, said I lied and manipulated and humiliated and exposed his mom, and said he wouldn't have let me get away with this if he had known. We had an argument, and he is demanding I apologize to his mom for my childish behavior and for ruining Christmas dinner for the whole family. Am I the asshole?
Alvin and the Chipmunks fan base is just as toxic as Star Wars.
I didn't know the fan base was big enough to be toxic.
So I've noticed something as a fan of the Chipmunks, and that is the fan base. Now, I'm not saying that all fans are like this, but I came across plenty of toxic and even problematic fans. For example, whoever came up with this question, who's getting the best head? Like, why the hell would someone think of making that question?
Out of Alvin the Chipmunks subreddit? Yo, imagine just going on the subreddit expecting to see some fucking Alvin and the Chipmunks shit rated G or PG, and then that's the top. Holy shit. You have a normal fandom subreddit and then a
NSFW.
Right? There's got to be two separate ones. You can't be posting that in the normal one.
Last thing they put is also there have been people making tons of fan art of Alvin and Simon kissing like they're brothers, for Christ's sake. Like,
get it together, Alvin fans. No kink shaming, but make your own subreddit. Don't be weird on main.
Today I fucked up by giving a prostate exam and smacking his ass after.
That's crazy.
Good game.
This happened a few hours ago. I'm a 29 female who works as a general practitioner. Earlier today, I have a patient, 56 male, complaining of difficulty urinating. So, as his primary care physician, I am obliged to perform proper history and physical exam. For context, if you're not in the medical field, difficulty in urinating is one of the signs and symptoms of benign prostatic enlargement, which is usually seen in men above 50s. It is routine to perform digital rectal exam/prostate exam to check if it's causing an obstruction in the urethra. I did the routine physical exam, asked for his consent to perform the said procedure, and proceeded to do the rectal exam, where in fact his prostate is bigger than the usual size. After the exam, I asked him to put his pants back on and sit at the chair so that I can explain the next steps. As I explained this, my brain shut off and my reflexes kicked in. I smacked my patient's behind as he stood up to wear his pants. We both froze. I said, "My apologies," and he just joked, "You don't know how to properly spank an ass."
Oh, God.
My girlfriend wants to break up with me because I bought her the wrong chocolate and I'm not sure what to think about this. I know this literally sounds crazy, but hear me out. For context, I'm a 30-year-old male and my girlfriend is 28. My girlfriend and I have been together for 3 years now. Everything's going great. She's the love of my life, but today something really weird happened. I do the food shopping for us, and today I messaged her just asking her if there's anything particular she needs and to send me a list of anything we need around the house. We always do this just so I don't forget. She asked me to bring her back some chocolate, which was fine, and I asked her if there's any particular one, and she just says that I know what she don't like and to pick her something out. She sounded slightly annoyed at this point, but I just put it down to her being in a bad mood, and yeah, I went to the supermarket, came back with the chocolates, and then this is what happened. I gave her the chocolates. She literally exploded at me saying, "I don't like caramel. You know how much I don't like caramel. How can you get such a simple thing wrong? You're driving me crazy and I don't want to be with you anymore." I was honestly flabbergasted. I tried to calm her down, but she wasn't having any of it. She stormed out of the house and hasn't messaged me or come back, and I want to give her space, but I really don't know how I should go about this situation. I don't remember her ever explicitly saying to me that she doesn't like caramel, and she thinks I done this on purpose just to annoy her. I never do anything malicious towards her, and as far as I'm aware, I'm a supportive boyfriend. I just want to mention that she's also on her period. I'm not sure if this is relevant or not, but honestly, this argument feels like serious this time and not just because she's in a bad mood. My boyfriend and I have agreed on an engagement ring for £3,000, and he's since asked me if he can get out of paying the rent this month because he's paying for the ring. I've told him that no, he can't, but am I in the wrong for this? For context, my boyfriend and I are both 33 years old and have been discussing getting engaged for a long time now. He knows that I'm fussy with engagement rings, so we have chosen one together, and I've even offered to pay for half of the ring, but he said absolutely not and that he wants to do this. For some background information, he moved in with me and he contributes to 80% of our rent fee each month. I pay the remaining 20%, and I also cover all of the other bills such as food, gas, electric, all of that sort of stuff. It works out that we both pay roughly the same. I do earn substantially more than him, but he has a lot more in savings than me since he sold his house to move in with me. Anyway, the ring has recently been purchased. I obviously don't know when he's going to propose, but it's going to be at some point within the next 6 months. And yeah, he asked me if he could get out of paying for the rent this month since he spent so much on the engagement ring, and it's more than he would have preferred to spend. I did say that I offered to pay for 50% of the ring, but I don't feel like it's right for him to ask to not pay the rent. It just doesn't sit right with me, and yeah, am I being unreasonable here? Am I in the wrong for throwing out my husband and my son a couple of days before Christmas? My husband and I are in our 40s and we have 2 children who are aged 15 and 13. For as long as I can remember, I've been begging my husband to help me around the house, but he continues to just be a lazy man-child. He does the absolute bare minimum, and even when he does, it's me forcing him to do stuff or asking him over and over again, and our 13-year-old son is picking up these habits from him. When I punish my son for not doing his chores, I feel like my husband enables him and just overrules everything that I've been saying. Obviously, this has caused so many arguments between us, and I've finally reached breaking point. Yesterday I was out shopping and I bumped into one of my old friends and her partner, and I just happened to invite them over. I called my husband and asked him just to nip around the house and make sure it was tidy as I'm bringing guests. And when we arrived nearly 2 hours later, the house was an absolute tip. I've honestly never felt so embarrassed in my life, and my friend kind of downplayed it just as having a normal busy life, but I could see the looks that her and her partner were exchanging. So they left. I literally had enough, and I told my husband and son that they need to get out and they cannot come back until they learn to respect me and the rules of the house. I had a massive argument, and my son has since called me from the motel they're at asking me if he can come back. Obviously, I'm going to let him come back, but I've decided that it's completely over between my husband and I. My mum and sister have both messaged me to say they think I'm completely out of order and way too harsh about the situation. Am I in the wrong for this?
Am I the asshole for telling my wife to stop overreacting over an innocent mistake? Today when I came home from work, my daughter didn't greet me as usual. I checked on her and she was apparently grounded by her mum for 2 weeks. I asked my wife why she had done so, and she told me that her teacher had called and said that our daughter used foul language in class. I asked her what the word was and how it was used, and it was the word sex. I asked my daughter where she had learnt the word, and she said that she had heard mum telling her friend that she'll be there in a sec. She had then learnt that it means second. So she used it in plural form, i.e. sex, while talking to her friend, and the teacher called my wife after hearing her. I relayed the same to my wife, but she said that it's still not acceptable for a kid to use such language, and our daughter has to be disciplined. I told her to stop overreacting to such an innocent mistake. She told me that I'm being very lax and that I'm not a good parent. She is refusing to talk to me or our daughter now. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for not wanting my son's bully to attend his birthday party? So I have a son, Lucas. My ex passed away a year after Lucas was born, and Lucas is being raised by myself and my husband. He is very shy and doesn't socialize a ton in school. He does have a great small group of friends. His birthday is coming up, and he wants to have a small party with friends and classmates. We went out and picked up some invitations, and he handed them out in school. Another student that he was friends with, Tyler, picks on him every day for being shy and having 2 dads. I have met with Tyler's parents to discuss the bullying, and they even made comments about my relationship. Lucas invites his friends and classmates. Tyler's parents call me, demanding to know why Tyler did not receive an invite to the party. I explained to her that it was up to Lucas who was invited. She called me a few names and demanded for Tyler to receive an invitation tomorrow, or she would go to the school. I told my husband what happened, and he understands that I'm protecting Lucas, but should not teach him to exclude people. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for using a diamond from my girlfriend's family heirloom for her engagement ring? So my girlfriend and I have been together for about 3 years, and I decided around 5 months ago that I wanted to propose. She's really into jewelry, so I wanted to get her a sentimental ring. At the end of September, her grandma suddenly passed away, and my girlfriend was passed down her wedding ring. They were extremely close, so I decided to ask her mum if she thought it'd be a good idea for me to use one of the diamonds in the ring for the engagement ring. She told me that as much as she loved the idea, she didn't know if my girlfriend would, and so told me to think about it. I couldn't find anything else I liked as much, and my girlfriend didn't wear the ring as she was worried about losing it, so she kept it in a box in a drawer, making it easy for me to take it without her realizing. Well, I proposed. She said yes immediately and was absolutely elated until she saw the ring. She told me that I had practically vandalized and ruined the only meaningful thing of her grandmother's that she had, and that I should have asked. She refuses to wear the ring, which I just think is disrespectful, considering how much money and thought went into it. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole asshole for leaving my boyfriend stuck at a party for a joke. So I've been with my boyfriend for about 6 months. We don't live together, but I spend a lot of my time at his place. A week ago or so, I was feeling quite sick. Not wanting to drive home, I spent the night at his place. He woke me up at about 5 a.m, and to my great embarrassment, I had wet the bed. I helped him clean up the best I could. I had a temp of about 103.8, and he took me to the hospital, and they kept me overnight. A few days later, when I saw him again, I apologized for what happened. He told me it's alright, and that he got me a gift. He pulled out a package of adult diapers and threw them at me. I told him that I didn't think that it was very funny, and explained that I was embarrassed, but he thought it was hilarious. I decided to let it go and talk about it later. We went to a party that night. I drove since he doesn't have a car. After he had a few beers, he started loudly telling people what had happened, forgetting to mention that I was sick and had a high fever, just the part of me wetting the bed and him buying the diapers. He encouraged my friends to joke about it, and after trying to explain but being talked over or laughed at, I left and went home. My boyfriend is obviously quite upset I left without him. I just didn't want to be stuck in a car with him for an hour. He sent me several texts since then, most of which are calling me too sensitive and not able to take a joke. Some of my friends agree with him. So am I the asshole?
For telling my mom that she's insane for trying to get pregnant again. For context, I, 22 male, have 2 siblings, 22 female and 23 female. And I am the youngest twin, but we are all adults now. This all started a few years ago when my oldest sister got pregnant with my nephew. It was the first baby of our generation, and of course everyone was overjoyed it was a boy because they are so rare in the family. I won't sugarcoat it. My sister was spoiled during her pregnancy. She was driven to all of her doctor's appointments. Nearly every day someone was buying something new. With every craving, someone was ready to go get it, and she even had 2 baby showers. When my nephew was born, it was the happiest my family had been since my grandma died. My mom, however, wasn't. Every time someone would do something for my sister, she expected it for herself. I remember I bought my sister a pedicure and paid extra for a foot massage, and my mother was pissed at me for days for not getting her one. "I'm the baby's grandma," she would say constantly. We all ignored her for the sake of my nephew. Well, my mom just recently sat me and my siblings down and explained how she wanted to try getting pregnant again. She wasn't asking for our opinion, more like informing us that it was going to happen. My sister was excited for someone who could be a playmate for her son. My twin was hesitant and I was livid. For privacy reasons, I won't give my mother's medical history, but just that is enough for concern, not to mention the fact that she's 40 plus years old. I asked her how she planned to live if she couldn't work while pregnant, as my father had never been in the picture. Well, one of my kids shouldn't mind taking care of me. I asked her how she planned to take care of a baby when she's back to work. Someone in the family can babysit. I asked her how she planned on buying baby stuff because she's not good with saving money at all. Everyone will pitch in for the baby like they did with your sister. And no, they wouldn't. My mom has burned quite a lot of bridges for her emotional immaturity. Well, I can see why. And one very high-risk pregnancy will not change that. Not to mention the fact that my siblings and I were raised by our grandparents because she couldn't. So I sat her down and tried to explain how this would be a terrible idea for everyone involved. But she got upset and started yelling about how I need to be supportive and I'm just jealous because I won't be the youngest anymore. I let my emotions get ahead of me and I called her insane and left. My siblings and family have called to tell me that I need to apologize and that I was way out of line. I don't have to like her trying for another baby, but I need to be supportive, which I feel like would be the case if we were talking about literally anyone else, but nobody else thinks the same. So, am I the asshole? For more info, I don't know how my mom intends to get pregnant. She wouldn't be approved for IVF and she's never had a consistent relationship. My guess is that she's just planning on sleeping around. Also, she's 43 going on 44. My guess is she's counting on the "it takes a village" mindset to help her with a child. My sister got special treatment for being pregnant because 1, she was having a boy, 2, because she was busting her ass as a single mother, student, and working full-time, and 3, her baby's father was a piece of shit who dipped. Am I wrong for telling my best friend that he is lonely because his hygiene is disgusting? My 24 female, best friend 26 male of 12 years is a great person with many desirable traits. He's educated and has a good career, and I'm really proud of him for his accomplishments. Since we were kids, I've always noticed he had really bad hygiene habits, but chalked it up to him being a teenage boy. Now that we're older, I've seen that his hygiene has not improved with age. He goes to the gym at least 3 times per week, but never showers more than once per week. Never brushes his teeth and only does laundry when the clothes are completely stiff. I've dropped little hints like if we stay the night somewhere together, I'll ask if he packs shower supplies, and in the mornings I'll offer to leave my toothpaste out if he wants to use it. I found myself no longer inviting him places because it's embarrassing when he shows up greasy, smelly, and with an inch thick of plaque on his teeth. I'm sorry, 26 is way too old. to not have good hygiene. I don't know if I should blame him or his parents for not teaching him. No, you can't. At this age, you can't blame anyone else besides yourself because you're a grown-ass man and you gotta take accountability. Last month, he told me he had a crush on one of my newer friends and asked if she was single. I told him that she was, but only recently single and isn't looking for anything right now. He wouldn't take no for an answer and decided to contact her himself to ask her out. When she declined, she lied and said she was seeing someone. He knew that one of us was lying to him. When he confronted me, I told him that everyone I know thinks he is disgusting because of his hygiene. They don't want to be near him, much less date him. He denied having bad hygiene and said he does shower and brush his teeth. He left and hasn't talked to me in over a month, insisting I need to apologize and set the record straight to everyone we know. I think I'm doing him a favor in the long run, and he should appreciate my honesty because he's the one who confronted me about why I lied to him about my friend. So, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for deleting my friend's wedding photos in front of them? I'm not really a photographer, I'm a dog groomer. I take lots of photos of dogs all day to put on my Facebook and Instagram. It's my thing, if that makes sense. A cut and a photo with every appointment. I very seldom shoot things other than dogs, even if I have a nice setup. A friend got married a few days ago and wanted to save money, asked if I shoot it for them. I told him it's not really my forte, but he convinced me by saying he didn't care if they were perfect. They were on a shoestring budget, and I agreed to shoot it for $250, which is nothing for a 10-hour event. On the day of, I'm driving around following the bride as she goes from appointment to appointment before the ceremony, taking photos along the way. I shoot the ceremony itself, and during the reception, I'm shooting speeches and people mingling. I started around 11 a.m. and was due to finish around 7:30 p.m. Around 5 p.m., food is being served, and I was told I cannot stop to eat because I need to be a photographer. In fact, they didn't save me a spot at any table. I'm getting tired and at this point kind of regretting doing this for next to nothing. It's also unbelievably hot. The venue is at an old Veterans Legion, and it's like 110 degrees and there's no AC. I told the groom I need to take off for 20 minutes to get something to eat and drink. There's no open bar or anything. I can't even get water, and my 2 water bottles are long empty. He tells me I need to either be a photographer or leave without pay. With the heat, being hungry, being generally annoyed at the circumstances, I asked if he was sure, and he said yes, so I deleted all the photos I took in front of him and took off saying, I'm not his photographer anymore. If I was to be paid $250, honestly at that point I would have paid $250 for just a glass of cold water and somewhere to sit for 5 minutes. Was I the asshole? They went right on their honeymoon and they've been all off of social media, but a lot of people have been posting on their wall asking about the photos with 0 responses. Am I the asshole for firing an employee after his parents died? I'm the VP of sales at a software company, and one of our sales development reps' parents passed away at the beginning of April. Sadly, they were involved in a car crash and both lost their lives. Now the employee in question is a very young 22-year-old guy and has been with us for about 10 months now. He's a great employee, and we were thinking about promotions in the next 6 months for him. His job is a high-paying one for a new grad, around $90,000 with commission and base, so we expect a lot from this position. Because of the accident, we let him take 1 month paid leave of absence from work, and he's returned a few weeks ago, and his performance is severely lacking. He's super unmotivated, not cold calling, out reaching out to prospects for the last 2 to 3 weeks enough since he's come back. Our whole management team has noticed this, and we decided to let him go because we feel like he'd need months and months to be able to produce again, and we can't just wait that long. We called him into a meeting on Friday afternoon and gave him the bad news. He was very calm and rude about it, told us to go fuck ourselves, and got up and went to his desk, grabbed his few things, and left. I thought this was very, very unprofessional and extremely rude. I told my boyfriend about all of this, and he said myself and my management team are a bunch of asses and pricks with no hearts. Am I the asshole for not saying anything about the underwear? My 20-year-old daughter and her fiance are currently staying with us. I love my daughter, but she is very difficult and I can't stand her fiance. I gave them a deadline to move out because I can't take this anymore. They got into a massive fight the other day while my wife was out. I guess a pair of my wife's underwear got in with their laundry and she thought he was cheating. I think the fact she immediately jumped to cheating shows how bad their relationship is. She was waving the underwear around, and I recognized them because they had a floral print, but I just let this ridiculous fight go on. My wife came home after about 30 minutes and said they were hers. My wife asked if I didn't realize they were hers, and I accidentally laughed. My daughter burst into tears and won't talk to me. Her fiance said we're fucked, and left the house, but my wife thought it was funny.
Am I the asshole for attempting to evict a family with kids? I recently moved into an apartment complex, and next to me lives a family of 4, the parents with their 2 kids. The kids are young, one is clearly a baby, and the older one possibly under the age of 3. The family also owns their apartment and they don't rent. Their kids play all day long, thankfully not during quiet hours, but they are very loud, especially the oldest one. I don't know how they manage to keep them quiet during quiet hours, but the rest of the day, it's a nightmare. I tried to leave a note on their doors to keep the kids from playing multiple times, and asked them to do it out of respect for the neighbors. The mum knocked on my door and apologized for the noise, but said that they are kids and it's normal for them to play and be loud as long as they are quiet during quiet hours. I insisted that it was disrespectful, but she said that if I have a problem with kids making noise, I should rent an apartment in a complex that doesn't allow children, and that there are many complexes like that in our area. I thought it was ridiculous to be told to move out instead of them trying to be more respectful, so I contacted my landlord and asked if I can do something to evict the family. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for not letting my mother-in-law spend time with my baby? So I and my husband Jay have a daughter C. Since she was born, my mother-in-law has been at me, asking me when I'm going to have her ears pierced. C will not be having her ears pierced until she asks for it. She says it's hypocritical of me considering all the piercings that I have. Mother-in-law had both of sister-in-laws pierced when they were tiny, and she keeps going on about how it's better because they won't remember it. Jay says he supports whatever decision I make on the matter because I'm the one who would have to clean it. So a few weeks ago, mother-in-law was looking after C for us because I was going with Jay to his uncle's funeral. As I was coming down the stairs, I hear mother-in-law talking to C about how they're gonna go out shopping and get her some pretty earrings. I went into the room and told her in no uncertain terms that that would not be happening, and if I can't trust her to respect my decisions about my own daughter, I would find someone else to look after her. Mother-in-law keeps trying to get her for a few hours at a time, and even tried to offer to have her overnight so that Jay and I can go out. I refused, and I told mother-in-law she could come and visit her, but I no longer trusted her. Am I the asshole for ruining Thanksgiving? So I met my boyfriend 3 years ago. Before me, he was with his high school sweetheart, Janet. His mom was still heartbroken about it, and I was very understanding and thought that she needed time to get to know me. For the first year of my relationship, his mom would call me Janet. I corrected her a couple of times, but she seemed to like hurting me, so I ignored it. My boyfriend has 2 sisters, and a couple of weeks before Thanksgiving, we were invited to barbecue at the older sister's house. I was in the kitchen with my boyfriend's mum, the sisters, and one of their husbands. The older sister then talked about how my boyfriend praised my cooking, and the mum was listening. She then said out loud, "Sure, why don't we let Janet make the turkey this year?" The sisters giggled and looked at each other, and I said, "That's a great idea." On Thanksgiving, we went to his mum's house with the usual wine and dessert. She was shocked, everybody was shocked, and I said, "What? I thought Janet was bringing the turkey." There was yelling, crying, and then we got kicked out. My boyfriend is so angry with me that he hasn't talked to me since, and I think it's over, to be honest. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for standing on a chair while 7 months pregnant? I can't reach the top shelves of our cupboards without standing on a chair. I wanted to make a snack, but I couldn't reach one of the ingredients to make it, and climbing on a chair at this point is very difficult. I went to ask my husband if he could get it for me, but he was on an important call, so he told me to wait 5 minutes. 5 minutes turned into 30, and by that time, he had to be in a meeting which lasted over an hour. I got impatient and I was hungry, so I decided to just climb on the chair and to get it myself. I was grabbing it when my husband walked in and asked me what the hell I was doing. I didn't hear him approaching, so his voice scared me and I almost fell off the chair. He tried to use it as a justification for why I shouldn't have been on the chair in the first place, but I told him it was his fault because if he hadn't scared me, I never would have almost fallen. I said it's his fault because he hadn't got it for me earlier. I asked him what the point of being the boss was if he couldn't be late to help his pregnant wife. This upset him, and he told me not to blame him and that I shouldn't have used the chair in the first place. He also told me not to do it again, but am I the asshole?
Am I in the wrong for publicly humiliating my friend who confessed that she had feelings for my husband? For context, my husband and I are 34 and have been married for 8 years with a 3-year-old son. My friend Sarah and I have been friends since we were in uni, and she is the godmother of our son. We've never fallen out, and I've always thought of her as a sweet, down-to-earth girl until today when my husband said he needs to talk to me. He told me that he feels really uneasy around Sarah and has noticed that she subtly puts me down to him whenever they're talking without me. He then said that his suspicions were confirmed when she sent him a revealing picture of herself he has yesterday, confessing that she's liked him ever since the two of us got engaged. I was obviously furious and I asked him to block her, and he showed me he already has. Quickly took a screenshot of their conversation and posted it on social media, tagging all of mine and her friends and family, cautioning them to be aware of the ones that prey on married men. Anyway, Sarah's been bombing my phone with calls and texts, calling me every profanity under the sun. Most of my friends have taken my side, and my husband thinks it's amusing, but some of my friends have said this doesn't belong on social media and could even potentially ruin her life. So, am I in the wrong for this? I told my wife to return everything that her sister gifted her, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, I'm a 35-year-old male and my wife is 26 years old, and we are expecting our first child together. We are really struggling financially at the moment, and unfortunately I lost my job and my wife had to quit hers due to some health issues and just looking out for the baby. We've used up all of our savings and are currently just living off credit cards, but I have got a new job lined up for March. My wife is very close to her sister and a few days ago confided in her that we are struggling. Her sister has never really seemed to like me. We've never had any arguments or anything, but I've always found her really cold and just not making much effort with me. Sister-in-law came to visit us and said that she's appalled at the state of the house and the lack of baby supplies. Basically gave me a lecture about not taking good enough care of her sister and not having everything ready for when the baby arrives. Anyway, later that day she sent my wife 50 grand and told her that the money is for her and the baby and not to share with me. She also said that she would send more if needed and that she always has a home for my wife and our baby. I expressed to my wife that I feel like her sister's trying to make me look like a failure. My wife said that I'm only feeling that way because I am a failure. She has since apologised, but there's just a really bad feeling in the house, and I've asked her to return everything to her sister, and that I feel like her generosity is purely a way to manipulate my wife into thinking that I'm a bad husband. So, am I in the wrong here? My girlfriend expects me to pay for everything and it's making me sceptical about wanting to move in with her. For context, I'm a 34-year-old male and my girlfriend is 29. We've been together a year now and our relationship is great aside from this. At the beginning of the relationship, we both made an effort to pay, but this kind of dwindled out over time with her making jokes saying that she didn't have enough money in her purse. I continued just paying for everything, and recently I brought this up to her and she was quite offended, saying that this is normal for close couples. She makes me feel as though I'm not doing enough, even though I pay for flights, hotels and even food while we're on holiday. It's not even that I want a 50-50 split, but some contribution would be nice, and she just takes offence to this and thinks it's unreasonable. I do not come from a wealthy background. I only earn slightly more than her, and this just makes me worried for the future. I want to be able to save up and put money away for a family one day, but the pressure from her is making me scared to reject paying for things. My girlfriend has also made a comment that I pay for my parents for things like meals, and she just expects the same sort of treatment. Her parents are elderly and earn very little money, and I just don't think it's comparable given that she earns a reasonable wage. So yeah, I don't really know what to go from here, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. I've told my mum that I will never speak to her for the rest of my life since she slept with my boyfriend. My ex and I are both 18 years old and my mum is 42. My ex and I had been friends throughout school and college, and this is what's hurt me even more because my mum knows about my relationship with him and even encouraged me to ask him out. Got together when we were 16 and so have been together for 2 years. Last week one of my teachers called in sick and I had a cancelled lecture, so I came home early and literally caught them at it red-handed. I feel so betrayed that the two people closest to me could have done this. I've now had to move in with my dad until however long it takes for me to save up to be able to move out by myself. My mum's been constantly trying to apologise, and her excuse is that she just wanted to feel young again. My dad is obviously on my side about this and said he's even going to speak to my ex to make sure that my mum hadn't been grooming him. However, my grandparents are telling me that I'm taking this way too far and that she's taken good care of me and put a roof over my head my whole life. They think that I should go home and work things out and eventually learn to forgive her. But I'm honestly stuck at what to do about this. I excluded my mum from my wedding because she refuses to eat vegan food, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, I've been vegan for a very long time. All of my friends and family know this, and my wedding is fast approaching. All of the invites have long been sent out and we've asked everyone to pick their food options. There are no dairy or meat options. Most people have responded except my mum, who hadn't realised this was on there, and basically she's saying that I'm completely in the wrong. She said she's very upset about this and that I shouldn't be putting my beliefs onto others and that I should cater for everyone. Whilst I do respect other people's choices in daily life, this is my day and I don't feel as though I'm being unreasonable for having this at my wedding. My mum's meant to be walking me down the aisle, but honestly she's just making me feel really awkward, and I've told her that if she doesn't like the menu then she shouldn't come. Obviously I didn't expect her response, but she told me that I'm completely disrespectful and that she wouldn't be coming anyway. I am feeling really bad about this and I just need to know if I was in the wrong here.
I don't compliment my wife because I don't want her to become vain, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, I'm a 31-year-old male and my wife is 29. We have been together for 10 years and have 3 children together. My wife has always been beautiful, but she's never really put much effort into her looks up until recently. She recently went through a crisis where she kept saying things like she didn't have a personality aside from being a mum and she wanted to start doing other activities. She started travelling a lot more, joining different groups and just wearing makeup and putting a lot of effort into her appearance. I didn't really think anything of this, but I've noticed that people treat her a lot differently now. She's often getting complimented and often comes home and tells me about something nice that a stranger has said to her. When we go out to bars, I've noticed that men will try and talk to her and offer to buy her drinks, and even my family has noticed this as well. Honestly, this is just a bit overwhelming for me as it's not something we've been through in our relationship, and I just feel like people are wondering why the hell she got with someone like me. Anyway, the other night she was going out with friends and my sister was over at this time, and when my wife was ready, she just asked me how she looked and I said she looked fine, which she seemed really disappointed with. My sister told me that was really strange and that I should be the one hyping her up. I just said why should I when the world already does, and that I don't want her to have too much confidence and become really vain. My sister just looked at me and said that's really messed up and low-key abusive, but I feel like she's not understanding where I'm coming from as well. So am I in the wrong for this?
I kicked my wife out after she punched my mum in the face, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. Context, my wife and I have been together for 8 years and she just gave birth to our first child 2 months ago. Before my wife got pregnant, her and my mum were really close, and I'm not sure what the hell is up with my mum, but since she got pregnant she was really off with my wife. She started to get really clingy towards me and was avoiding my wife, and I even found out that she was saying things behind my back like how she isn't excited for the birth of her grandchild and just saying nasty comments for whatever reason. Eventually I had a go at my mum and told her that I would just stop being in contact with her if she doesn't snap out of this, and roughly 7 months into the pregnancy she did start to change. Around 1 week ago my wife and I invited round my sister, my brother-in-law, their child who is 12 years old, and my mum. I prepared the dinner for everyone, and just as we was about to sit down to eat, our baby got really fussy, so my wife excused herself from the table and said she was just going to go and feed her. The rest of us sat down to eat, and once we had finished, my niece said that she was still starving, and to be honest, I feel like this was just kind of on me because I hadn't anticipated how much food a 12-year-old would eat. I apologised for this and offered to make her something else, but she declined, and yeah, I just went outside for a cigarette with my brother-in-law. Suddenly, I hear screaming coming from inside, so I run back in, and my mum gave my niece my wife's portion of food and made a joke out of it by slapping my wife on the belly, saying that she could lose a few pounds anyway. My wife then punched my mum square in the face, knocking her to the ground, and I just lost it and screamed at everyone to get the hell out, and I looked at my wife and said, yes, you too, so she packed up hers and the baby's things and left. I texted her later that night saying I'm just in shock and I need a little bit of space, and over the course of about 5 days I was continuously texting her, calling her, and she was just ignoring me. Today is the 8th day and she showed up with divorce papers. Told her that I never want to separate and this was never my intention. I just needed space because I couldn't believe what had happened between her and my mum. She said that this space has given her time to process that she doesn't deserve to be in this situation and that there's no fixing this. I feel literally terrible. Am I in the wrong here?
I told my parents that they've ruined a celebration dinner over kicking my husband out because of a joke, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this. For context, I've been married to my husband Mike for 4 years. He gets on really well with my family and everyone knows that he's a bit of a prankster. This has never been a problem, it's just the way he is, and he is particularly close to my brother and they kind of make jokes together and just mess around. Anyway, some context about my brother, let's call him Ethan. He and his wife were unable to have kids together, so they adopted their son around 2 years ago. Mike has cracked a few little jokes about this involving their son's biological parents, and I can tell you 100% he means absolutely no harm by this, it's just the way he is. We were recently having a celebratory dinner over at my parents' house and Mike cracked a joke to Ethan. It was basically something along the lines of knock knock, who's there? And then it was the biological parents, and Mike found this hilarious and burst out laughing. Silence took over the room and Ethan and his wife both looked at Mike and just told him he's a complete idiot. This then caused a massive argument between everyone and my parents just asked Mike and I to leave. Mike said to me that they need to relax and it was just a joke, and I've since relayed this to my mum and dad, but they're having none of it. My mum said that this is an extremely touchy subject that should never be joked about. I honestly do get where she's coming from, but if you knew Mike you would just know how light-hearted this is and he would never mean to hurt anyone. I told my mum that there was no need to ruin the dinner about this, but she said that Mike and I are delusional and we haven't spoken since. My 22-year-old girlfriend is upset that I didn't propose on our trip and I'm not sure how to fix this. For context, I'm a 27-year-old male and we recently returned from Disney World. On the last day of our trip, we had a nice romantic dinner, which I guess she was waiting for a proposal at, and this didn't happen. We moved in with one another about a year ago, and despite some of my concerns, we do actually get along great. We're like best friends and we live together really nicely. However, money has been tight for us. We do live in a one-bedroom apartment and we just don't have the money to go out all of the time. We do often talk about marriage and having babies together, but I think she just wants it much sooner than I do, and I'm worried that I've given her mixed messages. After we returned from the trip, she did ask me why I didn't propose to her and that I had given her the impression that I would. She said she's genuinely in shock that this didn't happen because I know that Disney would have been her favourite place to do something like this. I told her that it will happen, but that she needs to relax and stop stressing because she's only 22. She took offence to this and said she can't believe that we're not on the same page and maybe we're not right for each other. I'm really not sure what to do about this and I don't know if I'm in the wrong here. I've agreed for my family to stay with me for the week after my wife gives birth, and apparently I'm in the wrong for this. For context, my wife and I are both 27 years old and we are expecting our first child together. My wife has been really up and down in her pregnancy, and due to feeling unwell over Christmas, we were unable to go and visit my family. They live in a different state and it's not easy for us just to pop to their house, so it kind of has to be a stayover event. Mum has called me twice complaining that we never made it to Christmas, and she's insisted that she comes and stays with us for the week after our baby is born. I honestly thought this was a good solution, so I agreed. Anyway, this morning we were talking about plans for when the baby is born, as it's getting so close now, and I mentioned that I've said that my parents can come and stay. My wife looked at me shocked and completely freaked out, saying this absolutely cannot happen. She said that while she loves spending time with them, she does think they are hard work and she cannot be entertaining guests while she's feeling unwell and wanting to spend time with the baby. I personally think she's being extremely over the top, as my family will obviously want to see the baby and I have no doubt that they will make life easier for us. She's come back to me to say that if they were really that nice people, they would have declined the invitation and known that they are invading in our private time. This has caused a lot of friction between us and my family, and I'm not sure if I'm in the wrong for this.
Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit our daughter? So I bought my wife 2 tickets to visit her grandma in Italy next week. The other ticket was for our 4-year-old daughter, since I assumed she would be taking her. She says she wants a break from kids on her vacation. I told her that that was unfortunate, since there is no way that our daughter cannot go if she goes, because I have work and I don't want to take time off to babysit our daughter for an entire week. I suggested we have someone else watch her, but we don't know anyone that lives close by who would be willing to watch her. I love my daughter, but I don't want to take a week off to babysit her, so am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for yelling at my obsessed wife? So my wife is a big nerd, which I normally appreciate. She took today off of work so she could be up at 4 AM to play her online game at launch. I didn't wake up until about an hour ago, and she was still playing. I mentioned that I was hungry, hoping that we could make breakfast together. She instead said, "Order us something from DoorDash, I'm in the middle of a dungeon and I may be a while." I didn't really want to get takeout, because we had already discussed ordering pizza tonight for dinner, and that's a lot of takeout food in one day. I calmly explained this, and she got pissed and shrieked at me that she just wanted one weekend to focus on her video game. I said that it was unfair to our family for her to isolate all weekend, and she got even more mad, telling me that I have 2 hands and can feed the goddamn cat. I was in tears at this point, and I did raise my voice and said that I was worried that she's obsessed with this game and maybe she needs professional help. She threw her car keys at me and said that I need to get out of her face, that she works all the time and doesn't ask for much, and I need to leave for a few hours. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for moving back home to care for my mum? My dad recently died, and now my mum needs someone to care for her. My sister was already going to move back after she finished her degree, but until then, I have moved back. I originally asked my husband if she could move here. He said no, and I told him if she couldn't come here, that I would go there. He called my bluff and regretted it because I wasn't joking. He only works part-time for $15 an hour because he doesn't want to work full-time, so he can't pay the bills on his own, which has forced him to move back in with his mom. His mom recently called me to ask when I'm coming back, and I told her in no uncertain terms that I wasn't coming back until my sister got here, but he was welcome to come here instead. According to my husband's Facebook, I'm heartless. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for asking my sister's boyfriend to open a jar? So my boyfriend was meeting my family for the first time. I was a lonely girl in high school and my sister always felt superior to me and she let me know it. She has been dating this guy for a year or so and I don't have any problem with him. My boyfriend goes to the gym a lot and is super muscular and strong, and my sister's boyfriend is more of an intellectual guy and looks really weak compared to my boyfriend. When we were all together with my parents, my sister started being mean to me as always. I never know how to react because I get really angry, but if I do something too strong, then my parents act like it is all my fault. So I found a jar in the kitchen that was hard to open, and I asked my sister's boyfriend to try. He didn't want to, but I insisted, and after he failed, I made him keep trying for some time. This, as expected, drew attention from my parents, my boyfriend, and my sister. Finally, he gave up, and my boyfriend opened it really easily. My father thought that it was funny, but my mother and sister realized what I have done and were upset. My boyfriend says that although he understands that my sister is bad, what I did to her boyfriend was not justified.
Storytime about the girl who faked assault for attention. So a little background information, I was 15 and it was my sophomore year of high school. So we're gonna call this girl Carly. Well, every week this girl would come in with some sort of bruise or cut on her. Me being a decent human being, I would ask her what happened. Well, every week she would either say that somebody beat her up or she was SA'd by this one guy who took a video of them while they were doing the nasty. But you could completely tell that it was not against her will. Well, everybody would believe her because always believe the victim. Well, the same thing happened again with a different boy. Everybody saw the video, and I'm talking like people from different schools. So it got into a routine of her telling us how she would have to get abortions every month. So fast forward, I head to my first class of the day, which was English. Well, I look over at her because she sits right next to me, and I see a huge bruise on her neck. Like, it looked like somebody had been choking her. Now, her and I weren't in the same friend group, but we were kind of friends. So I lean over and ask her what happened. Like for part 2. Part 2 about the girl who faked assault for attention. So like I said, we were sitting in English class and I look over at her and she has this big bruise on her neck and it looked like somebody choked her. So I leaned over to her and I asked her what happened, and she said the guy who was in the video with her, the most recent video, he SA'd her. So I tell her to come to the bathroom with me before the bell rang. So we go in and I immediately grab a paper towel and put it under some water with some soap, and I go to put it on her neck. And she starts screaming and like ducking and swerving. Well, I ended up swiping her neck with the paper towel. And there is makeup all on this paper towel. And the bruise is just like smudged all over her neck. So I was like, what the hell is wrong with you? She told me not to tell anyone. And that was her way of making friends. Even though this girl had plenty of friends. So when we got back to class, the bruise had a completely different shape. And she changed her story to me beating the shit out of her in the bathroom because she slept with my non-existent boyfriend. 3 years later, she is still doing the same exact shit. Storytime about my unhealthy obsession with my ex-boyfriend. So a little background information, I was 18 and in 12th grade. And him and I have been dating for about 4 years. And it was around Thanksgiving, so it was pretty much college decision time. I got accepted into UCLA and I was really happy because it was super close to home. And my boyfriend, who we're gonna call Devin, got accepted there also. So I was super excited that we did not have to do the long distance thing. Until a week later, he calls me, and apparently he got some soccer scholarship. So now he's going to Berkeley. So I was like, okay, maybe we can make long distance work. Well, then he tells me that he doesn't want to make it work and he thinks that we should just break up. Well, a week after that, him and I were sleeping together again. So I thought that meant that we were back together. The one day I was leaving his house and I heard his mom talking about me. And she was like, oh, is she coming to the Christmas party? And I was super, super happy. Until Devin says, oh, we're not together anymore and I'm thinking of inviting a different girl. Well, a week later, the party rolls around and I decide that I'm going to show up anyways. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my unhealthy obsession with my ex-boyfriend. So like I said, he thought that he was bringing some random girl to his Christmas party, and I decided that I was going to show up there anyways. So I'm sitting in the car outside of his house the day of the Christmas party, pretty much just giving myself a little pep talk. Eventually I go up, I knock on the door, his dad answers, gives me a big hug, and tells me that he's downstairs with all of his cousins playing the video game. So I go downstairs, and as soon as I get down the stairs, all of his cousins look at me, and they give me the look of like, oh shit, she is not supposed to be be here right now. And then I see the bathroom door closed with the light on. So I walk over, open the door, and what do I see? A girl from our school giving my boyfriend head. Well, my ex-boyfriend, but still, he was my boyfriend. So I didn't even give her time to get up before I started wailing on her. Few punches and kicks later, my boyfriend starts screaming in pain. After that, I got kicked out of the house, and I had to pay some medical bills because she bit my boyfriend. And I'm still on probation for beating her ass. Story time about the girl who left me unconscious in the girls' bathroom. So a little background information. I was pretty young at the time. I was in 7th grade and I was 11 years old. And there was this girl who we're gonna call Jenna. Jenna hated me for absolutely no fucking reason. She would bully me because I had red hair, and she would text me literally every day at the same time, telling me to off myself and how I was weird and how nobody liked me. One day she randomly started being nice to me. She sat with me at lunch and her water bottle was empty, and she asked if I needed mine filled up too. Stupidly, I said yes. Well, she ended up putting drugs in my water bottle. After like 20 minutes, I started feeling sick, so I went to the bathroom, and I was kneeling over the toilet when everything went black. Well, when I didn't come back from the bathroom, my teacher got worried, so she sent security looking for me. They were banging on my stall. Obviously, I was fucking unconscious, so I didn't answer. So then they called the fire department, the police, the ambulance, were all there. Like for part 2 about the girl who left me unconscious in the girls' bathroom. So like I said, the fire department was there, the police, the ambulance. They called the fire department because they couldn't get the door off, and when they removed it, it fell on me. So I was injured and unconscious. And just a little background information on this girl, who, mind you, was literally 11 years old. She had a 3 criminal record and was recently in prison for 5 days, or juvie, whatever the heck you want to call it, because she brought a knife to school and tried to stab some kid who had called her fat the day before. Anyways, back to the story. I wake up 4 days later. My mom's sitting next to me. They put Abby in jail for 13 years. For suspicion of attempted murder, and she was kicked out of school. And now I'm homeschooled and failing all my classes. I now have seizures because of the drugs that she gave me. So yeah. Story time about how my mom planned to kill me. Yes, I said my mother. So a little background information, I was 16 years old and I was in 11th grade. Now it's not like my mom hated me my whole life, because there was a time whenever she was super happy and she did really love me. Well, it all started whenever my dad had left her. She went into this deep depression. She quit her job. She wouldn't get out of bed in the morning. She stopped cooking, stopped cleaning, and she always blamed me because she thought it was my fault that our dad left, when in reality my dad still texts me all the time asking how I'm doing. All of a sudden, a flip switch, my mom started cooking again, going to work. I never really ate her food because it low-key looked weird. But one day I came home from school and saw her putting rat poison in my food. And I wish I was kidding, but she's fucking crazy. So I said hi, but she didn't answer me. So I tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around and put a knife up to my neck. I ran out the door, called the police. They arrested her, and now I am happily living with my father and my non-crazy story time about why my best friend cut me off. So a little background information, I was 24 and I had a full-time job as a nurse, and I had been best friends with this girl since we were in 7th grade. As soon as she turned 21, she got married, had a kid, and just like any young tragic love story, her boyfriend, who was way older than her, left her for some girl who just turned 18. So I ended up letting her move in with me. She had too much pride to go back to her mom's house. I ended up kicking her out of my house though, because she would have random guys over 24/7, and she would smoke you know what in my house. So I had the cops called on me 24/7 because my neighbors could smell it. So fast forward to now, she's living with her mom. Her and I got over that fight, and she decided that she wanted to go to college. I was so proud of her, but she asked me if I could watch her kid when she had to go into school because she was doing mostly online. So of course I said yes, I wanted her to succeed. Like for part 2. Part 2 about why my best friend cut me off. So like I said, she finally decided to go to college. Me being super happy for her, I would watch her kid whenever she would have to go into school. Well, the one night I'm making dinner and her kid's in the living room, I'm in the kitchen, and I go into the living room to tell him that dinner is ready. And I see my dog backed up into a corner and him with a fire poker literally poking my dog. I wouldn't even call it poking, he was pretty much trying to stab my dog. My dog has its ears back, it's shaking with anxiety. So I go over and I rip it out of his hands and I smack his fingers. And I tell him, we do not do that to the dog. Like, what is wrong with you? So my friend comes, picks him up. A few days later, she comes to drop him off again. And she says, hey, can I talk to you? I already knew what it was about, so I was expecting this. She was like, Gavin told me that you hit him last time he was here. And I I was like, yeah, he pretty much was stabbing my dog. And then she's like, oh, well, you know, he doesn't mean any harm. He plays with the dogs like that at home. Like, okay, sis, this story time about how I tried to stick up for this kid on the bus, but it got me suspended. So a little background information, I was 12 and in 7th grade. So it was a Wednesday, and when school ended, I got on the afternoon bus. And there was this boy named Josh that I was friends with. So I went and I sat next to him on the bus. After like 5 minutes of us waiting for the bus driver to get back on the bus, this boy named Kai that everybody loves for some reason comes over and rips me out of the seat. After that, he sits down next to Josh and starts punching him and screaming at him. So I grab this kid by his book bag, rip him out of the seat, and I sit next to Josh. I put my headphones in, plug in my phone, and this kid grabs the phone, throws it at the front of the bus. And there weren't any adults on the bus at this time because our bus driver was using the bathroom. And I didn't go up and get my phone because I knew that if I moved, this kid was probably going to hurt Josh again. So then this kid starts trying to punch me. So I punch him in the stomach. An adult comes on the bus, finally, like for part 2. Part 2 about how I got suspended for trying to stick up for some kid on the bus. So like I said, this kid is starting to try to punch me. So I punch him in the stomach. Finally, an adult gets on the bus. She yells at us to all sit down. And by the way, all the little fucking 12-year-olds had their phones out recording what was happening. So they look at the cameras, they were interviewing some of the kids, and Josh's sister comes up to me, and I was like, oh, shit. Hopefully she's not gonna yell at me. I don't know why she would, but still. She was like, hey, I just wanted to say thank you for sticking up for my brother. So then after a little bit, I hear my name get called on the speaker. Kai, Josh, and I were all called down to the office. All of our parents were there. Kai got a 3-day suspension, and I got a 3-week suspension. Even though I literally had scratches all over my freaking arms, and Kai didn't even have a bruise on him. Well, my mom, being the boss-ass bitch that she is, she told the school that if they went through with my suspension, she would call the news and tell them that my school was letting kids get away with bullying.
Story time, the most psychotic dude I've ever hooked up with. So his first question was, what's your body count? Naturally, I divided my true number by 5 to give him a much prettier number to look at. Once he was satisfied with my answer, he decided we should talk and try to pursue a relationship. So we started to talk, but he would vocally express to me he didn't like that I lived 30 minutes away because he could not regularly stop by and check in my dorm to make sure I was not sleeping with other people. So I didn't text him for 2 hours because I had to study for an exam, and he goes, well, you're a whore and you probably gave me gonorrhea. You're putting my life and my son's life in danger. Well, an STD is sexually transmitted, so it's concerning I'm putting your son's life in danger, but 2 weeks prior I got a test. Ring, ring. The results are in. I'm clean. So he then proceeds to say, I will tell everyone you love. I'll make a PowerPoint presentation, show it to your college to show everyone how nasty you are. I wasn't concerned, so I blocked him. He then texts me off of his son's phone and goes, I have an infinite amount of resources. Don't block me again. Trying to scare me. Well, I blocked the son. Radio silence. Where's your infinite amount of resources?
Party story time. Okay, so I went to a party and I showed up there super early because I'm literally that person. Anyways, I was talking to the guy throwing the party and I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. I don't really want to drink. Yes, I'm literally the lamest person alive. Anyways, he's like, okay, do you want a bottle of vodka? Boy, I just told you I didn't want to drink. And he's like, no, like an empty one you can fill up with water and pretend you're drinking. And I'm like, you're a genius. So I do just that. And I walk around the party drinking out of this bottle of vodka that actually has water in it. People literally thought it was legendary. They thought I was getting so drunk. So basically at this point I was lying to everybody at the party. So anyways, I get thirsty, so I step outside and start chugging this bottle of vodka that's actually water. And I look to my left, and there's this girl literally staring at me.
Okay, I have like a really gross, disgusting story time, so just listen. So like in 7th grade, like girls at my middle school thought it was like trendy and like cute and quirky to like piss your pants, like at school, like do it at school. Like they would like laugh so hard that like, oops, like they peed themselves. And like would keep it on their butt all day. And then they would like ask for like their crush's sweatshirt to like cover up like the pee on their butt just because like they're so cute and quirky. And I remember this one girl pissed herself at a choir concert backstage in the choir room, and the whole entire choir room smelled for like a day, and there was just a puddle of pee on the seat. And she literally had to go to the bathroom and wet her whole pants so that you couldn't tell that she pissed herself. Like it got to the point where like 2 or 3 girls a day were walking around the school with pee on their butt. And like no one said anything. Like it was cute and trendy. And like even the guys jumped on it. They were like, oh my god, like she peed. Like what? Like it's just so like unbelievable, but like it literally happened and I don't know why.
Storytime, motherfuckers. My boyfriend throws this party. I'm like, can I bring my best friend? He says, I don't really know her. And then I was like, I'm gonna bring her anyway. A little bit into the party, he's like, I'm gonna go pick up my friend. And I was like, okay. I sat outside. My best friend was inside. I thought she was. I didn't really care what she was doing. I trusted her. He comes back 30 minutes later, comes outside, and everything is fine. He's not suspicious at all. I then sleep over at his house that night. He's in the shower and his phone is blowing up. And I'm like, who the fuck is that? My Snoopy ass looks on his phone, it's this guy Luke, and he doesn't have any friends named Luke. It was constant texts like, you need to break up with her, you can do so much better, blah, blah, blah. And then Luke says, you know she's my best friend, she can't know about this. So I sat there. They've been hooking up our whole relationship. So I tell his mom and I leave. I'm a fucking circus.
Crazy story time about how my mom kidnapped my sister. So my mom and dad split whenever I was really young. And at this time, they were always in and out of court battling for custody over my sister and I. Well, the one day my dad drives my mom downtown to the courthouse because she didn't have a ride. And before she gets out of the car, she's like, can I give the girls a hug? And my dad was like, yeah, go ahead. Little background information. I was more of a daddy's girl. My sister was more of a mommy's girl, which is probably the reason why she took her. I was sitting by the window, my sister was sitting in the middle seat. So she gives me a hug. Next thing I know, my sister's seatbelt was unbuckled and my mom was running across the street with her in the middle of downtown. Didn't even look for cars. So my dad got out of the car, ran over, grabbed her, picked both of them up and walked over to the sidewalk, and my mom was screaming bloody murder. So this guy called the cops and my dad was trying to show them custody papers because he had full custody. But the cop knew my mom, so he let her take my sister. We got her back, but I didn't see this bitch for like 4 months. Toxic best friend story time. So I had an off and on friendship with this one girl. In my freshman year, we became friends again. And she had this boyfriend named Nicholas. And they literally fought 24/7. And every time she would fight, she would be like, can you please fix this for me? So she would have me add him on Snapchat, fix it, and then block him. And guys, this literally was happening like 5 times a week. And then after she asked me to do that the first few times, I realized she started going through my phone. And when I say my phone, I mean my whole motherfucking phone. A bitch was going through my Snapchats, DMs, text messages, and I didn't know how to confront her because that's just weird. So the one day I was getting ready at her house because we were about to go out, and she was like, I'm grounded, can I use your phone real quick? And I was like, yeah, just let me Snapchat this last person back. And she goes, no, and rips the phone out of my hand. And she starts going through my Snapchat right in front of me. And I had a streak with this kid named Nick. So anyway, she comes up to me and shoves the phone in my face and goes, who the fuck is this? And I literally looked at her and started laughing my ass off. And she was like, what the fuck is so funny, Kaylee? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, go ahead, hold on the name. And she held on the name and realized it wasn't her fucking boyfriend. So I packed up my things while she literally went and sat on her bed and started crying. She was like, I don't want to lose my best friend. So fast forward, her and her boyfriend broke up. Her and I weren't friends anymore. And then she would always try to accuse me of getting with him. Moral of the story, don't get involved in other people's relationships. Bye, guys. Story time about how my sister and I almost got beat up by a 40-year-old man. So there was this one girl who would bully my sister and I on the bus in elementary school. Well, one day we told the principal and the principal called her dad. And she made up this whole story about the only reason why she did it to us was because we were bullying her. So the next day, after we told the principal, her dad was at the bus stop. And he comes up to us, taps us both on the shoulder, and says, if you guys ever bully my daughter again, I will hold you down while me, her, and her sister beat the shit out of you guys. So we got to the school that day and we called our dad. We told him what happened, but he was kind of questioning it. Until our neighbor actually walked up to our house and knocked on the door and told my dad. And I guess at the bus stop, everybody kind of looked at the guy like, are you fucking crazy? Because my dad at the time was a bodybuilder. And he was like, what the fuck is he gonna do? Like for part 2. Part 2, because I don't want y'all to get mad at me again. And by the way, for everybody asking for that part 2, it is already posted. Okay, let's get into it. So I'm not saying that because my dad's a bodybuilder that like he could kick his ass. It's just like you don't mess with
you know, a dad's kid, like girls especially, and we were his girls. So he called the school. We ended up going to court, and my dad, like, at court was literally like, if you ever lay a hand on my daughters again or like threaten my daughters like that, I will literally kill you. The judge yelled at my dad for that. And then he had to apologize to us, and because basically like he threatened us, and then like he got in trouble a little bit more for that, and like they did some other stuff that I don't really remember, but he wasn't allowed near us. He wasn't allowed to go to the bus stop anymore. He wasn't allowed near the school. If we were at the school, like, it was traumatizing. Like, anyways, thank you guys so much for 700, almost 700,000. I love you guys, and that is part 2. Story time, the biggest lie I ever got away with as a teenager. So my sister and I were going to spend the weekend at my stepdad's, and I asked my parents if I could bring a friend. My dad said he didn't care, and my stepmom said no. And my parents were really strict. But obviously I did not listen. So I invited my friend, and her parents were also really strict. So we came up with this elaborate plan that I would ask her parents and tell them that it was a surprise for her. And they believed it. So the day comes whenever we're supposed to leave to go up to my stepdad's. So, you know, we get off the bus, walk to my house, and my stepmom was asleep because she worked night shifts. So I was able to sneak my friend through the house to my bedroom. Little did she know she was going to have to hide in the closet. So my stepmom came in and needed to borrow a pair of socks for work. And I was literally guarding the closet with my life. And she goes, "Get away from the closet, you're acting so suspicious. What's in there?" Like for part 2, by the way, Stacy and Candace, if you see this, my bad. Okay, part 2, sorry for keeping you guys waiting. So she literally pushes me out of the way, goes and looks in the closet, and stands there for a whole ass minute. And me, I'm over here having an anxiety attack. My sister's looking at me, making like hand gestures, basically saying, "What is she looking at?" And I'm literally sitting there, and I get to peek in the closet, and my friend is not there. And I'm like, what the fuck? Where did she go? And then she starts moving things around in the closet. So she didn't see anything, and she goes to walk out of my room, and she goes, "You guys are so weird." And I run over to the closet like, where the fuck is she? And she pops out of this box that is literally in plain sight and goes, "Is she gone yet?" And trust me, I know this doesn't sound like a big thing to get away with, but whenever you have strict parents and they're looking for somebody in literally a 5-foot space, oh honey, this was a big deal for me. And tonight is going to be the night that my stepmom actually sees this.
Story time about my manipulative ex-boyfriend. So whenever we first started dating, he was really sweet. We would hang out all the time, and we had such good chemistry. And you know, we were Snapchatting because I lived like a few hours away from him. And he goes, "All my exes have hurt me in the past." Now us women, that makes us think, "Oh, I want to be the girl who doesn't hurt him." And I was like, "Well, how many ex-girlfriends have you had?" He goes, "Like 9. And at that time, I was blinded about how happy I was to be dating him to actually realize that was a red flag. And then this motherfucker says, "So please don't be mad at me if I do something that might hurt you. It's just because I've been hurt so many times." Implying if he were to cheat on me, I shouldn't be mad because he's been hurt so many times. Red motherfucking flag alert, bitch. Like for part 2. Toxic ex-boyfriend part 2. So pretty much I got into an argument with him after that, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He's like, "I just don't want you to be surprised." Well, me being the stupid dumb fucking bitch that I am, left it at that and didn't end the relationship there. This is the definition of ignoring all red flags. So I started to wonder who all these like ex-girlfriends were. And since I wasn't from around where he lived, I had to do a whole fucking FBI investigation to find at least one of these exes. She was like, "Oh, he literally does that to every girl." And then told me all the tea about how her and all of his 9 exes were actually best friends. And that he was the one who actually cheated on all of them with each other. And she goes, "I didn't even know you guys were dating. He never told anybody up here." Because he was hooking up with other bitches up there. I ended up breaking up with him, but ladies, take notes. This is a red flag.
Makeup tips for beginners. Tip number 1. If you guys have super dry skin, make sure you're using a really good moisturizer to make sure your foundation doesn't crack. Tip number 2. If you guys have really bad smile lines, make sure that you're putting your moisturizer, primer, foundation all in these lines. Smile, dab it in there, rub it in there, puff your cheeks out, get it in there, and they should be gone or barely noticeable.
Tip number 3, the one that I wish every YouTube tutorial would have told me. When you are blending your eyeshadow, do not hold the brush right here. You're putting too much force and it's not going to blend right. Because yours may end up like this. Instead, hold the brush at the end so that way you get a nice flow and it's just doing whatever it wants. Tip number 4. So in some of my videos, I got a lot of comments that my foundation was too dark, but I made it work. This is how I made it work. I would get a lighter shade like that one, and I would put it everywhere that didn't need to be dark. But I would leave the places on my face I wanted to look bronzed. Like and comment if you guys want a part 2. Story time of one of my many embarrassing moments in high school. So my sophomore year, I was talking to this guy, and we had been talking for 4 months. And he didn't want to date me. I didn't know that until one of his friends said, "Oh yeah, he's just using you to do stuff." And I'm surprised he let it drag on for 4 months because I didn't do anything with him. But now looking back at it, he would always ask me to come over when his parents weren't home. So anyways, I really liked him. He broke my heart, and yeah. So the next day I had school, and I had a class with him. And all of his friends were in that class too. And I planned on ignoring everybody and just keeping my headphones in. Well, one of his friends asked me if I was okay. Bad idea. The waterworks started and I started sobbing in class in front of everybody. I felt so bad for him. He just asked if I was okay. And guys, everybody was staring at me. It was so bad I had to be removed from class. Story time about how my best friend and I used to get away with hanging out with boys. So my friend and I's parents were really strict, which meant no hanging out with boys. Not even if a parent was there. And we would always come up with these elaborate lies to do stuff that we weren't allowed to do. And we were in high school. So we really wanted to go hang out with one of our guy friends. So we came up with this plan where we would tell them that we were going to a football game because it was a Friday, and that an Uber was coming to pick us up. And there really was no Uber, it was actually just our guy friend coming to pick us up. But since my dad didn't let me go in Ubers, we had to go to my best friend's house. And her parents were fine with it because they loved me and thought that I was the most perfect child on earth. So we get in our Uber and we just go to his house and hang out the whole time. I literally don't even know how we got away with this because it was the same exact car every time and the same exact Uber driver every time.
My sister ruined my relationship, so I watched her world fall apart. Story time! So, my sister hates me. We'll call her Amy, and she is the golden child of our family. She was one of those kids that was literally good at everything. Dancing, singing, baking, acting, you name it. She was acing it. And she loved to rub it in my face that she was always better than me. She was constantly 2 steps ahead of me. She used to tell me how everyone loved her more than they loved me. Over the years, I just became her validation punching bag. She just thinks her life is this huge ass survival game where she's the star player and everyone around her are just her little sidekicks in the game. If I got a B and she got an A, it was the perfect opportunity for her to show how much better she was than me. Even marrying the only good guy in the village was a absolute trophy moment for her, and he was my first love. I'd always dreamed of us both getting away from this shithole and moving away to Spain together. As Amy realised that I really liked Jane, she wanted him at whatever cost, and she ultimately got him. He fell in love with her the same way all of my family did. So unfortunately, Jake passed away. Amy was obviously heartbroken, but so was I too. But I had to put up this consoling front for my sister. And being completely honest, seeing how heartbroken she was over Jake's death made us grow closer together. To make sure she wasn't alone, I invited her to live with me and my boyfriend Mike for a few days. Mike and I had been with each other for about 2 years at this point. So Mike and I had just arranged a Valentine's trip to Hawaii together, and I really didn't want to leave Amy on her own since she was grieving so much. I convinced Mike to let Amy tag along on our Hawaii trip. But 4 days before the trip, I came home early. I saw Mike and Amy in my bed together. And instead of giving me an explanation as to what the hell was going on, Mike broke up with me there and then. And I could just see the smirk on Amy's face in that moment. And 2 days later, I saw on Mike's Facebook that they were in a relationship together. And in her eyes, she was top of the leaderboard again. Her and Mike went on that Valentine's trip to Hawaii together. So I decided to make a little trip of my own. So remember when I said I wanted to move to Spain with Jake? So I decided to go on a road trip to Spain. I am not alone. I did a little stop at Amy's house before I left. On this trip, I have the company of my first love sitting in the passenger seat next to me. For the first time in my life, I was at the top of the leaderboard. Taking your sister's dead husband has to top hooking up with your sister's boyfriend, right? My aunt tried to announce her daughter's pregnancy at my baby shower. Story time. Me and my husband are finally expecting our rainbow baby. Struggled for years, but safe to say, me and my family are so excited. And bless her, my mum is probably the most excited. She's been planning this baby shower and making decorations for it for months. She has been so supportive through such an exciting but scary time. A few weeks ago, my aunt told my mum and I that my cousin is also pregnant, and we're obviously so happy for her. However, my aunt said that the plan was to announce her pregnancy at my baby shower. She said, since we're having a big party anyway, she was like, it's no big deal, you can both share the day. I was like, absolutely not. I have been waiting for this day forever, and it's about me and my baby. My mum was like, obviously on my side, and said that it was best not to announce it at my party. My aunt then dropped it, and we didn't hear anything after that. So last Saturday was my baby shower, and it was literally everything I'd ever wanted and more. Everything's going really well, and we'd heard nothing so far about my cousin's pregnancy. That was until we got ready to eat my cake. And that was when my aunt says, hold on everybody, and she runs outside. And at that moment I knew. So me and my mum follow her outside, and my aunt had decided to bring a cake that was going to announce my cousin's pregnancy. Not only that, she'd also bought some presents for my cousin as well. My mum was immediately like, you are not bringing those inside. My aunt literally started to throw a fit. She started screaming, this is a baby shower, it's for babies! Your cousin is having a baby, so this is her day too. So then my cousin comes outside and I'm like, great, back up. And then she starts screaming at me for making everything on that day about me. And she kept saying, why can't I just be happy for her? They would not stop screaming, so the security at the place we were having the party kicked them out. And then some of my family then got mad at me because I wouldn't let her have her moment, so they left as well. And now the whole family are bashing me and my mum and my baby on social media, in group chats, you name it, they're slagging us off in it. Am I in the wrong for cancelling a whole vacation when I found out my stepsister hid my passport so I'd have to stay home? I have one biological sister and two stepsisters. Both my stepsisters are single mums and they both live at home with my family. So there's been issues in the past where my stepsisters have asked me to babysit for them. At first, I didn't really mind because they did pay me, but it wasn't that much, so in the end, I just ended up sacking it off. So talks of this holiday start coming up, and my two stepsisters, we'll call them Monica and Leah, suggested that I should stay home so I could watch the children, even though I wanted to go on the holiday as well. They said this would be better than hiring a babysitter because their babies are more used to me. They also highly implied that I wasn't fond of the destination that they were booking, even though I'd made it obvious multiple times that I really wanted to go. They even suggested that my stepmom should pay me double to try and get me to look after their children. There was just a lot of back and forth going on until my dad just demanded everybody to stop bringing it up. So last week we were supposed to go on this vacation. I had that panic that I hadn't packed my passport, so I just double checked, even though I knew I'd definitely put it in, and lo and behold, my passport was not in my bag. It was literally nowhere to be seen, and my dad was like, it's fine, we'll go back to the house and we'll try and look for it there. But my stepmom and stepsisters were adamant that they needed to get to the airport, otherwise we were going to miss the flight. And then they kept insisting that I should just stay at home and look after the kids and not try and find the passport. And I just outright refused. I was like, I am going on this holiday. And that was when my darling stepsister Monica admitted to helping Leah hide my passport so that I would have to stay home and babysit their children. She denied that this had happened, and that was when my dad threatened to cancel the holiday until they gave it back. Even though they did end up giving it back, my dad still cancelled the holiday as a way of punishing these 28-year-old women. My stepmom then said that I should be punished for making her daughters worry about their children when we were on vacation. Now I'm being blamed for ruining the family holiday. So what do you think? Am I wrong for uninviting my family to my wedding over a prank? So I grew up in a family where men prank and tease each other literally on the daily. So ever since me and my fiance, we'll call him Steve, got engaged, my dad, uncle, cousin and brother have all joked about running some tests on him. And these tests were to see what type of man Steve was. The prank started by getting Steve to play chess 4 times in a row. Bit of a shit prank if you ask me. And then it progressed to stuff like them slashing his tyres to see how he would cope with it. They were basically trying to see if he knew how to fix it like a man or if he was one of those lazy types and would have to call someone to get them to help him. They would ask him what his opinion was on birth control, religion and Jesus, and also gender equality. And if you think that's odd, just wait for it. They took him out and tested his hunting and fishing skills. Then another time, they overwhelmed him with like hypothetical situations to test his problem solving and thinking skills. But even that's not the worst of it. They kept calling him slow and soft when referring to like his physicality. But this is because he literally has asthma. They are just adamant that he's making excuses for himself. I literally begged them to stop, but my dad said that it was all just a bit of fun and this was how men were with each other. And then they told me to stop ruining their fun. Last week, they took Tim on a 3-day hiking trip. And on the trip, they ended up hiding his inhaler. Steve left And let's play a game of guess how I felt about this. 10 points to you if you said seething, because I was in fact seething. Brother even actually admitted to hiding it as a challenge for him. Let's just say when they got home, I exploded on them. They even said, oh, did little Stevie run home to tattle on us? I just straight up yelled at all of them and said that they weren't invited to the wedding anymore. My brother absolutely shit himself. He kept saying how it was just a prank, they'd always planned on giving him the inhaler back. My dad said he'd apologise if I insisted. But I said that Steve had already lost all respect that he had for them. And to be honest, he didn't really have that much respect for them to start with. Steve has said that he thinks that the boys in my family will always see him as a little college kid, since we did actually just meet in college. I called them all awful people, and then me and Steve left. My cousin is absolutely begging us to talk to him. We haven't heard a single thing from my uncle, but my dad is so mad, and he's now trying to get my mum involved to help reconsider the decision. But I refuse to have them at my wedding if they think it's acceptable to treat anyone, let alone my new husband, like that. My mum is saying that I'm exaggerating and I should just let bygones be bygones. So what do you think? I know in my Storytime videos you see me do these like mad glam looks, but that's just not me. I'm a mascara and cluster lash kind of girl, so that's what we're going to do today. I'm going to start with this new Glow Hub. What are you called? Like Scar Slayer Vitamin C cream. It's super thick, but I've just got out the shower. My skin's feeling a little bit dehydrated, so let's slap some of this on. There are my bronzing drops. Of course they were in my living room, because where else would they be? Ooh! This was one of those purchases that I was a little bit skeptical of, but they are actually really, really nice. I don't know what it is about this Zara brow gel, but I absolutely love it. It's so, so good. My brows are looking in a really weird shape recently, and I can't really work out why. Also, I'm balding. I've got a bald spot. I think it's from where obviously I tie my hair up so tight all the time. It's just pulled my hair out, which is great. Oh, lash curl. Is this how it is? Oh my God. If you're not curling your lashes, get onto it. I feel like I can never say it. Refi Gloss Highlighter will always have a place in my routine. Nothing compares to it. So I just put a little bit. Do not tell me I'm running out. Okay, thank God. Just put a little bit on my palette. Tap off the excess on the back of my hand. And then I just go on. And I dab this like all over my cheekbone, up on my forehead here, and then down on my jawline as well. I really feel like full lashes are on their way out, and like it's going to be cluster lashes and individual lashes from now on. I have this Instant Tan from Rose and Caramel. This is one of my favourite tan brands at the minute. Oh, it smells incredible. Okay, that is not the right undertone. Good. I guess we'll just have to wear like a high neck or something. A little bit of the Pink Honey Pixie pen to contour my nose, and then I just go over it with a sponge. I can't get over how incredible this smells. It literally smells like I've got perfume on. Okay, I'm gonna go do my hair. We'll be on our way. This might be a little bit of a hot take, but I actually feel like a no makeup is actually a lot nicer than like a full glam. This morning is an errands morning, so it's the perfect time to do some no makeup. I always start with something that's going to bring some colour to my face, whether that's a skin tint, but I'm using my Drunk Elephant bronzing drops. You want to be careful not to do too much with your brows. This is a little brow tint from Refi in the shade medium brown. I'm absolutely loving this. It just sculpts my brows and gives me a little bit of summer. My eyes are where I tend to do the most, so I always have my eyelash curler. And you can 100% just leave your lashes curled if you want to with a little bit of clear mascara, because instantly we've got movement, you know. You can go in and add your mascara now. I'd like to give an honourable mention to my UK Lash for actually giving me some eyelashes. I've just done a brilliant job of getting that on my eyelid, but I'm going to leave it and then wipe it off when it's dry. I don't want to use concealer because I don't want to add too much and make it look like I'm wearing makeup, but I want to look bright, so I'm going to use this Garnier Vitamin C like brightening eye cream. It has this yellow pigment in, so it makes your under eyes look super bright. This next step, game changer. Grab yourself some Instant Tan. I like Instant Tan because it tends to stay a little bit more than bronzer. Really work this into your brush, and then you can go around your face and add a little bit of colour. Prepare for this faux freckle hack to change your life. Grab yourself a duo fibre brush and a cream bronzer. Dunk your duo fibre in and just dot on your freckles. Super duper quick. Tap them in with that brush that we put the Instant Tan on. Because I've got oily skin and we've gone on with a lot of creams, I'm just going to use my Pore Filter Mattifying Mist just to keep my oils at bay. A little bit of Trigwell lip oil, and that's my no makeup look. Am I in the wrong for not including my sister-in-law in my bachelorette party because she wore white? So I'm getting married, and my brother Steve asked if I could include his girlfriend Amy in my plans for the wedding. So I made her a bridesmaid as a way of getting her involved in the family because he told me that he would like to propose to her in the next few months. But I obviously love my brother and I want his girlfriend to be included, so I made her a bridesmaid like he asked. So on to the issue. On the last day of my bachelorette party, we decided to do a big fancy meal that everyone would save up for. So Amy said that she had an emergency work meeting that she needed to go and deal with, so we should all just go ahead. And the restaurant was literally like a quick walk away from our hotel. Just a quick little interlude here. Can we just take a minute for my lashes? Fair, this Max Factor 2-in-1 Lash Wow is doing absolute bits for me at the minute. It has this really cool wand that you twist the end down here and it changes the length of the brush. So before I had it on voluming and this is on lengthening. I literally wore this every single time I wore makeup on holiday and it never transferred, it's flake free and it lasted all day when I was doing my excursions as well. I'm not even going to put lashes on. Anyway, back to the story. So Amy eventually came to join us at the restaurant and when I tell you, she walked in and my jaw dropped. Amy walks in a sparkly sequin tulle number and she had paired this with a tiara. And I know for a fact that my maid of honour made it abundantly clear that we were all supposed to wear pink and I would wear white so that we could get a cute picture when we were at the restaurant. And if you think I'm being dramatic, her look was so bridal, the waitress asked if we were having a joint bachelorette party. She said that it wasn't her fault because she didn't get the memo and I said, babes, listen. I think it's fairly common sense that when you're going to a bachelorette party, you don't really wear a bridal looking dress to the party. Plus, she was in the group chat, so she definitely did get this memo. So I know she knew. But now I feel really bad because my mum's told me that Steve and Amy have been fighting a lot about it all since we got back. So what do you think? Here's some more things that Disneyland Paris don't want you to know from an ex-Disney cast member. So let's talk about some of the best and worst things that happened whilst I was there. So it was one of my first meet and greets and I was friends with the Tweedles. I think I was friends with Tweedledee actually. It was a really hot day. It was when France was going through a bit of a heat wave and I just remember thinking like, please give me some good people today to get me through. So these two wonderful girls came up to me and they were English and I remember one of them sort of like grabbing onto my hands and looking at me and the Tweedles like dead in the eyes. And she looks at me and says, you got me through being in the care system. She then went on to tell me a little bit more about her upbringing, which I won't share online because obviously it's very private. But I think as cast members, it's very easy to forget that people do really care about these characters and it isn't just a job for you. I think about that girl a lot, you know, like I hope she's okay. Okay, let's get juicy. These are some... I was there. So thankfully, this one didn't happen to me, but it did happen to my best friend whilst I was out there. So Disney provides you with accommodation and the one I was in, I'm not going to lie, it wasn't great. But if you have any issues, you go to them and they will sort it out, apparently. So my friend started getting these little bites like all over her body. And then one day she found bed bugs. So let's say she complains about this on a Monday. She still hadn't heard anything by Sunday. So she goes back again on the Monday and is like, hi, I'm still getting eaten in the night. When is help coming? So by the time the fumigation people came, it was about 3.5 weeks afterwards. And she, bless her, she was bitten all over. Anyway, long story short, she got her room fumigated, moved back in and the bed bugs still came back. So she ended up having to move rooms completely. Now, I don't know if this is a myth because it happened before I got there, but I thought it's an interesting story. So this girl started to get like a rash on her arms. She went to the doctors and it turns out it was flipping scabies. She'd caught scabies from one of the costumes. So they tracked it back to what shifts they'd been on and who she'd been friends with. And she tracked it back to being friends with Tigger, which meant that all of the Tigger costumes had to be burnt. And to put it into context, one of those costumes costs thousands of pounds, so they must have taken an L. Get ready with me to go to prison. Okay, so I should probably like rephrase that. So personally, I'm a law-abiding citizen, but I am going to Shrewsbury Prison. And this prison happens to be one of the most haunted locations in the whole of the UK. So naturally, I am going there to do a little ghost hunt and a sleepover. So fun. We are basically going, there's a group of 8 of us and we're going with a company called Haunted Happenings. So the plan is that basically we'll do like ghost hunts with some of like the team that work there for a certain amount of time, and then from the hours of like 2 till 7:30 I believe, we have free reign of this whole prison. So in the time that we have free reign, I'm gonna do a little get ready with me. They're gonna lock me away on my own and I'm gonna sit in this haunted prison and do a get ready with me. I feel like this is definitely gonna be one of those things that seems great at the time, but whilst I'm doing it, it's gonna be absolutely terrifying. So this makeup has this pump man. So this makeup has got to last me till what, like 2 a.m? Till I do it again for the get ready with me. We need wee Cherie all day, every day. Wee Cherie. Also guys, I'm so close to hitting 500k. I've got it up. Oh, I've got it up and I'm tracking it. Oh God. I'm currently powdering my whole face because I need this to stay. I don't mind being a little bit matte. This powder, incredible, from the Beauty Crop. I've actually been loving a bit more of a matte base. I say that, but I'm just going to use a little bit of Wee Cherie just to, you know, bring a bit of a glow back. And I think that Wee Cherie should come out with a perfume with this scent. That would be incredible. Then, because I've run out of my Glow Milk, my Amelia Glow Milk, I'm just using some of my Charlotte Tilbury setting spray to lock it in. I feel like I might just be the most glam person to step into this prison, but I don't want to take that award just in case there's some like glam ass ghost in there or something like that. So believe it or not, this is me 2 years ago, and I thought I would show you how I do my makeup now compared to then to get a nice lifted face. So let's address the elephant in the room. I've clearly shaved my brows down quite a lot, and I also shaved the tails off them as well to give me lots of eye space. I swapped out a chunky black wing for a smoky sort of shadow wing, and I also used tape to help me get this lift. Although I absolutely love a full lash, a half lash, or even cluster lashes, which is what I'm using now, are much more my vibe. Skin tints will be your best friend. I'm a big fan of the MAC one, the Milk one, and the Iconic one. I feel like these allow your natural bone structure to peek through a lot. Your concealer placement is so important. I do a little dot here, a little dot going up here, in the middle of my forehead, and then I like to do a bit going underneath my cheekbone there. I mean, just look at the difference. Again, bronzer placement can literally make or break your face. So I'll do around the perimeter of my forehead, bringing it down in the centre, and make sure to blend into your hairline. I'll then follow that concealer line that we made earlier. You can kind of see where I've placed my concealer. I'm just going to go within that line and map out a little cheekbone. Then I'll just pat this upwards. After my bronzer, I'll then go in with something a little bit more cool tone to get some proper definition. I literally just go with my cream bronzer brush and tap that in. I feel like the biggest tip I can give is start everything at the back and bring it forward, and that includes a blusher as well. We literally only want to sort of keep it back there. Your powder and your powder puff are going to be your biggest friends to go back in and sort of harshen any lines in a really subtle way. Like if you can get a nice little bit of powder under your cheekbone, look what it can do for you. Do not skip highlighter. This is one of those steps that just adds exactly what you need. This is a Nude Sticks little cream one in the shade Bubbly Baby. And you want to tap this on anywhere where you're already naturally hitting the lights. Like here, a little bit under your brow. And then I just pop a swipe of it along my jawline as well. Then you can just blend this in with a little brush. And that is how to get your face naturally snatched. I got back at my cheating boyfriend by flirting with my dad. Story time. So me and Steve were dating for a few months before I started to suspect that he was cheating on me. He would very often hide his phone and be unavailable at the most random times. And then when I'd ask him where he'd been, he'd have no explanation. So one night when he was staying over at mine, I looked over and I could see Steve talking to a girl on Facebook Messenger. Which, come on Steve, we've moved on from Facebook Messenger now, babe. So I knew that Steve was in a Facebook group for bikers. And I thought that is the perfect place to get revenge. So I created a fake profile. I used a profile picture that I generated using AI. Next thing you know, I'm accepted into the group. I was going mad, sending friend requests to everyone in this group to make it look more real. And then to make it look like I actually gave a shit about motorbikes, I just posted some random pictures that I found on Google. And what do you know? Less than a week later, I get messages from Steve. He started the conversation by saying he'd literally never seen a more beautiful biker in his life and that he wanted to meet up with me. And I just thought I'd see how far he goes, so I told him that I had a boyfriend, and he instantly replied that he had a girlfriend but nobody needed to know. And after that, it all got very explicit very quickly. I just went with the flow of it all because I was gathering evidence. And then whilst all this was going on, another guy called Nick messaged me. New character unlocked. He was also in this biker group, but his profile didn't have a picture of him on it. And his page was also set to private as well. He started off by asking how I'd been, and I replied just saying, well, I found my boyfriend was cheating on me, so I'm pretty shit actually. And he responded so nice. He really built me up and encouraged me to leave him. So the next day, I confronted Steve with all of the evidence that I'd compiled from him cheating with me. And of course, he tried to put the blame on me. We ended up in a massive argument, and now he is blocked on everything. I ended up speaking to this biker stranger about it. This man was so attentive. He texted me every single morning, telling me to have a good day. And as the conversations went on, we started to get more and more flirty. We were adding spice, if you know what I mean. One day, he asked me if he'd like to meet up with me. So we arranged to meet in a little cafe at the weekend. And I was prepared to live my Bella Swan fantasy, you know, like riding on the back of a motorbike, feeling all dangerous. Okay, so let's fast forward to the weekend. I had already texted Nick and told him which table I was at in the cafe. So I'm sitting there feeling all cute or whatever, and I see a very familiar motorbike pull up in the car park outside. Nick then proceeded to walk in the door, and with his head down, he walked directly to the table I was sat at. So when he got to my table, he took his helmet off, and standing in front of me was my dad. And all he said to me before walking away was, please don't tell your mum. Girlies, I am going to the Sahara Desert, so let's get ready together. That's the first time I spoke this morning, and why is my voice about 17 million octaves lower? Can't tell, we're not on our fairy-like background. I'm currently in Marrakesh on holiday. I'm here for 11 days. This is day 3 and it's the first day that we are venturing out, so we're gonna go on a little excursion. I'm not doing anything crazy, I'm literally just doing skincare and mascara, but I'm not gonna chat whilst I've been on holiday yet, so here we are. So it's currently 8 AM and we're being picked up at 9:20. Literally, there is no better feeling than being on holiday, is there? Like, yesterday, for the first time in, I don't even know what, I was bored. I was sat by the pool and I was bored. So that was a great feeling, and I've got a little tan coming. It's there. I do have a tan line, and all my little freckies are coming out. This Refi brow tint is literally becoming my new favourite product. I used it last night and I was like, God, my brows look good. I don't know if anybody else is like this, but when they come on holiday, as I am a picky eater, right? So when I come on holiday, I always worry about like what I'm gonna eat. But so far, so good. I've been trying different things. I've told myself I just want to try one different thing every day. It's going really good so far. I really should have bought a waterproof mascara because I know for a fact that my Charlotte Tilbury one does transfer a little bit when it gets wet, so hopefully it's not going to do me dirty. But I do have my Max Factor 2-in-1 like masterpiece one, so I'll probably top my Charlotte Tilbury one with this because I don't think this one transfers. Oh my god, I've just realised that I've not put SPF on. God, could you imagine? This is my favourite SPF ever, the Bondi Sands Hydra UV Protect SPF 50 plus, and I'm gonna and I'm going to load this on. I've been using this in the morning, and then I've been using the Zit Sticker like Mega Shade one, and it literally sinks into your skin. It's so nice. Don't forget your neck. And then because my ears are going to be out today, I'm gonna put some SPF on my ears because you only burn your ears once before you realise that it's not a nice experience. I feel like everyone always talks about good eyebrow days, but no one ever talks about good mascara days. You know what I mean? When your lashes are just like so thick and full. Like, depending on the day, depends on what my lashes look like. Because today, they're not looking their best. Okay, this is the outfit. Cute little desert number. It's literally from H&M. The shorts are huge, so I don't know what to like. Do a little tuck, and then I'm going to take my Uniqlo bag, which I've just strapped on my little Von Dutch cap inside. Am I the arsehole for asking my boyfriend to stop being friends with someone? I know how that sounds, so let me explain. Me and my boyfriend Luca have been going out for about 2 years, and everything's been going great. And he has a best friend called Tammy, and I'm not gonna lie, their relationship makes me very uncomfortable. So about 4 years ago, Tammy and Luca actually hooked up. He said it was just a one-time thing and they very quickly realised that they were just better off as friends. This didn't bother me. He was very upfront about it and made it very clear that they were just friends now. He had a life before me and I very much appreciated his honesty. So one day near the beginning of our relationship, Luca looked upset. I asked him what was up and he said that he told Tammy that he was getting serious with someone and she had freaked out. And she said that she thought that at some point they would have got together eventually, even though she had a boyfriend at the time. So at the time, Tammy and Luca weren't anything. They were just having fun with people in between relationships. And this had really upset Luca because he thought they were just friends, so he felt totally blindsided by this information. He then didn't speak to Tammy for 6 months. So 6 months later, Tammy calls and she apologises. She said that she was in a bad place with her then boyfriend and that she missed his friendship. Luca spoke to me about it and I said I was fine with it as long as he was clear that they were just friends. Now I've been with my partner for 2 years and I met Tammy twice. Every time I'd invite her to something that was a group event, she'd always say no and I didn't think too much of it. However, she then started to make appearances when I wasn't there or I was away for work. So she started to call up Luca and ask if he was alone or if I was busy, and if she'd had a bad day, she would say she just needed time alone with her friend. I finally snapped when I was away last weekend. So Luca had posted a picture of him and Tammy out for drinks. I had invited her to 6 different events this year, but she said she couldn't commit to anything until June 2023 because her schedule was too busy. I said to Luca, it upsets me that you only hang out when I'm not there because it makes me think something's going on. I don't mind them hanging out by themselves, but every time I'm away, Tammy is suddenly free. Originally, Luca said that he thought I was overreacting, but now he says that he sees my side of the story and he won't be friends with Tammy anymore. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole for speaking Italian to my partner's family and exposing them? So backstory. Due to my dad's job, I lived in Italy for 3 years and I spoke Italian almost fluently. But it has been a little while, so I might have lost some of it. I recently started dating this girl and she's amazing. I love her so much. And a few nights ago, I met her family for dinner. And she did warn me that the male side in her family were very big into being macho. They said that they're big into testing the people that their family date and that they're very proud of their Italian ancestry. I think everyone apart from the granddad though were all from New Jersey, but whatever. You know, it's nice to take pride in one's heritage. And long story short, after dinner, they kept making jokes at my expense. I honestly wouldn't call it bullying, they were just making fun of my height and other parts of my physical appearance. They tried to make fun of my IT job until I told them how much I earned, so anyway, her older brother keeps giving me exceptional amounts of shit, mainly because I played lacrosse in high school. Apparently it's a sport for pretty rich kids, and why couldn't I play something normal like baseball or football? Overall, it wasn't a bad experience, but it also wasn't a pleasant one. And he ended this rant by saying, hey, we're just a big Italian family. We're loud and we tell it how it is. And everyone around me, except my girlfriend, started laughing. So for the next minute or so, I replied to everything they said to me in Italian. My girlfriend started to bury her head in shame, the granddad started laughing, and everyone just kept looking around at each other really confused, and then they told me that they don't even speak Italian. Then don't use your Italian heritage as an excuse to treat people poorly when you don't even speak the language. They all got super mad, but the granddad told me that I was okay and to all be quiet. I don't think my girlfriend's upset, I think she's just a little bit ashamed. But I think the granddad likes me. The word is from my girlfriend's sister is that all the men are furious and they think I'm a bit of a smart arse. And then they said that I disrespected them and their masculinity. And they said it was all done in an unforgivable way. Am I the arsehole for kicking my boyfriend's parents out of our apartment after his mum called me a bitch? Back in lockdown, his parents decided they were going to come and wait quarantine out at our apartment. Bearing in mind, they didn't ask. His mum just called and told me that they were on their way. I was already apprehensive about his parents staying over because they had always been rude to me. Verbally abused me in my own apartment, and overall, they're just the worst. And out of everything, the air conditioning caused the biggest debacle. Where I live, it's been between 85 and 90 almost every day. I normally have my air on 70, but when they started complaining, I turned up to 75. And this is already just a little bit toasty for me. But I was willing to be a little bit hot just to keep the peace. But this was not good enough for them. They didn't want the air on, point blank, period. They actually wanted the heat on. Yesterday, I finally cracked. I put about 10 pieces of duct tape over the thermostat whilst I went to work and said, do not touch this whilst I'm away. This is my home. I'm tired of you treating me like a child and creating your own rules in my apartment. You either need to respect my boundaries and respect my apartment or go back to your own house. His mother replied, and I disdainfully quote, you have no right to barge in here without knocking. That was not only an invasion of privacy, but you need to take that attitude out of your tone. Then she said, I've dealt with much bigger bitches before. She then continued for 20 minutes. And when she was done talking, I just chucked her out. And now my boyfriend's angry at me. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole for refusing to go to my best friend's boyfriend's birthday after she demanded to approve my outfit? My best friend Kate has a boyfriend called Jamie and they've been together for nearly 3 years. We met him on a night out and although he's Kate's boyfriend, I would definitely consider him a friend. So Jamie's 30th is coming up and they've decided to throw him a really big party. I've even helped them with the logistics of it all when they've asked. So the other day, Kate texted me and she asked me if I wouldn't mind toning down my look for the party. And she asked if I could send a picture of my outfit once I decided what I wanted to wear. And I found this a little bit odd. So I asked her what she meant by this. And she asked me if I wouldn't mind dressing frumpy. And it was because she didn't want to be outshone on her boyfriend's birthday. When I didn't reply straight away, she went on to say that she really wanted Jamie's full attention that night. And she said she wouldn't get this if I showed up dressed properly. And I was a little bit annoyed by what she was implying here. So I said, if I'm going to be that much of a concern to you, I would rather just politely decline the invitation. She then freaked out and said that I was being immature because I wasn't allowed to steal the spotlight. I said that I would just send Jamie's gift and she could tell him why I wasn't coming anymore. So she never actually told Jamie the real reason why I wasn't going. Because he texted me and said that he'd heard that I was booked and asked if I could rearrange my plans. And I said I wouldn't be going because Kate was insisting that I dressed a certain way. And then he started to call me. And he said that a couple of months ago he'd gone out with a group of his friends and Kate. So everyone had had a lot to drink and the topic of how each couple met came up. And when it was Kate and Jamie's turn, Kate asked why he decided to flirt with her and not me. And one of Jamie's friends turned around and says it's because he knew he didn't have a chance with a hot one. Kate asked Jamie if this was true, and with him having so many drinks in him, he described it in a way that made it sound like it was true. He basically said that yeah, he did see me, but he knew he didn't have a chance with someone like me. He then went on to say that actually speaking to Kate was the best outcome of it all because he loves her so much now and wants to spend the rest of his life with her. He said that they had spoken about it since and Kate says that she's over it. But he's noticed some changes in Kate's behaviour that suggest otherwise. He then said that he'd been planning to propose to Kate at his party, and that is why he asked me to change my plans so that I could be there. But after all of these changes in her behaviour and hearing what I had to say, he's decided that he doesn't want to propose anymore. So after I spoke to Jamie, I did end up calling Kate and she did apologise. She said that she'd found a lot of self-worth in being in a relationship, but she did say sorry for trying to solve her insecurities through me. She then said, however, that she didn't know if she'd be able to have me in her life anymore with the way that she'd been feeling. So now I've probably lost a long-term friendship over the drunken awkwardness of other people. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole for telling my brother that girls avoid him because he's creepy and not just misunderstood like my mum insists? So my younger brother, who's 18, has just started to show serious interest in relationships. He's a really sweet guy, but he often just says things that come across like really weird. I guess it's not so bad day to day, but it really does make his dating life a lot more difficult. For example, this one time we're at a beach club and he was chatting to a girl, and she really did seem interested and engaged in the conversation. And just a little FYI, this girl was quite short and very petite. And my brother told her that she just looked so tiny and helpless. Which, you know, isn't too bad, but then he said he could easily abduct her because he could fit her in his bag. Now, because I know him, I know that he's not intentionally being creepy. I just don't think that he understands that some things sound really creepy when you say them out loud. And this poor girl just did this fake laugh, walked off and never came back. Then a few days ago, we were in a cafe and he met a girl again. They ended up swapping numbers and he came to me and excitedly told me that they were texting. Then yesterday, he came to me all depressed and he showed me their text exchange. So earlier that day, she texted him and she said that she wasn't a fan of scary movies because she gets easily spooked. So late that afternoon, she asked him if he wanted to hang out that weekend. And he jokingly said that he'd sneak into her room at night when she least did expect it and make her scream. He didn't think that was wrong at all and he only noticed something was up when she didn't respond to his text messages. So he's been pretty bummed out all day about it and he's been moping around the house. So I told him honestly and I said, you need to stop saying creepy things so that girls stick around. And then I said he's a big tall boy, which ups the creep factor to anything he says. He got very defensive and hurt and tried to say that he wasn't creepy. When my mum found out, she got all defensive of him and said it was wrong of me to label him a creep. She said that he's just a bit of a misunderstood soul and that I should have a little bit more tact instead of just insulting him. So I turned to my brother and I explained that he's not a misunderstood soul in other girls' eyes. He's just a big tall guy who says really creepy things. He got really upset and we had a big argument after that. So what do you think?
When I genuinely think of all the losers I dated, I go back to this one thing. There's a common theme in all of it. It's me, bitch. I'm the problem. If you find yourself always dating losers or emotionally unavailable men, you're the issue, but I'm gonna help you out. Don't worry, I'm gonna help you out. You're attracting these men because of what you are willing to tolerate. Like someone who does not want to date a loser is not going to tolerate someone who has loser tendencies in their life. Someone who wants a serious relationship is not going to entertain people who are emotionally unavailable and immature and not letting them in. Because if I want a relationship, why the fuck am I gonna go for the one man who cannot communicate his feelings and is playing games? No, I want something real. I'm gonna find something real. I'm not gonna be Bobby who gets a panic attack anytime I ask him how his day is. What do you mean, how is my day? Why do you always want to know so much about me? Shut up, Bobby. Shut the fuck up. So by what you're willing to tolerate, you're like showing the universe, God, whoever the fuck you believe in or whatever you believe in, that you're okay with like a low vibrational energy. So let's say you want a relationship, but you're still talking to Bobby who can't fucking communicate shit and obviously doesn't want a relationship and is emotionally unavailable. You're just showing the universe that you're okay with those kinds of people, that you're really not honoring your standards or what you truly want for yourself just because you're putting that person's needs before your own. I get it. You might like Bobby a lot. Bobby might be everything. You're like, I really like him. We have such a good connection. All these things. That's great. Guess what? Bobby's not going to settle down with you. Someone who doesn't want a relationship trying to make somebody else be in a relationship with them, it's not gonna fucking work. And that's how we end up in situationships. No, I don't normalize situationships over here. They're not fucking normal. It's not normal. I'm tired of everyone being like, me and my situationship, ew, block that bitch, because that person's just showing you that they really don't want to be with you. Because if they wanted to be with you, you'd be their girlfriend or you'd be their boyfriend. If you're tired of attracting losers, don't put up with losers. If you're tired of attracting men or women who are emotionally unavailable and they're not, that you want a relationship and they don't want a relationship, red flag, run the fuck away immediately. If they say they don't want something, listen to them the first time and get the fuck out of there. We don't do situationships over here. We don't. If they wanted you, they would want you. Okay, you'd be together. Love yourself more. You know what I mean?
Would I be the asshole if I didn't invite someone's wife to my wedding because they didn't invite me to theirs? Ooh, intrigue. Most of my fiance's friends got married last year before he and I were engaged. We were both invited to all of the weddings except for one, where only my fiance was invited. Parentheses, he was explicitly told that he was not getting a +1 for that wedding, whereas I was explicitly on the invite for the other weddings. All other friends in the friend group got a +1, even if they were not yet married. They were all engaged. However, my fiance and I have been dating for 9 years, so I feel like being the longest running couple of the bunch counts for something. We are now planning our wedding. My fiance is offended on my behalf and doesn't want to invite his friend's wife since I wasn't invited to their wedding. I feel like this will look too pointed, but I understand why he thinks it's fair. They didn't invite me in order to keep costs down, not because of any specific feelings about me.
Okay.
We get along well enough, just haven't spent a ton of time together. We obviously would also like to keep costs down. Would we be the assholes if we didn't invite his wife?
Honestly, the chaos in me says do it and see what happens.
My sister is obsessed with K-pop to a degree where it's bad for us financially. What can I do? I think you gotta...
Gotta work. Gotta make that money, make purse. Gotta focus, so I make it perfect.
My younger sister, 14, is into K-pop a lot these days, and I'm really trying to support her interests. About 3 months ago, I bought her 3 huge photo card boxes of Stray Kids, Blackpink, etc. I didn't know what photo cards really were, but she told me it's a big deal, so I said why not? Well, turns out they weren't real photo cards. They were Lomo cards, so she won't even look at them now, and she started getting albums and collecting the real ones. She is neglecting her schoolwork and ruining her sleep schedule to watch live concerts or just staying up for when a new song releases. Due to this, she's missing school and is sleeping almost all day. She's aggressive all the time and it's hard to talk with her. I had to go in and clean her room, feed her bird, etc. A few nights ago, she called me to her room to show me her photo cards she found on eBay. They were pretty expensive and my family isn't in the best economical state right now. So I just told her how she already has a bunch and doesn't even look at them. She gets mad, starts crying, calls me out on how much I buy books and how her photo cards are practically the same thing. I try to talk some sense into her and she kicks me out of her room. I get collecting things, but her need to collect photo cards is blowing way out of proportion too quickly. We got her 3 new albums a while back, and right after opening them she asked, when can we get new ones? Now, fast forward to today where she convinced my parents to put some money into her bank account, saying she wants to spend some of it on food, hanging out with friends and all that. She will easily drop a few $100s for some photo cards, and I feel nauseous because we aren't in a good state with money right now, and she doesn't get it. And I don't know what to do. I can't even talk with her without yelling or crying to me about how I don't support her interests. Does anyone have any advice? I'm really confused. I don't think this is a K-pop problem. This is a parenting problem. Not you. Your parents are enabling her obsession by giving her what she wants all the time. Learn the word no. My parents said that to me all the time growing up, thankfully. Like, I did not get everything I wanted. That's not how life works, and you're setting her up for failure by putting an expectation that she can get what she wants because she cries or throws a fit. The real world will hit her hard in the head when the time comes, and she's 14. That's not like a little kid. That's like teenage years. I get their emotional stuff, but get it out.
Am I the asshole for punching my wife's best friend after she touched me inappropriately? Hey everyone, Lurker here. I've tried posting this from a different account, however it did not work, so I hope this works. I, 35 male, have been with my wife, 34 female, for close to 10 years. We have no kids as of now. My wife's best friend, Amy, has been friends with my wife for about 15 years. All throughout college, where I originally met my wife. Me and Amy haven't ever been the best of friends. However, we've been cordial for the sake of my wife. I've always found her to be obnoxious, loud, and entitled. The kind that inserts herself into anything in every conversation, whether that be on a night out with my friends or a private conversation. For example, myself and my best friend were talking about fertility issues in his marriage during a dinner with our longtime friends. We were quiet enough so that nobody could hear us over the chatter, yet she found a way to be nosy and made a comment about how she would just herself if she couldn't do that one thing a woman was made to do. That pissed off my best friend, Max, and his wife to the point where they excused themselves and left early to go home. Now on to the actual situation at hand. Amy's boyfriend, Khalid, had left her due to her annoying personality. I think it was more of a build-up, but what set him off was Amy purposely did not feed their dog while he was on a work trip because he was sleeping while she was drunk and calling him to collect her. That's only the tip of the iceberg. Oh, so she was retaliating. Yeah. Because he didn't answer the phone.
Yeah.
Amy has always been weird with me. She has constantly tried to DM me on Instagram, trying to make conversation about gossip in our friend group or completely random things. I've always ignored her. My wife has always seen her past strange behavior. She refuses to believe her best friend would have ill intentions. After their breakup, Amy came over to our house to see my wife. My wife was feeling ill on this day, so she took pills to help her sleep and fell asleep in a matter of an hour. I could not ask Amy to leave in the state she was in, so for my wife, I suggested that she would sleep in the guest bedroom. She agreed and went to bed. I was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner, and she waltzed into the kitchen with nothing but undergarments on. She acted shocked and claimed she didn't know I was still in the kitchen. I felt extremely uncomfortable and decided to call it a night. However, she started stripping and approaching me, telling me how my wife doesn't have to know and she's seen the way I've looked at her. I was completely baffled. And she told me she's gotten, you're okay. And she's told me she's gotten the wrong idea and to be ashamed to do this to her own best friend while I try to scurry out of the kitchen. However, she practically leaped in front of me and touched my privates. Without a second thought, I hit her. I know I could have easily pushed her, but in the moment, I panicked and I punched her in the face. Her eye was left bruised. She started wailing enough that my wife woke up and stumbled into the kitchen to see her best friend naked and bruised. She then went on to say, I tried to rape her and that I'm a disgusting human being and she should divorce me. I snapped back that she approached me naked and a rejection wasn't enough for her to back off, so I punched her, hence the bruise. My wife didn't say anything. Instead, she fainted and I immediately brought her to the hospital. My wife is now okay, but she refuses to talk to me about what happened. On the other hand, Amy has now accused me of attempting to have sex with her in our friend group. The majority of people don't believe her, but there are a few who live by always believing a accusation. The other half told me I f***ed up by punching her and fueling this anger. Amy has ruined my life. I'm afraid my wife will divorce me and this goes to court. I've already contemplated many times. I don't know where to go from here. What do I do? Where do I go from here? Any advice would be appreciated. Edit number 1. I know the story sounds absurd and I wish it were fake, but it's not. The unnecessary details are brought in to point an overall picture of her character. I guess it's worth mentioning my wife feels like she owes her life to Amy for getting her out of an abusive household when they were teenagers. They're like practically sisters. Amy was also not drunk. Edit number 2, a few things I would like to clarify to avoid confusion. 1, Amy claims to have gone to the kitchen to get a glass of water, not knowing I was still there. She then claims I took advantage of her. 2, the incident happened at approximately 3 a.m. It's now 8 a.m. 3, she came up with a story and posted it in our group chat right after she went back home. 4, a majority of our friend group have to get up early for their responsibilities, hence how this misinformation has spread like wildfire. I've been getting individual DMs on advice and opinions since where I've concluded the majority are on my side. Some say I shouldn't have punched her and the rest believe her. 5, my wife has been up all night and refuses to talk to me. I have not tried to push her to talk to me. For now, she needs time to process it. And then he also adds a comment, I'm contemplating on texting her ex, Khalid, who left her, and try asking him if she's done anything similar to his knowledge. He may be able to make my story more believable based on a factual pattern of behavior rather than word against word. Just not sure if it's a good idea.
Am I the asshole for leaving a dinner party after a girl sat on my husband's lap? I'm honestly still so shook from everything, so I'm sorry if I'm rambling. My husband and I are both 25 years old and we've been married for 3 years now. From the beginning, he was very close with his best friend's sister, Cindy, who is 18 years old. My husband would often talk about her and tell me about how he'd seen her grow up throughout the years. Cindy is always very bubbly and seems super fond of Jake as well. I remember when we were dating, she would ask to come on our dates a lot, and I never really said anything because I also liked spending time with her. She was mostly like a little sister to me. When we announced our engagement, she told my husband that he better not forget her after being an engaged man, and he better still hang out with her. Well, we got married, and I even made her my bridesmaid. Soon we would move to a different state, and we kind of just lost contact. Recently, my husband's best friend came to stay with us and his sister Cindy came along as well. Now, the moment she got here, she was talking about how hot my husband had gotten and how she's so happy that he doesn't look like one of those boring married men. Then throughout their stay, Cindy would just start ignoring my presence and just be way too close to my husband. I told my husband that it was starting to look a bit inappropriate and to please ask Cindy to tone it down a little bit. He said that Cindy is just childish and she's like that with everybody. So on their last day, we decided to host a little dinner party for everybody. During the party, I was with my husband and Cindy came up to us and said, "Oh, I need to steal your husband for a little while." And before I could even say anything, she grabbed my husband's hand and took him to go play games. I just kind of ignored it since it was their last day together. Then throughout the dinner, she would just drag him away and she was way too close to him. but she would drag him away whenever I would get close to them, and then she would do that while just like looking at me and giggling. When it came time for dinner, I obviously sat next to my husband Jake, and Cindy came last. She then started to say, "Oh, there's no seat," and then she just went and sat on my husband's lap. Am I the asshole for leaving a dinner party after a girl sat on my husband's lap? Everybody was super surprised, and Jake just started laughing and said, "Cindy, stop acting like a kid. You're not a kid anymore." Cindy just said it was a joke, and she got up and sat in the other seat while giggling at me. I was so angry with the disrespect, and I just didn't want to say anything. And I was honestly so pissed that Jake was just so cool with everything. So I got up, I excused myself, and I took my car and just went on a drive. About an hour later, Jake called me and asked me where I was, and I told him that I was going to my friends and I'll come back when Cindy leaves. When I got back, Jake was so pissed at me and said that I just took things way too far. I started crying and told him how everything made me feel, and he said that I was horrible for thinking such bad things about Cindy, and she was like his sister. I told him that I didn't doubt him, but I was just so hurt by how disrespectful her behavior was and how he was so cool with it. And that honestly, he was enabling her by not saying anything. He started saying that I was ridiculous and couldn't take a joke, referring to the sitting on the lap incident, and I said regardless, I just don't want her in my house again. To top everything off, Cindy sent me a text message saying that she was sorry for making me so insecure in myself and that she would do better to make me feel better, but that I shouldn't have left the dinner party because it was childish and spoiled the mood. It felt so backhanded. I just didn't even respond anything to her, and I told my husband that he needs to maintain a distance with her. He asked if I was giving him an ultimatum, and I said if he's willing to go as far as disrespecting me and disregarding my feelings about Cindy. He was really upset, and this really rubbed him the wrong way, and he said that if I have such disgusting thoughts in my mind, then he might as well leave because he cannot live with such an insecure person. He packed a bag and left to his mom's place, and I have tried apologizing profusely and saying so sorry for everything. And later, Cindy's brother texted me, calling me a bunch of names, saying that I was disgusting to think such things about his sister. I just don't know what to do. Am I wrong for this? I don't know how to go about the situation.
Storytime. I'm gonna divorce my husband of 10 years. My husband and I met when I was 18. It had always just been me and my best friend, but when my husband came along, we became an inseparable trio. For me, it was love at first sight. I had the biggest crush on him and didn't want to ruin the friendship, so I kept it to myself until he confessed to me when we were 20. Things went fast and we got married when we were 22. My best friend got married and we all remained close. We had invited my best friend and her husband around for dinner, and we were joking about the things we got up to, and my husband brought up how he always had a crush on my best friend, but then she got a boyfriend, so he settled for me instead. When I tell you my whole world just came crashing down, I realized my marriage of 10 years with him was settling for second best. I was never his first option. After that, everything he did just started to annoy me. He just stopped being attractive to me anymore. We haven't slept together in 6 months because I feel so disgusted. I just want out. I feel like I've wasted my life. I'm disappointed in him and myself for believing that I was the one he liked. Part 2, from the husband's point of view. I destroyed my marriage with a stupid comment and a one-night stand. I would like to tell my side. When I met my wife, I didn't think much of her. She was funny, kind, and a good friend, but I had no other interest. Her friend Sarah was gorgeous. She had long red hair and these soft freckles and long eyelashes. She was my dream girl, but she was not interested in me. I noticed my wife Amber was hanging out with me more, laughing at my jokes, listening to me, and it made me consider having more of a relationship with her. Sarah got a boyfriend about a year into us being friends, and her interest in our friendship group dwindled. She hung out with us less and spent more time with her boyfriend, which left me and Amber alone a lot. I ended up giving up on Sarah and focusing on Amber. We started dating and got married. We kept our friendship with Sarah, and we focused on each other. In the back of my mind, I always felt like I had missed out on something. My marriage was boring. Amber 3. I destroyed my marriage with a stupid comment and a one-night stand. Amber and I were basically friends, so we were existing alongside each other, not actually together. So one day while we were at dinner, I got jealous of Sarah and her husband, who seemed happy, and made the comment about settling for Amber. Amber shut down after that. She kept repeating the same question over and over, and it would make me so angry that I didn't answer. I guess that was my first bad move. Sarah messaged me after dinner to check if I was okay. She was just reassuring reassuring me that I did nothing wrong and it would work out. Got a text saying Amber was planning to divorce me, so Sarah came over and we tried to stop her from leaving, but that only seemed to make things worse. Sarah saw how distraught I was and stayed to comfort me. We drank, and in a drunken, stupid mistake, we ended up sleeping together. Sarah confessed to her husband that we slept together, and her husband told Amber. Now both of our marriages are ruined. I regret it so much, I wish I...
4 days ago, I think I met my long-lost sister. Growing up, I was told by my adoptive parents that I was adopted at 10 months old. They're always open about it. They framed up a picture of me and my parents and placed it in my room so I would always remember them. They even track down their grave and take me there once every 2 years. We'll have a little picnic and they will ask me to share my achievements with my biological parents. They didn't change my last name to theirs and allowed me to decide whether I want to change it, which I did in my teens. I am now 27, a nurse, and I live on my own with my cat, just a few hours away from my adoptive parents. I have a neighbor, let's call her Anna. She's a marine biologist, married, and has 3 kids. We often chat when we bump into each other in the hallway, or her kids will come over to my place to play with my cat. 4 days ago, I got a knock on my door, and it was Anna. Turns out her nanny went MIA on her at the last minute, and it was already late for a close friend's wedding, and was wondering if I can watch the kids for a couple of hours while they're gone. She asked me if I can watch them at her apartment instead, since her youngest is sleeping. I grabbed my stuff and went over next door. We played dolls, played pretend, and ordered food and watched a movie after that. So I told the kids to keep their toys before the food arrived, and while we were at it, I saw something that made my heart drop. I saw a picture of my parents. They looked so much younger, and it was a different picture from what I had. I asked Anna's kids if they knew who these people were. They told me that they had no idea who it was. My curiosity grew more and more. I texted my adoptive parents if they knew if I had any siblings. They told me that they were not too certain, but in the adoption profile, it stated that I'm alone and without any siblings. A few hours later, Anna got home. I was inquisitive to know, and I couldn't wait any longer. I asked Anna who this young couple was. Anna told me it was her parents, and they died when she was 6. She was then raised by her aunt. I was shocked. I feel like throwing up. This can't be real. I have a sister. I went home and did some social engineering. I went on Facebook and Instagram to see what I could find. I found the profile of an old lady I believe is the one that raised Anna. I see that she refers to Anna as her daughter, and I was looking at pictures, and I found a rather similar picture to what my adoptive parents gave me, just without me in it. I called my adoptive parents, crying, telling them what I found. They drove for hours to come to me when I showed them, and the 3 of us cried together. They told me that I should let her know. I don't know if I should because it seems like she doesn't know that I exist.
Wait! That's it? There's no more? We don't know if she tells her? I bit my boyfriend's member because he wouldn't stop head pushing, but now I feel really guilty. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time, but it's keeping me up. We've known each other for about 6 months and started hooking up in October. The head pushing has never been a problem until a few weeks ago. I don't mind a little, but he gets so aggressive that it hurts. I've communicated with him in more ways than one that I don't like how aggressive he is. I'll stop him when he's doing it just for him to resume not even a minute later. I told him during and outside of it, so I really don't think I could have been any more clear. Earlier today, I was going down on him and he started again. Like usual, I moved his hands off my head. I told him to be gentle. I told him it hurts when he does it all within 5 minutes. He just wouldn't stop. At first, I just bit down a little with my front teeth. That didn't work, so I bit the head with my molars. Not that hard, probably enough to break a baby carrot. He yelled and pushed me off of him and started asking what the hell was wrong with me. I told him that he's the one that can't do one single thing that I've asked him so many times not to do when I'm doing something for him. He kept telling me that it doesn't matter, that you should never do that to anyone, blah blah blah. We bickered for a couple minutes and he eventually left while calling me dirty names on his way out. I honestly wasn't expecting to do it. I'm just so tired of having my boundaries broken. I've been extremely clear and direct when telling him to simply not push my head. I don't understand why that's so hard to comprehend. Is there something that I'm not understanding? Does it make the head better? I just feel like I'm doing this one and only thing for him. I get no pleasure out of it. I don't even like doing it. It just feels so dirty and so disrespectful with the amount of times I had to ask him not to. But I can't help but to feel bad. I'm worried that I might have hurt him more than I intended to. I don't want to call or message him, but I don't even know where he is right now. I don't know if I should have taken a different approach to this because I don't know if our relationship will come back from this with how upset he was when he left.
My ex-boyfriend is threatening to expose our SEX tape if I don't get back with him. Disclaimer is not my story time. If sent on me on Instagram. I broke up with my ex 3 months ago, and it's become my personal nightmare. We actually only dated for 6 months on and off. At the time I didn't know it, but he was definitely love bombing me from the beginning. At the time I didn't even know what that was. Not until I started watching TikTok. We met at a bar, which is the worst place to meet a guy, by the way. He was all over me the first night he met me. He was trying to kiss my neck, and he even tried to grab my butt. I told him he needed to calm down, and he did. The following week, he managed to get a hold of my friend on Instagram, and he convinced my friend to give him my number. And my stupid ass friend gave it to him. He was extremely manipulative too. I later found out that my friend had a crush on him, so she was just trying to give him my number so she had an excuse to talk to him. Once this man got my number, it was a constant barrage of text messages. He would text me every single morning. He would send me selfies, and all of this without my permission. I've only dated broke guys in the past, and my ex has a lot of money. So I decided to go out with him just to get a free dinner. Biggest mistake of my life. He forced a kiss on me on our first date. Part 2 is up. He actually forced me to kiss him on our first date. Story time about how my ex is threatening to expose our SEX tape if I don't get back with him. Disclaimer is not my story time, it's on Instagram. After he forced me to kiss him, I slapped him and he liked it. He actually said, "I'd like that." I know this sounds terrible, but I kinda liked it. So then I went on a second date with him. He was really quick to do the dirty. He would always be grabbing or touching me. Anytime we were alone, even if it was for 5 seconds, this man would just pounce on me. He was literally and utterly obsessed with SEX. Don't get me wrong, it definitely was overwhelming, but I had never been with somebody who was so passionate. But then came the jealousy. He was constantly worried about who I was with. He was always showing up to places where I told him I'd be. Even if I was having dinner with friends, this man would show up. He would show up uninvited to my house. Before I knew it, 5 months had passed. This is when my parents started trying to convince me to break up with him. They hated that he always came around to the house even when we were all having dinner. He would just show up and sit down with us. My father especially hated him. He would also grab me in front of my parents and try to do stuff. Part 3 is up. In front of my parents, he would always try to kiss me and touch me. My father hated this guy. Story time about how my ex is threatening to expose our SEX tape if I don't get back with him. One night I go over to his apartment, which he lives in a penthouse, and he tells me that he has something fun planned for us. I went into his bedroom and he had this whole setup. Cameras, chains tied to the bed, handcuffs. It was like 365 days in there. Or 50 Shades of Grey. This man knew how to get me to do whatever he wanted. He started kissing my neck and we started doing it. I knew the camera was there, but it didn't bother me. I never thought that he would ever try to use it against me. Fast forward 3 weeks later, I break up with him. He decides to start stalking me and then sends me the video. He told me he'd give it to me if I went to his apartment. I go to his apartment and he basically attacks me. Pushes me down on the couch and tries to do it with me. Then he told me that if I didn't get back with him, he'd expose me. I got back with him. He's on his best behavior. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? My brother recently got engaged. Although I'm close with him, I didn't know his fiancée very well since I currently live in another state. I've probably met her about 10 times, give or take a time. Each time has been fine, cordial, and friendly, but I'm not calling her just to chit-chat. After accepting, I received a package in the mail from my sister-in-law. It was an outfit. Sweater, jeans, shoes, and a jacket from a fast fashion brand that looked pretty cobbled together. She left the price tags on them and all of them were discounted. I texted her asking what the package was for, and she told me it was for me to wear to the party so I wouldn't upstage her. I asked her if other attendees received outfits, and she said no. I asked her if I made her feel uncomfortable, because why else would she do this? And she said no, but she just wanted to make sure that I didn't look better than her. The whole thing didn't sit right with me, and I told her I wasn't comfortable being the only person wearing a random outfit. It didn't seem like it would fit me well, and I asked her if maybe I could send her a photo first of my outfit for approval. Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower, and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? I asked if I could maybe send her a photo first of my outfit for approval, or buy something myself that she liked. It was all no, no, no. So the day of, I decided to just go with a similar outfit like she packed, but in my own clothing. Example, she sent me a blue sweater, so I wore a similar blue colored sweater from my own collection. I made sure that I had no visible logos and I did not bring one of my designer bags. Instead, I opted for a simple tote. When she saw me, she was livid to the point that she took me to the kitchen and read me out. I told her she was being unreasonable, but she told me that because she is the bride, nothing could ever be unreasonable because it was her special day and her way or the highway. I decided to leave because I clearly wasn't welcome and she wouldn't be reasoned with. But on my way out, she threw her iced coffee at me, ruining my sweater. I had originally promised my brother a $15,000 check as a wedding gift. But now I told him that unless his fiancée apologized and paid for a new sweater, $100, then I would not be attending their wedding nor giving them a check. They are currently fighting. Some family members are on my side, while others are calling me an asshole for not just wearing the random outfit to make the bride happy. It's turning into a huge thing. I know I could have sat out of the event, but I wanted to be there for my brother. So, am I the asshole for not adhering to the dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I the a-hole for kicking my brother-in-law out after he referred to himself as the father of my child? Let me explain. I'm a 30-year-old female and my wife is a 29-year-old female. We welcomed our son into the world a year ago, and both of our families are very accepting of us, but my wife's family has this weird obsession with passing on the family genes. So this made adopting out of the question very early on. My wife and I always wanted to start a family, but things got difficult when my wife found out that she was infertile. We knew that her family would be understanding, but I am terrified of pregnancy. My biological mom died in childbirth, which has led me to believe that I wouldn't hold a pregnancy very well. After a few months of brainstorming, my mother-in-law suggested that we do IVF. Using my eggs, my brother-in-law's sperm, and let my wife carry the baby. Even though I was skeptical, I gave in because the plan hit all the marks. Her family got to pass on the genes, and my wife and I got to start a family. Plus, I didn't want to carry the baby. We went through extensive counseling and therapy to make sure everyone was on the same page and could handle it, and everything went great. My wife loved being pregnant, aside from the morning sickness, and we were overjoyed to welcome our new baby boy in the winter. But a problem arose when we were preparing for my son's first birthday when my brother-in-law made a comment about how he should get a say in the planning as the child's father. I was shocked, I cringed, and I told him he wasn't. And told him that he was just providing a piece of him, and he looked me in the eye and said, yeah, so he's our child. My wife's jaw dropped and my mother-in-law wasn't making eye contact. I kicked him out of the house and told him that he couldn't come back until he apologized. But he got angry, which made my wife start to cry. She has always struggled with self-esteem, and this infertility really took a toll on her. For months, I've had to reassure her and tell her what an amazing mom she is. My sister-in-law later that day called me the B word, and I argued that my brother-in-law had no right saying any of that. But she kept yelling, so my wife and I had to cut off contact with her family. Brother-in-law signed away all of his rights and agreed multiple times he's just an uncle. But am I in the wrong for waiting for him to apologize?
My wife wants to raise our 1-year-old and our newborn as twins. A few weeks ago, my second son was born. He was somehow born on the exact day my 1-year-old was born. I thought this was just a neat coincidence and joked about how much money we would save on birthday parties. My wife, however, is taking it a lot more seriously. She's set on the idea of raising our 2 boys as twins. She's always wanted twins, and she said the fact that they were born on the same day is a sign from God. She says if they were raised as the same age, they would be able to go to school together, having each other's backs, and believes that they could be closer as twins rather than siblings. I told her I'd rather not psychologically torture my son for the rest of his life, but she's adamant that we will tell him when he grows up, and it's only so he can be closer to his brother now. I also brought up that they clearly do not look the same age, and she says by the time they're 1 and 2, no one will be able to tell a difference. Does she have any sort of point? I can't believe you're even asking that if she has any sort of point, because no, it sounds like she has maybe a point to go to the doctor and maybe ask for a little bit of help with mental illness, because that sounds a little bit crazy to me.
These are the zodiac signs of the men I have had talking stages with. What I learned about those zodiac signs during the talking stage. First, we have my most favorite, but also my least favorite because they're fucking insane. Pisces men. Pisces men are fucking nuts. I have never met a man that is so open, like has so much emotional vulnerability, but at the same time will shut you out like no other. Pisces man will like sit there, tell you everything, be so fucking open and honest, and be like so amazing. You're like, wait, I actually like really like this guy. He's so emotionally intelligent. He's fucking amazing. And ghost you for 3 weeks. I'm not gonna lie, I love my little Pisces. Like I love him and I fucking hate him. The thing is, it's like I learned to play his game. And the thing is, I shouldn't even be having to play games, but I've learned his game so well that motherfucker can't even try a single thing on me anymore. For the good of my fucking mental health, I've had to cut him off. Pisces are another one that think they're just so fucking misunderstood and the world is against them. Like, you don't even know what I'm going through. Like, you don't even know. Yeah, you won't communicate it. So how the fuck am I supposed to know? Pisces men could keep therapists in business for so fucking long, but their egos will literally not even allow them to go to therapy. Their emotions are just literally everywhere, and if they don't know how to deal with the fucking emotions that they feel because they're a water sign, they are just batshit fucking insane. I will say, out of all the talking stages I've been in, Pisces was my favorite and my most fucking irritating. Next, we have Cancer men. If you want to be love bombed and have actually all of your time wasted, go talk to a Cancer man. Fuck it, I'll give you the number of the Cancer man that did that to me. I'm a Cancer woman, so this is like a lot coming from me. But my first encounter with a Cancer man. Man, I could have lived without. I really could have. Like, I didn't really need to be love bombed and then like completely thrown away, you know? It didn't feel fucking good. A Cancer man would not know accountability if it literally slapped them in the fucking face. Like, it is never their fault. It is always your fault. Like, you did this and then you did that and you did that. Have we ever thought that maybe you're just a fucking narcissist? Have we ever taken a step back and said, you have all the tendencies of a fucking narcissist. Maybe you're just narcissistic. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's you. That man will come into your life, tell you he wants a relationship with you, walk away a week fucking later, and then not even be in a relationship 2 years later. So maybe you don't want a fucking relationship. Maybe you're just a little bitch. Have we ever thought of that? I know I've been shitting on majority of these men, okay? There is one that I actually do enjoy. I just do not know his zodiac sign, so I texted him asking him for it. That's how you know what? That's pathetic. But I'm gonna say nice things about him. This one was very respectful, very nice. Always clear on his intentions. Like, never left me wondering or anything like that. Was just very communicative. There was no love bombing. There was none of that, which I honestly really appreciated. There were no games. There was nothing. It was honestly just like a good fucking time. He was a little bit annoying. No games, nothing. Very communicative, like just a good fucking guy, okay? I need to know what his zodiac sign is, mainly because I want to start dating more of whatever fucking sign that was. Those are just some of the zodiac signs that I've talked to, I've dated, I've done that whole thing with, and that is just my honest opinion on those fuckers.
My boyfriend's sister is really obsessed with him. He's taking her on holiday, and I don't know how to convince him it is super weird. I have been dating my boyfriend Mike for just under 18 months. Our relationship has become really serious. We have even started to discuss things like marriage, children, etc. We moved from England to Wales about 6 months ago because I got a job opportunity that required us to relocate. He was able to convert to working from home, so I stayed employed by his old company. We now live about 70 miles away from our hometown. I'm kidding, I gotta stop. We now live about 70 miles away from our hometown. Because it's so far, we rarely visit home. Maybe once every 6 weeks or so. I've had commutes to work. My job was, I think, 80 miles away. I did it every day, and you can't see your family for 6 weeks. Whatever. Whenever we visit, we stay with Mike's parents. Every time we go, his sister is incredibly obsessed with Mike and won't leave him alone. It's to the point where it's really weird and almost like she has some kind of romantic feelings for him. I brought this up to Mike and he says I'm being crazy, but I'm not. For example, she'll snuggle up to him on a sofa, so I have to sit somewhere else. She'll ask for him to take her shopping to places that I don't like. She'll make him take her to restaurants and they'll have a fancy meal together. It is so weird how she treats him like a boyfriend. Oh my god. God, please, to make this woman not sound as bitter as she sounds, please tell me this child is above the age of 18, because then it'll be a little weird. But if she's a child, then man, you got problems. They have a holiday to Spain booked for the summer holiday to the town where Mike grew up. They booked this before we were dating, but it's just them two going and it makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. I first asked him to change the booking so I can come along as well. He said he contacted the travel agents, but they said they weren't able to change the bookings anymore and that they couldn't book a separate package for me because the hotel was booked up. Yesterday I told him that it was really weird that he wants to spend 2 weeks alone with her in a foreign country, and when I said this to him, he blew up at me and kicked me out of the house. Like, genuinely kicked me out of the house for just questioning him about this, which has made me feel it's even more weird than I thought. We ended up having a huge argument, like the biggest we've ever had. And now I'm considering booking a separate hotel nearby the one they're staying at, just so I can keep an eye on her. I have been texting him and ringing him and he hasn't answered or responded to me at all. I don't understand how he doesn't see this as weird, especially considering how obsessed she is with him, as I mentioned earlier. It just makes me sick and I don't know what to do. How do I express to him that this is not normal? How do I show him that there is something weird about how his sister treats him? Someone asked how old is his sister. She's 9, but will be 10 this year. Woman, you need therapy. She insists on going to shops I don't like. Like what? Toys R Us? Oh my god, this is so sad. That is insane. And I have traveled with my brother to a foreign country, and we're 6 years apart and I'm 27. So that is not a big deal. Unless you make it one. That is so... You give off... I'm so sorry, but you give off only child vibes. Because that is so sus. Not saying that all only childs are like this, but I feel like only child would not understand the family dynamic.
Am I wrong for refusing to be my sister's babysitter and putting her job at risk after she called me a deadbeat mom. I'm 24 and I have an older sister who's 33. I had my sons really young at 15 and 18 with my ex. My sister was already out of the house when I had my youngest, so she didn't really need to do anything as far as childcare. Not that I expected her to, I'm just kind of giving context. I'm really lucky to say that my ex is an extremely involved father, and we have equal co-parenting schedule that we worked out outside of court. He gets 1 month and I get 1 month with the kids. We live in the same city, so this doesn't affect their schooling or anything like that. And this has worked for us since we broke up when we were 18. And now I understand that a month is a really long time, but that doesn't mean I don't see my kids during that month. We still do sleepovers, go to the movies, we do nightly FaceTimes, we'll go to dinner, see a movie, and sometimes we even do sleepovers. I do love that it gives me time to relax and be child-free. It gives me a chance to hang out with my boyfriend or go out with my friends spontaneously. I still get to live as a young adult, and so does my ex, which is kind of why this works so well for us. This is always a controversy when I mention it to other moms, because they always say the same thing. I could never. And they make me feel like a mom because I have fun during my time. So I don't really mention it often to other moms. Anyways, my sister just welcomed her first baby last year. Now, we weren't the closest because of our age gap, but her having the baby really did bring us closer together. Her husband and her separated a few months after having the baby, and she's been doing it all alone ever since. With how the job market has been, it took her months to even land an interview, but she got the job. Sadly, childcare in our area is about $2,000 a month, and she can't afford it. So either the paternal grandmother or I will watch him during the week while she's working. My mom would do it, but she returned to work last year to pay bills, so she can't. Luckily for me, my mom could watch the kids when I was underage and when I moved out. But now I work from home and they go to school, so I don't really have to worry about that. I don't mind watching my nephew. My sister starts at 6 and gets off at 2. And I usually only do it 2 or 3 times a week, so it's not constant. So on Thursday, when my sister dropped off my nephew, she had to go downstairs because she forgot his diaper bag. But she left her phone and purse behind. When she left, her phone rang and I answered it because it was our mom. While I was talking to my mom, a notification popped up that somebody she was talking to liked a message she sent. It said, "Crazy how she can watch my son for me, but when it comes to her kids, she doesn't care. I could never go to Jamaica to celebrate a man's birthday when I could be with my kids instead." Deadbeat moms are worse than deadbeat dads. The message shocked me so much that I screenshotted it. My boyfriend's birthday is next month and we're going to Jamaica to celebrate. This is my kids' time with their dad, so it worked out perfectly. When my sister came back upstairs, I acted normal and said goodbye. But the more I thought about it, the more pissed off I got. Why should I be ashamed that I don't have to do this alone? How am I comparable to a deadbeat like her husband who hasn't seen their kid in months and has no contact? Here I am doing her a favor by saving her $2,000 a month. So when she came to get my nephew, I confronted her. At first, she tried denying it until I showed her the screenshot. Then she tried telling me it was all out of context. But when I asked her to show me the message, she didn't want to. She told me she's sorry, but she honestly doesn't seem sorry at all. She just wanted to leave. When I asked her to tell me how I'm a deadbeat, she broke down into tears and told me that she's a single mom. She receives no help and I'm barely a mom. So I don't understand how she feels. I told her to leave, so she did. But once she was gone, I called her and told her I was no longer going to watch my nephew. I didn't want to tell her in person because I knew she was going to try and guilt trip me. She sent me over 50 text messages when I wouldn't answer, that she's so sorry and that this wasn't supposed to happen, that she regrets it. She told me she needs me to watch him since his other grandma can't do it every day, and that if she gets fired, she'll be out of a job again for months and won't be able to pay her bills. Well, I didn't reply, and now my mom and family are telling me that I need to accept her apology and keep watching my nephew. I feel used and disrespected, but I also feel bad because I know she needs childcare. So am I wrong? Bye.
Am I the asshole for telling my fiance that my little brother is more important than him and our upcoming wedding? I, 30 female, am currently 2 months pregnant with my first child and engaged to my fiance of 3 years, James, 31 male. For a little background, when I was 15, my parents had my baby brother. And 5 years after, when I was 20 and Matt was 5, my parents and Matt were driving home and they got in an accident, resulting in the death of my parents. After the accident, I was completely destroyed and devastated, but I had to pull myself together to be there for my brother, and the following month, I buried my parents. With the help of my aunt and uncle, I applied for guardianship of my brother. It took about 7 months before I was approved. I had to get a stable job and income, which I did. Proper housing for me and my brother, which I did by using money from my inheritance to buy a house and other little things. But in the end, I got the guardianship of my brother. It was hard at first, working while looking after my brother, but it's easy now. But there's still some ups and downs. I would do it all over again for my brother. I met my fiance when I was 27 at a gathering, and we just clicked. And after 3 months of dating, he proposed to me. At first, I said no because I still have my brother to take care of. But after thinking, I said yes. We agreed to wait until we were more financially stable. In the beginning of this year, we wanted to tie the knot since I was pregnant because I didn't want my baby to be born out of wedlock. We started the preparations and the wedding is happening in October. But from what happened last week, Saturday night, it looks like there isn't going to be a wedding. There were many issues before where we fought and it was resolved. For example, the wedding date. The date my fiance wanted for the wedding was on my brother's birthday. No, you're not the asshole. Your fiance fucking sucks. I know this is the first example that you're giving me, but your fiance fucking sucks because you said that you guys have been together for 3 years. That means he has been around, not 1, not 2, but 3 years, knowing when your brother's birthday was, knowing what day you guys celebrated your brother's birthday. Hell no, you're not the asshole because you got the nerve. You have the fucking nerve to specifically choose my brother's birthday as a day to get married. Hell no. I had a problem with that. I wanted to throw my brother a big party because he's turning 14. I offered the week after and we argued. He even ran to his mother to try to convince me, but I stood my ground stating my brother's birthday is important to me. Him and I fought a little more, but we ended up coming to a resolution. Then there were the roles that I wanted my brother to play in the wedding. At first, I offered my brother to be his best man. He said he wanted his best friend to. I said, okay. Then I said, ring boy. He could hold the rings on the little pillow and bring it up to us. But James said he wanted his nephew. I said, okay, and I left it alone. Saturday morning, I was watching this TikTok video where the bride asked her male best friend to be her man of honor, and I thought it was sweet. So I decided to bring it to my fiance. When he came home, I was in the kitchen and my brother was away at a sleepover at his friend's house. He entered and sat down, and this is what I said to him. I told my fiance I had the perfect role for Matt. He asked me what it was. I told him I thought he could be my man of honor. He asked me what. I told him my man of honor, or I'll call him my brother of honor. It'll all be lovely. My fiance responded with, I thought you wanted my sister to be your maid of honor, so that's not gonna work. I never agreed to this, and what about my brother? I want him to play some role in my wedding, is what I told him. He said, I was thinking he could be a guest and sit in the rows. So it's okay for you to deny my brother as your best man, but it's not okay for me to deny your sister as my maid of honor because I want to have my brother play a role in my wedding. How the fuck does your sister and your best friend get to play a role in our wedding, but my fucking brother doesn't? Girl, nah. I like that you said at the beginning of the story that there doesn't seem like there's going to be a wedding because this man is already starting the process to try to push your little brother out of your life. After coming into your life 3 years ago, knowing how dedicated you are to him and how much work you had to do to ensure that you were going to be able to stay with him and raise him yourself. Absolutely not. Toss him to the side. Toss him to the side. Let go of this clown and go and find your king because your king is going to embrace your brother with more love than you have. I was completely shocked. I wanted my brother to be in my wedding and not just some side guest. I didn't know what to say. He wanted to put my brother on the sidelines. His whole family was playing some part in the wedding, and most of my bridesmaids were his cousins. Only 2 were close friends, but this he couldn't grant me. I stopped what I was doing and I told him no. This was my wedding too, and I wanted my brother to be my man of honor. He started that his sister was better and my brother could just be a guest. He didn't want children in the wedding parties. I completely lost it and I started arguing with him about one thing to the next. Since Saturday, he hasn't come home, only sending his brother to pick up his stuff. His mother and sister have been blowing up my phone, saying I'm a selfish woman and so what if my brother's just a guest. The last time they called was Wednesday night and I went batshit crazy on them, using language that I'm not proud of, but I ended the call with, yes, my brother is more important than him and this wedding if it's happening. I will never put him in front of Matt. So I'm fucking sorry and to let James contact me when he wants to talk things out. Girl, you dodged a nuclear fucking missile. You were going to marry into this bullshit. Your first red flag was when you guys disagreed on the fact that he wanted to have your wedding on your brother's birthday and he ran to his mommy. I can't marry a man that refuses to stay and talk to me about the issues between the two of us. Your mama don't got a goddamn fucking thing to do with what's going on over here. That was your first fucking red flag and I would have called quits right fucking then. This shit was just gonna get worse. It was just going to get worse. After you guys got married, he was going to try to find a way to push your brother out of your life completely. Well, we need to prepare for the baby and we need to focus on getting things ready for the baby. You don't think you could go and live with one of your aunts or uncles or something? Because right now, I really just want to focus on our lives together. That's where that shit would have ended up after the wedding if you would allowed him to have this shit play out the way he fucking wanted to. You said that you guys agreed to get married this year because you didn't want your baby to be born out of wedlock. And I can promise you that there are worse things in the world. Like marrying a man who runs to his mommy and his sister when he doesn't get his way. A man that gets with a woman, proposes to her, says he wants to spend his life with her, knowing that she has spent the better part of her life taking care of her little brother just to turn around and try to push him away as if he's not fucking important to her. There are worse things in this world. You guys will be okay. I know it's not ideal and it's not what you wanted, but it's gonna be okay.
My husband called his toxic ex to announce our pregnancy without talking to me first. I'm happy to be proved wrong in this because my husband thinks that I'm being really unreasonable. Me and my husband are newly married and we found out recently that I'm pregnant. We honestly couldn't be more thrilled and excited. My husband has an ex that is very unhinged, and me and my husband have an age gap, a pretty big age gap that he's always been pretty aware of. His ex-partner treated him really poorly. She was just super nasty to him. When me and my husband first got together, she called him to ridicule him and tell him that I was probably gonna leave him within a couple of weeks because I am so much younger than him. It honestly broke my heart that anyone would say that to him and sow any seeds of doubt. We moved on and ignored it, and he blocked her number and blocked her on all social media. After we announced our engagement, she called him again from a friend's phone and told him that I didn't love him and that I would leave him after I couldn't get children from him. She told him that I was cheating on him and that I was obviously very promiscuous because I attended Pride, so I'm obviously a lesbian. She was just saying really nasty things, and again, it broke my heart to hear him so stressed and tearful about it. I wasn't there when she called, but I really wish that I was. So we found out about 2 weeks ago that I was pregnant. He decided to unblock her and call her and tell her that I was pregnant, despite us not even announcing it to our friends yet, just our close family. He said that he didn't want them to find out via social media, which we aren't even announcing that on social media until past the 12-week scan. I was so upset that he hadn't even thought to check with me beforehand or even just discuss it with me at all. I told him that I was really unhappy that he didn't talk to me about it first. And then he apologized and told me that if I wanted to unblock my ex and tell him that I could, which I really don't feel the need to do. But he keeps telling me to calm down and just forget about it already. It's not a big deal. I don't know if I'm the one being the asshole or not, but let me know what you think about the situation.
Am I the asshole for leaving my girlfriend homeless after a joke gone wrong? My 31 male and my girlfriend 28 female have been together for 8 years. I've always been against marriage from a young age, and any relationship I've had, I've made it clear that I don't want to marry ever. And if that's a deal breaker, then we weren't meant to be. My girlfriend, when we got together, accepted this and was willing to see how it goes. When we got together, my girlfriend didn't have a job, and when she moved in, she still didn't have one. When I brought it up, she asked to be a stay-at-home girlfriend. I was fine with taking care of her and didn't mind. The agreement we had at the start was she'd take care of the house and I would work and fix the stuff that breaks. Everything was fine for our first 3 years. After that was when she started to slack with the upkeep of the house. I'd come home and everything would be dirty and she'd be on her computer. We talked about it and she said she felt I wasn't pulling my weight. I did say that I was working and that when I come home, I don't want to do housework. After we finished talking about it, I agreed that I would do half the housework so she wouldn't be as stressed. She did keep up her half of the cleaning and we alternated in cooking days. Part 2. Am I the asshole for leaving my girlfriend homeless after a joke gone wrong? Eventually, she didn't want to cook after a bad accident with a kitchen knife that required stitches. I ended up cooking more, and on days when I was working late, we ate out. This was pretty much how our dynamic was for the next 5 years. I believe that we should have our own finances, and because of this, when I got paid, I paid the bills, and whatever money was left over, we split 50-50. She had her money, and I had mine. Neither of us had access to each other's accounts. Money was tight at first, but I worked my way up the corporate ladder. I started from roughly $40K a year to over $100K a year after tax. Her and I talked about how stuff would be split, and I made it clear that if we rent, I'm fine with putting her name on things, but if we're gonna buy things like houses, cars, boats, etc., that it would be my name on the title or lease unless she had a job and was making an attempt to pay for things with me, or if she had kids and was a stay-at-home mom. Because of this, for the first 7 years, we rented cars and the houses that we lived in. My girlfriend took an interest in buying property a little more than a year ago. She wanted a house that was 9 hours away from my parents and hers. I didn't want to move because I love my dad and would miss him dearly. Part 3. Am I the asshole for leaving my girlfriend homeless after a joke gone wrong? She ended up showing me homes in the area she was wanting to move to, claiming they were her dream home. We ended up closing on it, and I was the only one put on the house. She was really upset with me that I wouldn't add her to the home, and I understood, but I told her that we had already discussed how I felt in the beginning of the relationship and that I wasn't going to change my mind. Fight didn't resurface until we got vehicles. I went with just a plain hybrid car around $40K, and she ended up really wanting a $100K car. I was again the only one associated with the financials of the vehicle. This is when she finally had it and got really angry with me and didn't drop the topic for a long time. The main argument was that she could use her money to make half the car payment until it's paid off, around 8 years, and then I would transfer the title to her name only. She didn't like the idea of paying for half the vehicle she wanted. 3 days later, she came to me with an ultimatum. Part 4. Am I the asshole for leaving my girlfriend homeless after a joke gone wrong? 3 days later, she came to me with an ultimatum. Either marry her or the relationship is over. Now I associate marriage with cheating because of my parents' divorce. So my response after I collected myself was, I know you're cheating on me, in a serious tone. I did think I was making a joke, and I had hoped it would be a joke, but when she said that she wasn't cheating on me, I knew it wasn't. She had some tells to show me that she was lying. Her voice changes pitch, like it goes hard and can't get the words out. It took a while for her to finally confess. She told me everything and was a mess of tears and snot getting her story out. The reason she took an interest in buying a house 9 hours away was because her affair partner lived only 10 minutes away from the house we bought. After she explained everything, I was just quiet. I told her to leave and give me her key. I took a lot of work to get her out peacefully. She kept begging to stay and we could work it out and that it was only a mistake. She left without the car because I wasn't letting her take it. She ended up staying at a hotel that I paid for 3 days. At the time, I fully thought she had some money, but she didn't. Had nowhere, to my knowledge, to go, and I partially ignored her for 4 days. As of today, she's living in my garage.
My girlfriend, 24 female, got a tattoo as a tribute to her ex, and I, 26 male, don't know how I feel about it. I think it depends. If she got the tattoo and like they were together when he passed away, then I get it. But if she's getting the tattoo while she's dating someone else and then her ex passes away, then it's like, therapy. Me and my girlfriend have been together for about 6 months now. In the first month into our relationship, she gets a call one morning when she stayed over at my house from one of her friends saying that her ex had completely destroyed her, and she's been blaming herself for his death as she was the last person he had spoken to. They were together for like 4 months, but knew each other for like a year. From what she told me, he didn't seem like the greatest guy. He would manipulate her, treat her horribly, and he was an alcoholic who apparently was going through stuff. But despite all of that, she still wanted to help him until she finally left one day. It's been 5 months now since his death. I understand, not that long. And she still blames herself and says she would do anything to have him back as he didn't deserve this. There are days where she feels really depressed and sad, but she would hardly open up to me because she says it upsets me hearing her talk about it, but would happily talk to her ex-best friend every day and would sometimes go hang out with him at his house where the ex used to live too. But in reality, I just want to be there for her and help her get through this. Last week, she told me she's getting a tattoo, and she showed me a design that she was going to get. She ended up getting that tattoo and sent me another photo saying she got another one, and this tattoo was a heart symbol inside saying "miss you" on her leg where it's visible, and I don't know how I feel about that. Now I know it's her body and she has the right to do whatever she wants, and I've also supported her through her grieving process. It hasn't been easy for me, but I'm still sticking by her side and being there for her. but I feel like this tattoo is the breaking point for me. I just don't understand what to do because it doesn't feel right to me. I understand grief makes people do all sorts of things, and I know she's got no right to even ask if it's alright with me to get a tattoo as a tribute, but I feel like there's other ways of remembering someone like an ex rather than getting a tattoo which is permanent, unless it was a family member. She has a couple of his clothing as a sentimental thing to remember him, which I didn't really mind. I'm just nervous to bring this up because it sparked a few arguments when I've tried explaining things to her, as she turns them on me and sometimes makes me the problem of the relationship when I tell her things that make me feel uncomfortable. I could handle her still keeping in touch with her ex's friend. I could handle her spending time with them, as I know that probably helps, but I think with this tattoo, I would not be able to look at it every day, especially if we were in bed or getting intimate. I suggested for her to see a therapist because of what she's going through. It's pretty traumatic, but she brushed it off saying, "I'm not ready to talk or let go of him yet," but she says she still wants this relationship to work. Has anyone had a similar experience to this or knows how to handle the situation? I just, don't hate me for this. I think getting a tattoo of someone or a remembrance of someone that you were dating for only 4 months is wild. Wild. 4 months. You're with this man for 4 months. And you got a tattoo of him. Honestly, I think this just sounds very messy and toxic, and I would get out of it.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband I told you so and laughing at him when we got the paternity test results? I've been married to my husband for 2 years and gave birth to our daughter 5 weeks ago. So long story short is our daughter came out with pale blue eyes and blonde hair, and me and my husband both have brown eyes and brown hair. My husband absolutely freaked out about this and refused to listen to my explanation that sometimes babies are born with lighter hair and lighter eyes that get darker over time. He demanded a paternity test and threatened to divorce me if I didn't comply, so I obviously did. After me and my daughter came home from the hospital, my husband went to stay at his parents' house to take some space from me for about 3 weeks. I was recovering at home and he told them what was happening. My mother-in-law called me and informed me that if the baby turned out to not be his, then she would ensure that I was taken to the cleaners during the divorce. Thankfully, I had my sister to lean on and help take care of the baby during this, but I don't know what I would have done without her. Am I the asshole for telling my husband I told you so and laughing at him when we got the paternity test results? We got the results back yesterday and my husband came home to view them with me. I was in the living room on the couch and he came and sat next to me to read the results together. They showed, obviously, that he was the father, and my husband had this kind of shocked, mortified look on his face, and he kind of just stared at the results. I couldn't help but say I told you so, and I started laughing at the way that he looked, so mortified and scared. Well, my husband snapped out of his shock and got mad at me for laughing at him. We argued for a little bit, which was mainly my husband yelling at me, but then my sister came downstairs and my husband all of a sudden shut up. After that, my husband went back to his parents' house to clear his head, and a couple hours later, my mother-in-law called me and she scolded me for laughing in his face because apparently that was kicking him while he was down. She's also left a couple nasty texts essentially saying the same exact thing this morning to me. I don't think I'm an asshole, but I'd love an outsider perspective on this situation.
How do I, 28 male, break up with my girlfriend, 28 female, after moving away on purpose? My girlfriend and I have been together for 4 years, ever since she was in medical school. We met through some friends and got along great. She's kind, beautiful, and smart. However, there has been this guy who I'll call Brad. Brad and her met during her last year of medical school, and they became really good friends. They had a certain chemistry and always got along well. In the beginning, it wasn't an issue, but towards the end, they were really close. It got me unnerved, but I figured they would be placed in different hospitals for residency, and my problem would solve itself. But just as luck would have it, they got into the same hospital for the same program, so they were going to be working together. The hospital is a little far from where we stayed, about 45 minutes. I really tried to find time to go and visit her, but between her insane hours and my own job, I couldn't do it. At the same time, those two were getting closer. At this point, I'm pretty sure Brad had a thing for her, because once when I came by, his face turned pretty sour. Honestly, at this point, I had begun to seriously worry about the relationship. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't want to come off as some pretty insecure dude. I did mention she and Brad had become pretty close, and she said she was very grateful to have him as a friend and was hoping she would notice something was off about me, but neither happened. What really was the nail in the coffin was when her aunt, that she's really close to, passed while I was on a business trip. When I offered to come, she told me that she'd be fine and Brad was helping her. I am a data engineer, and right after this call, I decided I was done. It was heartbreaking to play second fiddle, and I applied for jobs elsewhere, and after 2 months, I was offered a better job in California. When I told my girlfriend, she surprisingly got upset but wanted me to pursue my career. It's been nearly 6 months since, and I've just been focusing on myself. I found an amazing barber and gym. I used the end of my relationship to fuel this rebuild, and I'm pleased with the results. Surprisingly, after I moved to California, she and I have been talking a lot more, but I couldn't get over her and Brad, something I know is bad and have been in therapy to improve myself. About a month ago, I posted a picture with one of my female coworkers. Nothing inappropriate, posted a couple of pics with different people, and she became even more concerned. I'm not sure if she really was, but I realized it was wrong of me to keep her in the relationship. I thought I'd just not pick up her calls and slowly go no contact with her. Well, a couple of hours ago, she called me crying, called 10 times at midnight, which got me worried, and said I haven't been responding to her and was asking me what she did wrong, which honestly made me feel terrible. In the spur of the moment, I said nothing happened, but I was busy with work. She didn't quite believe me and wants to come to California next week. I'm really not sure what to tell her now. I mean, after how she treated me as second place, why the sudden change of heart? From what I know, she and Brad are still good friends. I don't want her to come, and I think I need to end this relationship for my own sake. Do I just send her a text and block her? What do I do? Community. You're telling all these random people this is how you felt with her male best friend. Why couldn't you sit down and have this honest communication with her? Even if it made you look like a bad person, you should say, hey, I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I feel like I'm competing against your friend. Have that, because she probably doesn't see it as a problem unless you tell her it. Don't drop hints here and there. You have to say it to their face. But if your partner's someone close and passed away and they told you no, it's okay, I'm gonna be with the male best friend, that would burn too. I would be like, okay, that is really, like, I would not be happy with that. I'd be like, yes, please come. If you're my person, like my significant other, I want you there for everything. I would not want my best friend there, like, especially if it's opposite gender.
My fiance broke up with me because my parents have an unconventional marriage. Me and my fiance have been together for 6 years, and before that, we knew each other for 3 years. We're getting married in February, or I guess we were supposed to be getting married in February, but I don't really know anymore. We were visiting my parents because my fiance wanted to meet some more of the extended family before we ended up getting married, and my parents offered to host us, so we were staying with them in my old bedroom. My fiance wanted to stay in a hotel, but I thought that it would be fun to sleep in my old bed and stay with my mom and dad one more time under their roof before I became a married woman. My parents have been in a non-conventional marriage for a really long time. It was a shock for me when I found out, but I learned how to cope with it. I'm not necessarily comfortable with their lifestyles, but I obviously can't do anything about it. Basically, they go on dates with other people, spend time with other people, and sleep with other people, and I had to find this out when I was about 16 years old and I came home early from a trip and caught my dad making out with another lady on the couch. I obviously freaked out then because I didn't understand what was happening, but then my parents explained to me that everything was fine. But long story short, my fiance couldn't sleep last night because he's just not used to sleeping away from our bed back home, and he left our bed. He walked out to find my mom making out with another guy. My fiance absolutely freaked out and started yelling at my mom, and then he came and found me and told me to call my dad to immediately tell him that he caught my mom cheating on him. My fiance broke up with me because my parents have an unconventional marriage. My mom had to sit my fiance down and explain to him about my parents' non-conventional marriage. Once it seemed like my fiance was finally calming down and kind of coming to terms with the fact that they had a non-conventional marriage, he realized that I had known all along about their marriage, and he started freaking out on me. He told me that he can't trust me anymore and that I insisted on staying with my parents so that I could ease him into the idea of a non-conventional marriage, and I just cannot get through to him about it. My fiance has been cheated on before, and his mom cheated on his dad, and that's why they got divorced, and he does not have a good relationship with his mom. He could barely even stomach the idea of her coming to our wedding. He went to a hotel for the night and he said that he's going to be leaving tomorrow to go back home, and he hasn't been answering any of my phone calls or text messages. Says that he needs to reevaluate our engagement and says that he doesn't know if he can marry me knowing that I approve of my parents' marriage style. How can I talk with him? Because I have no interest in my parents' marriage style. I really don't want to lose him. I don't really talk about this often because it's just not easy for me to talk about it, because I feel a little bit ashamed about my parents' marriage style and their open relationship. I don't understand how they could have behaved this way, knowing that my fiance was staying under the same roof as them. I don't want to lose him over such a stupid thing, and I would really appreciate any advice as far as talking to him about this goes.
My husband and I don't want a man to be charged with SA against our minor daughter. Am I the asshole? Okay, hear me out. This issue has divided my family. I, 41 female, and my husband, 42 male, have been married for almost 18 years, and we have 3 kids. The child in question is 16 years old. When she was 14, she came to us and said that she was pregnant. We were very concerned, of course, and we asked who the father was. She didn't say, even after us asking repeatedly for months. We also gently asked her if someone had assaulted or raped her and insisted that she could be honest with us. We explained that we loved her, but we needed to know. She never told us, and she went through with having the baby. Thankfully, she had a healthy pregnancy. We pulled her out of school and told her that we would be there for her and for our grandchild. 8 months ago, the baby got really sick. A blood treatment was needed, but due to it having a rare blood antigen issue, basic donations were not helpful. Our family was all tested and no one had it, so we needed the baby's father. Our daughter was still reluctant to tell us after all this time. We explained this was no longer about her, but about saving her child. She finally told us the guy's name and that he was currently a senior at the local college and was 21 at the time that she got pregnant. Of course, we were upset at him, and we understood why she felt scared as she was taken advantage of. Oh, hell no, baby girl. Oh, baby. We went to the police and he was arrested. A DNA test was done and he was a match as the dad and the blood. Our grandchild was able to be saved. The guy, however, said he had no idea our daughter was 14. He stated that he met her at the college. They met at the library, saw each other at some parties, had smacks a couple of times, and then he stopped hearing from her. No, you're not the asshole. You're not. You're absolutely not, because how the hell was this man supposed to know that your 14-year-old girl was a 14-year-old girl while she's hanging out on a college campus? No, you're not the asshole for not wanting to press charges against him because of the age gap. Nope, absolutely not, because she could have ruined this man's life by lying. Absolutely not. I don't think you're the asshole. For context, the women in my family, even myself, started developing really early. By 14, my daughter does have the body of a young woman, but a younger face. With some makeup, she does look a lot older, which is why we've always encouraged her that she didn't need it. After pleading with her to tell us the truth, she finally did. Her and some friends would go to the library at the college to check out guys. She had a fake ID and did go to several parties at the school when she was supposed to be over at her friend's house. She met him and lied about being a freshman at the college. After she got pregnant, she stopped talking to him. No, you're not the asshole. Absolutely not. The police want to press charges, as do other people in our family, but we feel that this is unfair to him, as my daughter lied to him and put herself in this situation. Both of them say that it was consensual, and she even showed some videos that she took of them together. Are we wrong? No. No, you're not. No, you are absolutely not wrong for not wanting to jeopardize this boy's college career, his education, his life for something that he had no fucking knowledge of. This shit happens way too fucking often because y'all goddamn daughters think that there are no consequences to shit like this. No, the people in your family fucking suck. What the fuck are they trying to punish this boy for? For not asking for this little girl's goddamn birth certificate at a party? No. No, how the hell was he supposed to know that she was a goddamn child while she's hanging out on the goddamn college campus? No, absolutely not. He did nothing wrong. He's one of her goddamn victims. If I was him, I'd be trying to fucking press charges on something. Your daughter needs to face some consequences to her actions other than being a teen fucking parent. She needs to face some types of fucking consequences. This shit is not okay. It is not Okay, it makes my ass itch to the highest fucking level because some of you little bitches out here are playing with these men's lives and it's fucked up. Your daughter 100% knew that what she was doing was wrong, which is why she didn't say anything to you, which is why she fought tooth and goddamn nail until her baby was on its deathbed before she said something to you guys, because she knew that what she did was fucking wrong. If anybody needs to face the consequences of their actions, it's her.
Am I the asshole for changing my mind about letting my girlfriend name our son? My girlfriend is currently pregnant with our first child, which we recently learned was a boy. Before we knew the gender, we made a deal that if it was a girl, I would choose a name, and if it was a boy, she would pick.
Okay.
That was before I realized that I hated every single name on her list, especially the two that she was leaning towards the most.
Why would you say that if you didn't know what the names were yet?
Yeah.
What? Okay, go ahead.
Elian and Gawain are after the Knights of the Round Table.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's nice.
One thing about her is that she has always been into fantasy and mythology, especially the Arthurian legends.
Yeah.
And she expressed that she has always loved both of those names.
Right.
Even though I didn't like her choices, I figure we didn't even know the gender yet, so there was no point in bringing it up.
Okay, dude. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many men have to do this, and it's not all men, I'm sure, quote unquote, hashtag not all men, but like it seems to always be men where it's like, I didn't think I had to bring it up. How many times do you have to hear those words before you're like, you know what, I should probably bring it up?
Should probably do it.
Should probably bring it up, man. Really eating my words, dude. Fucking, yeah. I think those are nice names.
Yeah, I think they're fine too.
Yeah.
All names are
Gawain?
stupid.
This baller as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a boy. Parentheses, not because I didn't want a boy, but because I didn't want to have this conversation.
Okay.
I was hoping that she would change her mind and pick a better name, but no. She decided on Elian, which I guess is better than Gawain. But I still hate it.
Call him Eli.
Yeah, Eli, that's a good shortening, yeah.
Yeah.
But I still hate it. It sounds like a douchebag in a teen movie that they were trying way too hard to to give a unique name. My own son's gonna be a fucking douchebag.
Yeah, right.
God.
And everyone else has the same mentality that they're all gonna choose perfectly Christian names. He's gonna grow up and he's gonna be the only one with the weird name.
Yeah.
And that's a crime to be different.
Exactly.
And there's
it's
no
illegal.
way that you can change it until after you put it on the birth certificate. Not at all. But go ahead.
I asked her if she had any normal names that we would both be happy with. She asked me what was wrong with the name she chose, and I brought up the above-mentioned concern. Our son's gonna be a douchebag. That's not in there, sorry. She got upset and told me that we had an agreement and she would have accepted any name I chose, even though she didn't like any of them either. Now she'll barely talk to me. I apologize for being so harsh about it, but I would at least like a say in the matter. I even mentioned another name that was on her list that I didn't hate as much, Leon, but she won't budge.
Leon's good.
I honestly don't think it's unreasonable for me to want to have a say in my own son's name, but everyone I've talked to said that they're actually really like that name, and it's not fair to me to go back on our deal.
Yeah.
So am I the asshole? Edit.
Okay.
Okay, yes, making that deal was stupid and we shouldn't have done it in the first place. And yes, asking her to pick a, quote, normal name was a shit thing to say.
Yeah.
I'm going to sit down and have an actual conversation with her about it and see if we can come to some kind of an agreement. And for those asking, it's pronounced lion, but sometimes when she says it comes out as Elian.
Am I the asshole for meeting with my father even though he stole my brother's wife? Mark has pretty much gone off to the deep end. Last week, he messaged our mom to clear out his room because he's not coming back and to just throw it all away. As she was doing this, Cass came to visit and decided to help, and they found a USB in his closet. I wasn't home for this, but apparently Cass argued with my mom until she let her open it, and there was like a bunch of photos of her in there. Nothing inappropriate from what my mom told me, but it made Cass have a breakdown and she spent time in the hospital psych ward. She got out a few days ago and I've talked to her, but I haven't seen her because our dad picked her up and she's staying with him. But on Sunday, she put up a big Instagram post praising our dad and Jane and mocking Mark and saying the worst stuff about him that somehow made its way to him wherever he's gone and came back crashing home yesterday because of it. He literally drunk drove his Prius into my truck when trying to park in the driveway. And thankfully, I was with my fiance's family because according to mom, he demanded to see me so he could kick my ass because now he's blaming me for all of this. And to be honest, I kind of am too. Everything was mostly fine until I got in that car with my dad, and it's like everyone's spiraling now. Even me a little bit, if I'm being honest, but now I mostly just feel bad for our mom because this whole thing has got her feeling so down and awful and inadequate about herself.
Am I the asshole for telling my pregnant 19-year-old daughter she needs to move out ASAP? My daughter, Rose, 19, was always a smart girl. She did well in school and got a full ride to a great school that is locally. She's been living with me and going to school and doing well. She got this new boyfriend a few months ago who I don't like. I can smell the bullshit. He constantly lets her down but covers it up with a big smile and grand promises. Despite my warnings, they're still dating, and now she's pregnant. I offered to pay for the abortion and take a few days off work to take her and help her recover. She said no. She's going to marry her boyfriend, and they'll be one big happy family. He wants to move into my house, and she'll drop out of school while he works to support them. He's a bartender who doesn't go to college. I laughed at that idea, which made her mad. She told me that since he can't move in, I'll need to step up and help with the baby more. Y'all, she has always been a very sensible child. I don't know where this all came from. I flat out told her that if she thinks she's grown enough to have and raise a child and get married, then she needs to move out soon and manage being an adult with the child's father. I raised the one child I wanted. I do not want any more children living in my home. I told her I'd pay for diapers here and there, and I'd still visit her, but this baby is 0% my responsibility. If she chooses adoption, which I'm pretty sure she wouldn't, I'd be willing to help her navigate that. She won't talk to me. My husband, her stepdad, is staying out of this, but thinks I could help more. I told him he's welcome to go over and babysit for her, and that shut him up. Edit, I had my daughter when I was 19. I was married to her father, who was in the military. I still graduated college on time at the age of 22, and everything worked out well for us, until he died in service. The fact that it worked out okay for me is clouding my daughter's judgment, I think. Her trashy boyfriend can't even offer her or her child health insurance. It's a completely different scenario. Also, so many of you are suggesting I still let her live with me and keep the baby. That is not happening. I do not want a baby in my home, period. And I'm not babysitting either. I'll do normal grandparent stuff like show up to birthday parties and buy gifts here and there, but that's it. Am I the asshole?
Am I wrong for making a scene at my sister's wedding, which she spent more than $10,000 on over a joke? My sister, 24 female, got married last week. Her wedding was very well planned out. We received invitations 6 months before, and my sister poured about $10,000 into this wedding, and that's without catering costs added. She also invited over 100 people. It was an ethnic wedding, so there were some friends of friends. The ceremony was beautiful. There were so many pictures taken, everyone having a great time. I dream of eating the food I ate there just once again in my life. Even the rehearsal dinner a week before was magical. The issue came after my sister and her husband said, "I do." It was at the reception. The cake was cut and everything was great. They were laughing and having a good time, and then they went back up and said their speeches. Her husband's speech was touching with a humorous twist. When it came time for hers, things went south. She started off great, making a few jokes about a few family members. Nothing harmful. But then it got to me. She made a joke about considering having a dry wedding because I was such an addict. Clarify, I've struggled with an alcohol addiction, and she is well aware. She was never really supportive of my recovery journey because she always saw me as an addict. My sister has this idea that once you struggle with an addiction, you go crazy and lose control if you get the chance again. No matter if you recover or not, in her eyes, you're always an addict. Everyone laughed and I felt humiliated. She was laughing too and then continued. I didn't want to interrupt her, so I just waited. I felt like crying and screaming at the same time. It was a rage yet sadness I'd never experienced before. After her speech, I spoke up. I brought her somewhere private and I told her that I didn't appreciate her jokes and it wasn't funny and that I felt like she humiliated me. She got so angry and started yelling things like, "I have a whole wedding waiting for me back there. Who do you think you are to bring me here and waste my time? And it's just a joke, don't be so pissy." She accused me of ruining her wedding and started screaming. She left back to the ceremony and I just stood there. Once I came back, everyone was staring at me and my sister was sobbing in my dad's arms. My dad proceeded to yell at me, telling me I ruined my sister's wedding and made a scene. I yelled back, and when I noticed a lot of people were watching, I got angry and left. Now all of my family's mad at me and they won't stop sending me text messages telling me I should apologize. I don't want to. So, am I the asshole? Not the asshole, but one thing I just wish you would have brought it up after the wedding because it is a wedding. But I don't like the part where the family is protecting supporting and enabling the bully, like typical. She did something wrong. 1000% she was wrong. And honestly, she humiliated herself. Like, she looks bad talking about you in that light. It's not a good look.
I have an autistic 14-year-old daughter who has terrible hygiene. I have to fight with her to get her to shower, brush her teeth, and clean up after herself during her period. It is disgusting. Blood everywhere and the constant washing of her underwear. She sees no problem with her inability to clean herself up. I told her that people are going to bully her in school if she smells that bad, and that it's hard to recover from that socially, and she ignored me. Well, she had her period last week. I picked her clothing and allowed her to wear white pants. I wanted to see if she would clean up after herself so that the pants would be clean when she came back home. Before I could even drop her off, the pants were red. I stayed silent. I dropped her off like normal. She needed to learn how these types of situations will impact her social life if she continues to live like a slob. She came home in tears. The kids were ruthless. She was mocked for her strong smell and the red on her pants. It hurt me to see her like this, but I was not seeing the changes that had to be made. For the rest of the week, she took good care of herself. There were no stains, she showered herself, and would spray perfume to maintain a flowery scent. My husband and I fought about this though. He called me some very hurtful words because of my choice. He said I handled it poorly and that she'll probably be paying for this for the rest of the school year. However, I see it as a life lesson, and it actually yields results unlike my husband's soft approach. So, am I in the wrong for setting up my daughter to be bullied in school?
My son's school is mad at me for telling him to hit a girl. Am I the asshole? So I, 32 female, have a 12-year-old son. We'll call him L. For the past 2 years, L has been coming home from school crying because he was always getting bullied. L has always been a gentle kid and very sensitive. I encouraged him to use his words and to tell the bullies to leave him alone and to tell the teachers what is happening. The past few months, he's been having problems with these two crotch goblins that are girls. Now, normally they would just make fun of him, but one has taken to physically hitting him. So I changed the rules. I had a meeting with L's teachers, the principal, along with the girl and her parents, and L. I told them straight to their face that I will give 3 warnings. First warning, he will confront her. Second warning, he will confront the teacher. Third warning, he will tell the teacher he is going to handle it, and if she passes that warning, then he is going to punch her back. They all looked at me like I was crazy. So 2 weeks ago, I had a session with his therapist, where he looked at me like he was scared, and he told his therapist how he got into a fight at school. Part 2. My son's school is mad at me for telling him to hit a girl. Am I the asshole? They all looked at me like I was crazy. So 2 weeks ago, I had a session with his therapist, where he looked at me like he was scared, and he told his therapist how he got into a fight at school, where he threw hands with a girl and got sent to the principal's office. 2 days before, he never said anything. I was obviously really upset about this, and Al started crying because he could see that I was mad. I got up and gave him some ice cream and told him we were going to speak with the principal the next day. So the next day I go to the school, still livid, and let myself into the principal's office and demand to know why I had to find out about the fight from my son and not the school. They told me that they had contacted his father to tell him. That's a whole other fuck topic that I may or may not post about. I then proceeded to tell them that 1, Al had to wait 2 days for his ice cream because I sure as shit was going to reward him for standing up for himself. And 2, I have primary custody of him for a reason. They said they prefer not to deal with me, so they contacted his father instead. By the way, I believe he gave the girl fair warnings, and I have a daughter too, so I don't play the whole but she's a girl game. So, am I the asshole for telling my son to hit a girl? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
This is a classic case of consequences of your actions, okay? I got a girl pregnant that I barely know, and she wants to keep the baby. Back in June, my family and I, 18 male, went on a cruise for vacation. This is a cruise, baby! Oh my god! For anyone who hasn't been on a cruise, it's basically a giant all-inclusive party. So while my parents had spa appointments or lounge by the pool, I would just go to the clubs or the pool bar and just have fun. I met a girl, 18 female, on the cruise the first night we were there, and we just instantly clicked. She's gorgeous, funny, and we had a lot in common. We exchanged numbers and hung out again the next day too. Her family was staying just one day shy of mine, and we pretty much hung out for the rest of her trip. We did hook up more than once, so obviously we had a lot of fun together. This is just, blows my mind. I feel like these are little kids. Like, what are you doing? Go play in the kids club. Why are you sleeping with each other? Stop. We Snapchatted a bit after the trip, but she lives in South Carolina and I live in Florida, so we didn't really talk and just kind of moved on. Then, one random day while I was working, she called me like 3 times. I hadn't heard from her in weeks, so I thought it was weird. I stepped out into the back and gave her a call. That's when she told me that she was pregnant. I was in complete shock. We used condoms and everything. And also, she sounded very excited, not upset or anything. I asked her what she wanted to do and if she needed money, and she was confused. She said that obviously she was keeping it. Well, that's just not something that I agree on. I understand it is her body and her choice, but the logistics just don't make sense. She's 10 weeks now, we've talked on the phone since the first call, and I've gone over options with her. She fully expects me to move to South Carolina to be with her and help her raise him. This is my first week of college and I told her I intend to graduate here. I can't afford an out-of-state school and I can't afford to just move. How am I supposed to afford a kid? And we don't even have a relationship. Yes, we got along well, but that's completely different than being a parent with someone. Thinks we can just try co-parenting, but I would still have to move for that to work out. It just seems that she has this big delusional plan and she doesn't understand why it just won't work out. She thinks I'm the one preventing it from working because I refuse to move. I don't know how else to explain to her that this just won't work. I think there's an update. Okay, I did tell my parents. They were pretty surprised and disappointed, but also agreed that we don't know for sure if it's mine. This also isn't their first rodeo with all of this. My brother knocked up his high school sweetheart, so we're just doing a great job of making them proud. They have a lawyer that they've used, so we were able to have a call with him. He actually helped me draft up a text to send to her, basically saying that I won't respond until a DNA test can be done. They do have non-invasive tests they can perform while she's pregnant. They're just expensive. My parents offered to help me with the cost, but I'm just going to suck it up and cover it. I texted her that and didn't reply to anything she sent. She went off on a tangent about how I'm the only person she slept with in months. It's fate, we're meant to be together and all that. Then there was silence for a bit and then she finally agreed to do a test. My parents' lawyer found a doctor that can perform it and we scheduled it for next Tuesday. So I'll be driving up to South Carolina just for the test and coming back down. I really don't want to miss much class, but apparently not many places are open the weekend because of the holiday. She still texts me and tries to FaceTime me. I haven't had the heart to send anything back outside of just planning to go up there for the test. She's trying to plan for me to meet her parents, go to dinner and all of that, but that's not what this trip is for. She added me to a baby Pinterest board, asked me about names, I just can't handle it. I also made an appointment with my doctor to look into getting a vasectomy because this has just scared the shit out of me and I'd rather not have it ever happen again. Oh my god, I feel bad. Okay, I kind of take back my comment. I feel so bad, like this sucks.
Story time, and this is Kasha's story. So when Kasha was 20, she went to go work at her local convenience store in her small town. And because it was a small town, it usually felt safe because she knew most of the people, everyone knew everyone, the people who'd come to shop at the store were usually locals, so even when Kasha would work late at night alone, she felt safe in the store. But this one night when she was about to close, a man that she didn't recognize entered the store and went to the alcohol area and stood there for a while. So Kasha, who was about to close the store, was like, sir, come on. So she went up to the man and was like, hi, can I help you find something specific? And the man looks at her and goes, what do you like to drink? And Kasha, who's 20 years old, says, oh, I'm underage, so I can't help you there. But if you're looking for something specific, I can point it out to you. And the man looks at her and goes, oh, I think I found what I'm looking for. So that obviously made Kasha feel very uncomfortable. Ooh, I have to do a part 2. I'm sorry. Part 2. So after the man said that to her, Kasha put up her hand and showed off an engagement ring and goes, oh, I'm already found, because she just wanted to end that conversation and she knew that saying that would probably close the topic. Keep in mind, Kasha wasn't engaged. She just wore a ring to work because men typically hit on her and she would use that as a way to get them to stop hitting on her. So Kasha then walked back to the register and waited for the man to come up with whatever he wanted to buy. And she grabbed a pepper spray that was by the counter because she started to feel very threatened by this man who was acting shady, to say the least. Eventually, the man came up to the register with a bottle of alcohol, and so she rings him up, and she goes, I hope you have a good night. And the man looks at her and goes, I think I will soon enough. And the man then walks out of the store. So Kasha, obviously, is feeling very scared. What did he mean by that? The man goes, sits in his car, and waits in the parking lot. I have to do part 3. Part 3. So the man is in his car in the parking lot, and Kasha is trapped inside the store. And it's 1 a.m. No one's gonna come out this time. The store is supposed to be closed, and Kasha usually walks home at night. So clearly she can't do that because the man is in his car waiting. So she was literally stuck inside the store. So she considers her option. One option is sneak out from the back, try to jump a fence. Another option is to call her boyfriend, but those options don't work. So eventually she thinks, okay, I'm gonna turn off the lights and I'm gonna wait half an hour. And hopefully in that half hour, he'll be gone. So she does that, she waits, the man doesn't move. So eventually she calls the cops and tells them what's happening, and the cops end up coming and talking to him, and Kasha watches from the window, and the cops end up arresting the guy. Then they come and take a statement from her, and they tell her, this man was just released from jail for sexual assault. So it's a good thing that Kasha called the cops. That's the end of Kasha's story.
Am I the asshole for pursuing the nanny? Cliche title, I know, but my friend group is split and I'm being called the asshole, so here I am. I, 43 male, have been suing a relationship with my friend's nanny. He's in finance and she's a doctor, so they needed an extra pair of hands to look after their 6-month-old. About 2 months ago, they found Ella, 29 years old, who they were happy with, and she's been a great help, so I was told. Fast forward to a month ago, I'm over at their place to meet the baby, and I meet Ella for the first time. I thought she was beautiful from the second I laid eyes on her. She's smart and very outgoing. I won't lie, I probably looked like an idiot, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. Ella and I exchanged numbers with the understanding it would be good to have them in the event of an emergency. That both parents aren't available, so I'm the next best thing in an emergency. Anyway, we'd been texting back and forth for a couple of weeks, and I thought, fuck it, and I asked her out for a drink. She said yes. Apparently, Ella told my friend and his wife that she was going on a date with me, and now they're pissed, saying I'll screw up their relationship with her and other stuff. I reminded them that Ella's an adult and she's interested in me too, but they told me I need to cancel the date and not go after the nanny because they need her focused on her job and I'm a distraction. I refused again, and now our friend group is involved and divided. Some agree with me. We're both adults, so we can decide for ourselves. Others agree with my friends that I'm an asshole and it's inappropriate. So, am I the asshole?
I think it's a little bit weird. I personally wouldn't do that. I would be a little embarrassed to do that, but they are two adults, two consenting adults who can make whatever decisions they want.
There's another comment that says, worst case, this ruins your relationship with your friends who you were the godfather to their child. But best case, you get some young girl half your age to hook up with.
Sorry, I think I missed that part. He's the godfather?
Yeah, so he does make a comment. He's the godfather to the child.
Oh.
Okay, here's another comment. It's posted by Jake, you a-hole. You're the asshole. I'm the father mentioned in the post, and I can't believe you have the stones to post this. Huh? He sent me the post to gloat. I guess at some point it was going his way. Most of what he said is true. My wife and I had a baby 6 months ago and hired a nanny. He is not my baby's godfather. We are not friends, and he did not ask Ella for her number. He took it from the baby book my wife put together in case of emergency.
Oh!
The only reason he was at my house is because my wife feels sorry for him and invites him over for dinner sometimes. For what it's worth, Ella is neither 29 nor interested. She was being polite because you told her we were best friends and she wanted to make a good impression. I've told her to block his number in every single social media I know he has and apologized profusely because I don't want her to quit. Jake, because I can do a piss poor job of picking an alternative name too, you are the asshole. If you come near my family again, I will lay all your shit out for the world to see.
Oh my god. This guy's a fucking creep. He was already a creep with that other post, which we didn't even talk about.
I missed that when I was originally reading this.
Oh my god, that's the biggest twist.
Whoa.
We don't like Jake. Jake, you're cut off. This is someone who deserves to have his shit aired
like he's
out.
saying he's the godfather and stuff. What? So there's an update that comes in March 12th, 2022 from Jake. A few people asked for an update. I did start writing one before the post he wrote was deleted. I don't know why, and I don't care. I saw screenshots of the messages from Jake, and to say I was disgusted was a massive understatement. He bragged about wealth I'm clearly certain he doesn't have, how close we all are, and how he introduced me to my wife. We were married before we even met him. He also hinted at having influence over me because he's like an older brother to me, and suggested to Ella that he could convince me to give her special privileges and a raise. I assured Ella none of it was true and that we were very happy with her work. I also called Jake myself to rip him a new one. He insisted Ella was interested, that she'd lied to her age to him, and that they'd been flirting for weeks. I told him I'd read the messages and that Ella told me the truth. He got quiet and said he hadn't done anything wrong and that he had to go suddenly. He's been blocked everywhere, and I'm also paying Ella to change her number to make doubly sure that he can't get through to her. Not the most exciting. I imagine some of you thought he'd turn up at my door again and something like this in the movies. I'm signing out of this account. I was planning on deleting it, which I now found the request for an update, so here you go. I'm glad you enjoyed my life turning into a walking nightmare for a day. Also, fuck you, Jake.
Fuck you, Jake. Truly.
Fuck you, Jake.
Am I the asshole for ordering pizza at my friend's wedding because there was no more food?
Pizza again.
Me and my wife were invited to my friend's wedding. The wedding was going to have about 70 people, with mostly family. When we got there, we were seated at a table with some other people. Nice people, and we mingled well and had a good time chatting. The wedding was also quite nice. Both my friend and his new wife were very happy. After the ceremony, every table got 2 bottles of wine, bread and butter, and there was also an open bar, so we started to have a few drinks. Then the food came out. It looked really good. The food was set up for a buffet. I was half buzzed and looking forward to getting some food in my belly. When it was time to eat, every few tables at a time were going to get called, which is fine. The first few tables that were called were understandably the family of both sides. Then the rest were. The problem was that the family members, his in-laws, are larger people. Now, I don't shame people for how much they eat, but I noticed the helpings of food they had while I was patiently waiting for us to be called. I also noticed that they went for seconds before all the tables were called, and no one stopped them. I didn't say anything, though I thought that that was rude. I just assumed that there was a lot of food. To my surprise, by the time we were called, there was nothing left. I asked if there was more coming out, and apparently that had already occurred. So we grabbed the little we could and went back to sit down and ate the scraps. We were all still pretty hungry and a bit pissed off, so we kind of bash-talked that the first few tables ate all the food. Someone mentioned that they could go for some pizza, and then I had a drunken idea of ordering some, lol. So that is what we did. We all pitched in and ordered 4 large pizzas and some chicken wings from the local pizza joint close to the venue, so it didn't take long to be delivered. I met the guy outside and brought the food to our table, and we started to eat. Some of the other tables noticed and asked where the pizza came from. Apparently, some of the other tables close to ours didn't get any food either, so we shared with them. This caused some commotion because other people were looking for and asking the wedding party if there was a pizza available. I guess there were others that didn't get to eat either. We did share with anyone who asked. My friend came to talk to me about why I ordered the pizza. His bride was not happy about it. It ruined the aesthetic. So I told him that we didn't get to eat and that the food ran out long before our table was called and we were all really hungry. He then asked why we didn't just step out and eat and then come back. Though annoyed about that, I respectfully explained to him that we were all drinking on an empty stomach and that it probably wasn't the best idea to have drunk people walking around looking for food. I don't think he liked that, but he went back to his bride, who was glaring at us. Like, what were we supposed to do? Starve? This wasn't the end, though. As we were finishing eating, one of the in-laws came to our table and he asked where the pizza came from. This is where I may be the asshole. There were 2 slices left. I knew he was eyeing them. I asked the other people at my table if they wanted one. Everyone declined. This guy then said he'd have one. I then took the 2 slices, I put them on my plate, and started to eat them. Then looked at him and said something like, "No, you and everyone at your tables had way more than your fair share at the buffet and ate all of it. This is the reason we ordered food in the first place. And now you have the nerve to ask us to share?" His face went red, and he returned to his table. There was a lot of discussion going on there. They were all looking back at us with daggers. The bride looked even more ticked off at us. She had a bit of an argument with my friend. He eventually came back to tell us that we had to leave. I didn't mean to start any problems, so me and my wife called a cab and left. He called me a few days later, and we had a long talk. I explained my perspective, and he agreed that his in-laws were really rude for eating the food and leaving most of the other guests with very little. A lot of people actually complained to him about it. Everyone was drinking, thinking that there would be food, and they were all disappointed. He was upset by his in-laws because he told them how many guests there would be and to order food for that many people. He also saw how much they were taking, but assumed they ordered enough. He was wrong. He brought this up with his wife, and she said that apparently because the in-laws paid for all the alcohol and the food, they felt entitled to eat what they wanted. She was really mad at them and reamed them out for tainting her special day. He also said a lot of the other non-family guests started to leave soon after we left because they were too hungry. They still had fun celebrating, but it kind of put a downer on their special day. Out of 70 people, about 30 left. I also found out that the guy that came to our table was his father-in-law. Father-in-law was really embarrassed by what I said to him. He felt pretty bad when he found out close to half the guests didn't get to eat anything and left early. So, am I the asshole?
Am I wrong for eating my husband's entire birthday cake by myself? I'll preface this by saying that my husband's family and I don't get along. Like, at all. We're rarely ever on good terms, and for my mental health, I decided to put distance between us, especially after I was blamed for my most recent miscarriage that happened 3 months ago. My husband can still see them and visit them whenever he wants. For me, I don't attend any of their events, not even Thanksgiving nor Christmas. My husband's 30th birthday was 2 days ago. I planned to celebrate with him. I bought a cake and a gift, but he said that his family invited him to celebrate his birthday and he really wanted to go because the birthday parties his family throw are like no others. We had an argument over this, but he told me to wait for him till he finished celebrating there with his family, then we could celebrate together at home and eat a cake. After he left, I felt so terrible. I called him, but he turned his phone off. I was so mad, I took the cake and brought it into the living room and started eating from it. I ate the whole thing, not saving him a single piece. Guess I was so angry and it made me hungry. He came home and saw what I did and blew up saying I did this to be spiteful and to punish him for not ditching his family on his birthday like I wanted him to. I reminded him that I paid for the cake, but he called me petty and nuts. He ranted and said that he didn't get to eat cake at his parents' house because a lot of kids were there and he didn't get enough cake, and what I did was 10 times worse. He's been upset with me ever since. So, am I wrong? I've been getting a lot of phone calls from him and my parents saying my wife is a loose woman and she needs to cover herself. Am I the asshole for not making my wife cover up at home? So my brother, 28 male, came over with his wife yesterday and spent the night with my wife, 27 female, and myself. It was worth mentioning that I come from a Muslim family and my wife does not. Ooh. When my brother and his wife arrived, my wife was just getting home from work and she was wearing scrubs and her name badge. While I made polite conversation with my brother and my sister-in-law, my wife went to change clothes. It is also worth mentioning that my wife has tattoos, piercings, dyed hair, and stretched ears. Very much a stereotypical goth girl. When she was done, she came back into our living room in a tank top and a pair of shorts. My brother averted his eyes, but my sister-in-law couldn't stop looking at my wife. My wife has a tattoo from her thigh to her ankle on her left leg and a tattoo on her calf on her right leg. My wife finally noticed and asked my sister-in-law, like the tattoo, to which she simply blushed. My wife smiles and tells her, "You're fine, I'm used to the stares. You forget how many tattoos and piercings I have." My sister-in-law and brother both asked her how many. She has 7 piercings and almost 20 tattoos. The evening continues and during dinner, the conversation turns to my wife's tattoos. My sister-in-law asks if she's planning for more and my wife tells her yes, and she is currently working on a full back piece. My brother rolls his eyes and continues to eat. Shortly after dinner, we're getting ready for bed, and it's worth mentioning that my wife sleeps in a shirt and PJ pants. At no point is my wife nude or semi-nude. Before we go to bed, my brother comes into our bedroom and my wife is in the process of having me put tattoo lotion into the tattoo on her back. She has her shirt pulled up in the back, but her arms are over her chest, covering her breasts. My brother sees this and runs from the room. My wife is embarrassed, but I tell her not to worry about it as it's his fault for not knocking. Once I'm done, I go out to see what my brother needed. He tells me, "I shouldn't see your wife in a state of undress. You need to be a better husband and tell her to cover up." My wife did not need to see her body. I did not need to see her body. I tell him he should have knocked and it's not my fault or hers. He and his wife left early the next morning. I've been getting a lot of phone calls from him and my parents saying my wife is a loose woman and she needs to cover herself. I tell them she doesn't and to leave her alone. My parents and brother now want an apology from us. So am I the asshole? Okay. This was a kind of weird one for me because as a practicing Whistle, I understand both sides. Okay. I think you guys need to set boundaries, right? If it makes your brother and his wife uncomfortable, I think it'd be nice. You don't have to. I would have that conversation because they're conservative and they're Muslims and stuff. I'd be like, "Hey, wife, I love you. There's nothing wrong with you. That's all that matters. That I care about you. But if it's okay when my family comes over, just to try to cover up, just to be respectful. There's nothing wrong with it, right? If you're okay with it, that's fine, right? But I can understand why. I feel like it would kind of bother me if I saw my brother and his wife like that. I'm just being honest because, right? And so like, it just kind of goes against our practices, and to see your brother do that kind of stuff, it's like, it would bother you. But I think your brother made a really big deal. He shouldn't have barged into your room. It's not like you saw her butt ass naked. Like, he literally went into your bedroom. So what was free game at that point? Like, it's not your fault. She sounds like a really nice person. I just don't know. Like, it's just, I told my girlfriend that I wanted to report her mom to somebody, or at least tip someone off. Would I be the asshole if I reported my girlfriend's mom for tax evasion? Listen, when it comes to the government, steal all you want. I'm very pro stealing from the government because the government steals from us all the time. So I'm just kidding. My girlfriend and I have been with each other for 2-ish years. I met my girlfriend's mom 1 year into the relationship. My girlfriend and I are students, so we don't prioritize work that much in our lives, which leaves us limited in money. My girlfriend's mom helps us out a lot with monetary gifts, allowing me to stay with her at her residence and giving my girlfriend a credit card that she pays off. My girlfriend's mom affords this from a property she inherited from her after her mother died. My girlfriend's mom chose to sell that property 6 months ago and has been using that money to finance home remodelings in her residence as well as helping us out. After the money ran out, we have been having tense relations as my girlfriend and I are finding jobs, while my girlfriend's mom continues to buy furniture for her residence. My girlfriend's mom has been diagnosed with severe mental disorders and has not listened to our warnings of excessive spending. My girlfriend and I try to budget what we have, but we run into conflicts with my girlfriend's mom, and she asks us to pay back the money she gave us with the jobs we have. My girlfriend and her mom got into a conflict recently and began to rant to me about her mom. One of the topics she brought up was how my girlfriend's mom admitted that she had not paid the taxes on the sale of her mother's inherited property. My girlfriend says that her mom had worked with a tax assistant to avoid paying any taxes for the sale of the property, and that my girlfriend's mom is worried about getting caught. The rest of the day, I had considered what to do in the situation. I told my girlfriend that I wanted to report her mom to somebody, or at least tip someone off. My girlfriend understandably doesn't want her mom to get into any more financial problems as it is and is scared that her mom might go to prison. I am concerned about my girlfriend's mom and I'm thankful for her generosity and help, but I thought tax evasion was a federal crime. I don't want to cause any more problems for my girlfriend or her mom, but I feel that not saying anything might be a problem in the future. So let me get this straight. Because she's been helping you guys out tremendously, right? And now she's in a pinch and she asked for some money back. The first thing you want to do is snitch on her. Get out of here. Like, I would still pay her back. That's not, regardless of how she got that money, when she got that money, that's not your problem. She gave you guys money to live and to go to school. If she wants that back, she has that entitlement. What a douchebag. Get out of here. Am I wrong for throwing my wife a birthday party and royally pissing my mom off? My wife and I are currently staying with my parents because we just couldn't afford the cost of living in this area. We are both currently looking for better jobs and or something cheaper, but it is what it is right now. My mom and wife share a birthday, and there aren't words for how much my mom hates this. There were lots of whining in the beginning, jokes about, can I just get a new girlfriend? And as of right now, she does her best to avoid my wife the entire week of the shared birthday. Outside of that, she's a decent mother-in-law, mostly pleasant to her, but their relationship is surface level, and they both could do without the other. My mom is currently at home recovering from surgery from a torn ACL, so she isn't doing much this year, though my dad got her cake, food, and easily thousands of dollars worth of presents. Okay, so her birthday is very important to her, I see. My wife has been feeling pretty down due to our living situation and some external factors, and I wanted to cheer her up. I asked my dad if we could have some people over. He said yes, but to be fair, I didn't specify it was for a birthday party. I'm not sure he even remembered it was my wife's birthday, as he is totally disinterested in her, and he was in the middle of doing stuff for my mom, who was acting very princessy about her surgery. I invited our closest friend and set up a nice little party for my wife. At some point, my mom did come down and realize what was going on. I saw her look at the decorations and cake, and she looked pissed. My dad quickly ushered her away and promised they would go out when she was better, but she said it wouldn't count. My dad came back and muttered to me that I'm an asshole for doing this and called me insensitive and a mooch. He's a mooch? Really, Dad? When you're the one who's buying her thousands of dollars worth of gifts and like protecting your daughter doesn't even exist, but he's the mooch? Okay. He came out an hour later and shut the party down as he claimed we were being too loud. I don't think we were, but it was getting late, so I didn't mind too much. My wife loved it and had a great birthday. I fully intended on cleaning up myself, but was too tired to do it that night. My mom came down in the morning and saw the things still up and got pissy again. I was in the process of cleaning them and told her not to worry, I would take care of it. She just glared at me and stormed off. My dad came back down and berated me for throwing it in my mom's face that my wife got a birthday party and she didn't, and told me he can't stand me and can't wait for us to leave. I told him they are both being crazy and my mom doesn't own the date. He shot back that I tricked him as he didn't realize it was a birthday party, to which I laughed and said maybe he should know his own daughter-in-law a bit better. He complained to some family and now my aunt and her husband are calling me an asshole as well. To be clear about the mess, my mom only cared because she saw birthday stuff. She has never in her life cared about a mess. She once threw a handful of glitter in her own living room. I only brought it up to let her know I wasn't planning on leaving it for the housekeeper as I thought that would be disrespectful. Am I wrong for pretending not to recognize my parents when they try to reconnect? I was raised mostly by my uncle and aunt. My older sister developed a serious illness when I was 6, and my parents decided that they couldn't care for both of us, I guess. So they kind of unceremoniously dumped me at my grandparents and my uncle took me in. Like, didn't even explain to me what was going on. Just, you're going to visit Gran for a while and never pick me back up. My grandparents and uncle explained it later, and they were pretty livid at my parents. I've seen my parents maybe 5 times since then, and not at all for the last 9 years. I decided to stop having contact with them when I was 12, and since I was the only one reaching out, all communication broke down. It turned out okay. I love my aunt and uncle, and it turns out that they can have kids, so they've always said I'm their miracle child. I was just misrouted by the stork at first. I was formally adopted by them when I turned 18. I wish it had been earlier, but there was some red tape things that would have made that really expensive and difficult. I'm 21 now. I'm blown away by the fact that your parents literally gave up their 6-year-old child. My sister passed away between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and I made a trip back from school for the funeral. But I stayed in the back and left before my bio parents could talk to me. They called my uncle to try to talk to me, but I said I didn't want to, so he told them that I wasn't available at the moment. They finally caught up to me over Christmas when I went to midnight mass with my grandma, and approached me and tried to give me a hug. I did recognize them, but I pretended not to and just backed off and said, "Sorry, do I know you?" They said, "We're your parents." And I said, "My parents are at home," and went and sat down with my grandma. They sat behind us and I could feel the stare. And on the way out, they were like, "You really don't recognize us?" And I said, "Oh, are you my dad's brother? I think I remember you from when I was little." My grandma thinks they deserved it, trying to come back to me like nothing happened. But they wrote me a long letter about how hurt they were and that I should understand that they were trying to do the right thing and how they'll always be my parents and I can't change that. Well, legally, you did. So there's that. Other family members think I was too harsh as they're grieving, but I don't think they should get a pass just because they remembered me now that my sister is gone. They are 100% remembering you now that your sister is gone. Am I wrong for refusing to tell my husband the gender of our baby after he skips going to the appointment with me? My husband and I are expecting. This is our first baby and we're excited. Thing is, he barely attends any doctor appointments with me and his excuses aren't even valid. He's willing to miss the doctor appointment over soccer or a drink or board game with friends. His response is always, "I'm not the one carrying the baby. Why do I have to go to the doctor with you?" Regardless if you're carrying the baby or not, you're still the baby's father, right? Duh. He texted me asking me to tell him the results, boy or girl, but I refused to tell him. He kept spam calling me, but I hung up each time. He came home fuming and demanding I tell him the results, but I refused and bluntly told him that since he refused to attend the appointment, then he gets no results until the baby's born, and I said I was willing to die on this hill. You know what? I wish I could be that strong, but I can never keep stuff to myself, and I feel like I would blurt it out by accident or on purpose. He said he's the father and has a right to know. He also has the right and the responsibility as the baby's father to be taking the baby's mother to her appointments. He then called me dramatic since I wasn't alone and my mom was with me. I said he gets no results, period. I just want to mention that my husband just attempted to contact my doctor to get the results. It didn't go well and we had another argument over it. He couldn't get it since his mom was the one who made the call. I'm curious, can the dad call and find out that information? I think not, right? I feel like that's illegal. Am I wrong for not telling a guy what I do for work and letting him pay for my drinks during the whole evening? My friend Grace invited me to a board game bar to play and have drinks with her boyfriend, and one of their friends, Nick. We went to get drinks in pairs, Grace going with her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Nick and I stayed at the table and vice versa. So Nick and I had plenty of time to talk, just the two of us. Nick started the night by telling us about his recent career change. He decided to quit his previous job, go to a coding bootcamp, and he got a job as a developer 1 or 2 months ago. He was very proud of himself and his new salary and told me this multiple times. He never asked me what I do for work, but talked about his new job quite a lot, occasionally saying, "Sorry, you don't understand that, haha." During the entire evening, I never told him I have been working as a software engineer for the past 4 years because he never asked, and honestly, I found it a bit entertaining. When it came to the drinks, he invited me to every single one. Don't worry about it, it's not a problem with my developer salary. Cringe. I told him multiple times he doesn't have to pay for me, but he insisted. At the end of the night when we were saying our goodbyes, he took out his phone to send me a friend request on Facebook. My job is listed in my profile, so that was when he realized that I'm a software engineer. He asked me if it's true that I'm a software engineer, and I answered yes. He asked me why I didn't tell him, and why did I let him believe that I was a cashier like Grace used to be. I never implied that. And why did I let him pay for everything when I probably earned more than him? I told him that he never once asked, and it was his fault he assumed. He could have simply asked me about my job, but he only wanted to brag about his. But if he wants me to, I can pay him back for the drinks. He was angry and said that I made a fool out of him. I think he did that, not me. But now Grace and her boyfriend are on his side too, saying that it would have cost me nothing to tell him early in the evening, and I only kept it for myself for my own entertainment. Well, I did find it entertaining, but I don't really feel like I did anything wrong. So, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? My brother recently got engaged. Although I'm close with him, I didn't know his fiancée very well, since I currently live in another state. I've probably met her about 10 times, give or take a time. Each time has been fine, cordial, and friendly, but I'm not calling her just to chit-chat. After accepting, I received a package in the mail from my sister-in-law. It was an outfit. Sweater, jeans, shoes, and a jacket from a fast fashion brand that looked pretty cobbled together. She left the price tags on them and all of them were discounted. I texted her asking what the package was for, and she told me it was for me to wear to the party so I wouldn't upstage her. I asked her if other attendees received outfits, and she said no. I asked her if I made her feel uncomfortable, because why else would she do this? And she said no, but she just wanted to make sure that I didn't look better than her. The whole thing didn't sit right with me, and I told her I wasn't comfortable being the only person wearing a random outfit. It didn't seem like it would fit me well, and I asked her if maybe I could send her a photo first of my outfit for approval. Am I the asshole for not adhering to a dress code at a bridal shower, and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? I asked if I could maybe send her a photo first of my outfit for approval, or buy something myself that she liked. It was all no, no, no. So the day of, I decided to just go with a similar outfit like she packed, but in my own clothing. Example, she sent me a blue sweater, so I wore a similar blue colored sweater for my own collection. I made sure that I had no visible logos and I did not bring one of my designer bags. Instead, I opted for a simple tote. When she saw me, she was livid to the point that she took me to the kitchen and read me out. I told her she was being unreasonable, but she told me that because she is the bride, nothing could ever be unreasonable because it was her special day and her way or the highway. I decided to leave because I clearly wasn't welcome and she wouldn't be reasoned with. But on my way out, she threw her iced coffee at me, ruining my sweater. I had originally promised my brother a $15,000 check as a wedding gift. But now I told him that unless his fiancée apologized and paid for a new sweater, $100, then I would not be attending their wedding nor giving them a check. They are currently fighting. Some family members are on my side, while others are calling me an asshole for not just wearing the random outfit to make the bride happy. It's turning into a huge thing. I know I could have sat out of the event, but I wanted to be there for my brother. So, am I the asshole for not adhering to the dress code at a bridal shower and then threatening to rescind my gift if the bride didn't compensate me when my outfit was damaged? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas as planned because my sister cheated with my soon-to-be ex-husband? My sister is a single mom to a 5-year-old daughter. In April of this year, I found out that my sister and my husband have been sleeping together for at least 3 months. I ended my marriage with him and am in the process of getting a divorce. I also stopped helping out my sister, which I had done since she had her daughter. I told her I never wanted to see her again and to not ask me for help. Our parents are both disabled and live together in a nursing home. They were upset when they heard what happened, but they told me that they would not cut off one daughter for the other. I told them I understood and I would never ask them, but they needed to understand I will not be there for my sister anymore. I don't care how bad her life gets or whether she needs some life-saving blood or a kidney from me one day. They told me that they understand, but now that Christmas is approaching, there is a big deal being made out of the fact that I am not welcoming her or her daughter for Christmas like I normally do. I always brought my niece gifts and gave them some place to go for Christmas, and now that I'm not opening my new home to them, my parents told me how it would be for my niece and not my sister. I told them being there for my niece means having contact with my sister and that I do not want to see her again. My sister begged and pleaded with me to let them come. She has apologized multiple times. Part 2. Am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas as planned because my sister cheated with my soon-to-be ex-husband? My parents told me how it would be for my niece, not my sister. I told them that being there for my niece means having contact with my sister and that I do not want to see her again. My sister begged and pleaded with me to let them come, and she has apologized multiple times for what she has done. But I do not care. I never cared. She was getting so much from me, and then she goes behind my back like that. She disrespected me. She made a fool out of me. This is not me saying she is only to blame, but my ex will soon be completely cut from my life, and I want the same to be true for my sister. My sister sent me messages saying her daughter misses me, etc., etc. How she'll be heartbroken if it's just them for Christmas with almost no gifts. I told her that was her problem to fix and not mine. My sister and my parents are saying I'm being cold-hearted towards the wrong person. Just before I forget, I'm planning to change my number, seeing as how she still continues contacting me despite me blocking her and unfriending her from all social media accounts. So, am I the asshole for refusing to allow my sister and her daughter over to my house for Christmas? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Am I the asshole for dropping the "we're not having kids, now stop bringing it up" bomb on my mother-in-law? My husband and I don't want kids. My mother-in-law is big into family in the traditional sense. She has always been pushy about us having kids since we got married. Literally, the week after we got engaged, she started asking. My husband has always changed the subject and has even told her that it's really none of her business. Every time we see her, she asks. Everything we do is built around the idea of us having kids. 3 years into our marriage, my husband said we might not even have kids, and my mother-in-law would not hear it. At year 4, my husband had a vasectomy and I had a tubal. So this weekend we were all at their home enjoying some barbecue and drinks and everything. When I get up to grab a beer, my mother-in-law asked me if maybe I should drink water instead because wink wink, nudge nudge, you never know. I was annoyed by this and said, there's really no chance. My mother-in-law's all-wide grin said, oh, come on. It's time for you two to finally get serious. Put down the beer and tell us when we can finally expect you two to make your family official. My mother-in-law gets real annoyed and says, well, you won't be real, uses the last name, until you bless us with babies. My husband said, Mom, enough. My mother-in-law pushed again and my husband repeated. After about 15 minutes of the usual comments, I finally snapped and said, Mother-in-law, part 2. Am I the asshole for dropping the we're not having kids, now stop bringing it up bomb on my mother-in-law? I finally snapped and said, Mother-in-law, husband got snipped, I had my tubes tied. We're not having kids, you need to stop bringing it up, period. Well, I thought I started World War III. She started crying and stormed off. Family looked at us with disgust and stormed off to comfort her. We left. The party kind of ended and the social media bullshit started shortly after. Vague posts, links about how motherhood is a woman's greatest calling, articles about how unhappy childless women are, etc. Some meme about how, I guess I wasn't a good enough mother, so I won't be graduating to grandmother. It's obnoxious to the point I just muted all of them. My mother-in-law finally called me this morning and told me that she was willing to put all of this behind us if my husband and I came over and listened to her reasons that we really needed to have kids. I told her no and that we were tired of being pushed into this. And she said, well then I guess you two aren't really prepared to be real. I'd like a refund for what I paid for the wedding. It wasn't that much, like $400 for the rehearsal dinner. I hung up on her. So, am I the asshole? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
I'm 29 female. When I was about 10, my mom married my stepfather. I have an older brother, Luke, who was 15. My stepfather had Amy and Ada, who were 12 and 11. We didn't come from a privileged background. My mom was a minimum wage worker and my dad was absent. Our stepfather had a very good income. Their deal was that they wouldn't combine finances and they would each contribute equally to the household, and then each takes care of their children with their spare money. So my mom never had anything for us, and my stepfather was spending big on his kids. This included holidays which Luke and I were excluded from. Stepfather would pay for mom, but not us. Luke and I also shared a room even though Amy and Ada had their own rooms and we had a guest room. Because stepfather insisted that he was paying more towards the house, so my mom's share would only get her one room for the kids. Luke and I were constantly teased for this situation by the three of them as we grew up. My mom said that we should always be thankful because if it wasn't for our stepfather, we would not be living in a nice home in a good neighborhood. Luke and I became determined to be able to take care of ourselves so that we wouldn't need to take nonsense from anyone. We have both done quite well with our careers and finances, and we are in a very good place. Since turning 18 and moving out, my relationship with the three of them has been very limited. I wouldn't call us friends, but we can exist peacefully if we are in the same place. I visited my mom recently and my stepfather mentioned that Amy wants to buy a house now that she's pregnant. He asked me if I'm able to help out a little bit with a deposit. The house is $500K and she needs a $150K deposit. She has $100K so far, $25K on her own, $25 from her mom, and $50 from the stepfather. He was asking if Luke and I can help cover the extra $50K and he said that he'd pay us back as part of the inheritance eventually. I said no. He insisted that Luke and I both own our houses outright and with our incomes, so we should be able to help. I said whether I can or not is irrelevant. My answer is no. He reminded me that Luke and I each gave $10K to our cousin for buying a house as a gift. Amy is my sister and he's offering to pay us back. I said that was our choice then. This is my choice now. He insisted we should be able to be willing to help out the family if we're able to. I replied back, like how you helped me and Luke when we were kids? Everyone just went quiet when I said this. After a while, he said if we went back in time, he'd have done things differently. Treated all four of us equally. I said that's good of you, but that doesn't make you entitled to my money now. He said he knows he's not entitled, that's why he's asking and promising to pay it back. I said the answer is still no, not entitled to a loan either. My mom later told me that I could have turned him down without being an asshole or bringing up childhood which he already feels guilty about. Am I in the wrong for refusing to help my stepsister with her house purchase and telling her and my stepfather that it's because of how they treated me as a child?
Story time about how I cheated on my husband, lied about getting pregnant, and left with all his money. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Oh, this is gonna be a good one, you guys. A little background, my husband and I met 2 years ago. And lucky for me, he's a wealthy plastic surgeon. So a little backstory. I actually met him because I wanted to get a nose job. I made an appointment in his office and I went. We actually hit it off right away, even though he's older than me and, wasn't the best looking. After the appointment, I decided I would get the nose job. A few days later, I get a phone call. Guess who it is? It's the wealthy plastic surgeon who I just saw. He asked me out on a date and I said yes, of course. By the way, at the time I was a sugar baby, so I had a few sugar daddies. I figured he would just become another sugar daddy. He took me out to the best restaurant in town, and you better believe I ordered the most expensive thing on the menu. After my surgery, he would bring me food and was just really nice. Then he asked me to be his girlfriend, and I decided to give him a chance. I even broke up with 2 sugar daddies to make space for him. That's when I asked my boyfriend for an allowance. He said of course. There's so much more to the story. Part 2 is up. Part 2 about how I cheated on my husband, lied about being pregnant, oh yeah, and stole all of his money. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. This was sent to me on Instagram. So like I said in part 1, I had asked him for an allowance. Of course he said yes and offered me $3,000 a month. I accepted even though it was on the low end. By the way, I still had 1 sugar daddy at this time. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I was pretty obsessed with the Kardashians. My goal in life is to look like Kim K. So now that I had a plastic surgeon boyfriend, I decided to ask him what other surgeries he thinks I could do. I already had my nose job. Now I definitely wanted to do some other stuff on my body. But when I told him, he got really upset. He said I didn't need to change anything about me and that I needed to stop looking for attention from other men. That's when I told him that would be totally impossible and that I definitely was going to keep my other sugar daddy. He totally flips out because he didn't know I had a sugar daddy. Then he asked me if I was actually in love with him. I told him that love would grow eventually, but that I really did like him. Then he started playing hard to get, like he wanted me to apologize and beg him, but I was not the type. So we ended up not speaking for a few weeks. Eventually he comes over to my apartment and asks me what surgeries I want to get done. And back to the surgery table I went. Part 3 is up. 3 about how I cheated on my husband, lied about being pregnant, oh yeah, and stole all of his money. Well, almost all of it. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. So my plastic surgeon boyfriend decides to do more plastic surgery on me. But this time, it was free. We decided to get my bum done. Again, during the healing process, he was a total angel and brought me food and took care of me. Yeah, he was also paying for all of my bills and my rent at this time, even though I still had a sugar daddy. And he knew it. A few months passed and he asked me to go to Italy with him. Of course I said yes. We stayed at a beautiful place in Tuscany and then he asked me to marry him. He had planned out this whole romantic dinner and of course I had to say yes. But on one condition, that I let go of my last sugar daddy. So I told him I would, although I actually did not. So we started planning my dream wedding. We finally got married and I moved into his mansion. Then he told me that I had to get pregnant right away. His excuse is that he's in his 50s and he really wants to have kids. I said I wanted to have a baby too, but I kept taking the pill. I mean, I am just not ready to have kids or to ruin my beautiful body. This is when my other sugar daddy started getting really annoyed because I never spent time with him. It was really hard being torn between 2 men. Part 4 about how I cheated on my husband, lied about being pregnant, and stole all of his money. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. So like I said, my sugar daddy was starting to get really annoyed at me because I never spent enough time with him. That's when I broke it to him that I was actually married. He totally flipped out, called me a user, cut me off, and blocked me from everything. So that meant I was not getting money from this sugar daddy at all. It meant I was totally dependent on my husband. Remember I said my husband wanted me to get pregnant? Well, I kept taking the pill because I didn't want to get pregnant. But my husband would ask me every single day how that was going. And I was like, it's going. I even started lying, saying that I was going to go to the baby doctor just to get myself checked, and I really wouldn't. Instead, I would go have lunch and shop. Around this time, an old sugar daddy of mine contacted me, who I still had a crush on. He was like super good looking. He offered me some money and asked me if I wanted to go on a few dates, so of course I said yes. I accepted because I really wanted to just separate myself financially from my husband. I didn't want to be dependent on him all the time. So when my husband was at work, I would go out on dates with this new sugar daddy. The sugar daddy wanted me to go on a trip with him and I had to say no. He got really upset and started asking questions. Of course I didn't tell him that I was married, but he started getting really suspicious. He also started to catch feelings really quick. Like he always wanted to be with me, he would text me all the time. And that's when my husband finds a text message from the sugar daddy. I basically denied everything and I told him that I no longer had any sugar daddies, but my husband did not believe me. That's when he calls my sugar daddy from my phone and tells him to leave me alone. And the sugar daddy told him that only I could make that decision. So I basically had to cut off the sugar daddy right in front of my husband. My husband was like really angry at this time, so I was on my best behavior for the next few weeks. But after a few weeks, he was still really angry, so I realized I needed to start taking money out of the account that he gave me. So I started transferring money from his account to my account, and then from my account to another account at a different bank. And guess what? My husband did not notice one bit. He had several other accounts and investments and all this other stuff, so he never really noticed if anything went missing from that one account. After a few months, I had $50,000 in that bank account. I knew it wasn't enough, so I had to start taking more money out. And then a few months after that, I was at $120,000. I knew this was enough to get me a little house somewhere and just like basically live by myself. That's when I devised a whole plan. I would leave the country and buy myself a house. I even started looking for a real estate agent in other countries. Then the poo hit the fan. My husband found my pills and asked me if I was actually trying to get pregnant or not. Once again, I started lying and I told him that of course I wanted to have a baby with him. Then he insisted we go to the doctor together. That's when he found out that I had not gone to the doctor once. He told me that if I didn't want kids, we would have to get a divorce, so I told him that I didn't want kids. That's when I told him I wanted a divorce and that I only wanted half of his stuff. He started laughing in my face and left. I knew I had to act quick because it was a matter of time before he found out I stole all that money. The very next day, I booked a flight and left. He started blowing up my phone, asking me where I was, calling me. Then he started threatening me for taking all the money in the bank account and that he hired private investigators to find me. Now I'm considering considering going back to him, but I honestly don't know what to do. I got myself a cute little house and even found a new sugar daddy. But I know he's still looking for me. What should I do, you guys? I think I really messed up, you guys.
I'm planning on abandoning my family as soon as I turn 18. My family sucks. I, 17 male, turn 18 in 2 weeks and I'm getting the fuck out of here as soon as the clock strikes midnight. My parents have extreme bias towards my younger brothers, 16 and 15 male. It's been like this forever. I have no idea why. I've always been the one who had to do all the chores in the house. I also have always been forced to play every single sport I possibly could to the point where my schedule was packed 365 days a year. My father told me he would teach me to be a real man, but my brothers never had to do any of that shit. They're both fat, lazy fucks who sit around and play video games all day and all night. They miss school at least 30% of the year and are constantly spoiled rotten by my parents. They already have thousands of dollars from birthdays, Christmases, and other holidays. As soon as I turned 12, I was told I would no longer ever be receiving gifts from my parents other than bare essentials. I was told I had to pay for my phone and any other expenses I wanted and to never ask for anything. I wasn't able to own a phone or anything really special for myself until I was 16 because I couldn't find any actual jobs that paid good money. My parents also expect me to take care of my younger brothers when I'm an adult. My younger brothers have both decided that they will not be going to college and do not plan on working a day in their lives. My father told me, "We kept you alive, you owe it to us." Screw you. I'm leaving a nasty letter on the table when I leave and changing my phone number, emails, and everything. They will never be able to contact me no matter how hard they try. I know that my younger brothers are going to be screwed for life since they have zero experience on how to survive in the real world, but I don't care. That's my parents' burden now. I hope they go broke from having to fund my brother's lifestyles, and I hope they lose everything. I have no sympathy for these people, and I will never feel bad no matter what happens to them. The only thing I owe to my parents is the fact that because of their shitty treatment over the years, I am well capable of surviving on my own in the world. I'll be going to college to study finance in Virginia. They have no idea I've been accepted to any college, never even asked. And I'm also very physically fit due to playing 6 sports a year. They took away my entire childhood, and I will never forgive them for it. They can all go screw themselves. Part 2, leaving my toxic family when I turn 18. I'm happy to report that I'm officially gone. So things have been crazy stressful, but I'll sum it up. I changed my number a few days ago by calling my SIM card provider. Then I went and got a copy of my birth certificate since I don't know where my actual birth certificate was. And I also made sure to check that my bank account was secure and not shared with my parents. I purchased a plane ticket to fly into Dulles International Airport in Virginia, just outside where I'll be attending college in Fairfax. Finally, I called one of my cousins, whom I'm very close with, and asked him to please pick me up around 12:30 in the morning. He agreed with my decision to leave and told me that he was proud of me for taking action to improve my life. I packed all my stuff and I waited. I decided to keep my notes and journey short and sweet. All I wrote down was that I was moving to go to college in California and that I was never coming back. So my cousin came and picked me up. We went to the police station, where I gave them my proper identification and informed them that I'm not missing and I'm leaving on my own accord now that I am 18. They told me that they'll keep it in mind and watch out for a call. I got a few hours of sleep at my cousin's and then flew out to New Orleans International at 6 in the morning. I sat in my college dorm room 950 miles from home and had never been happier in my entire life. Life has been so good. I've been in contact with my cousin who helped me and also a few family members from back home. He said that my mother came to their house the day after I left to talk to my aunt about me leaving. She cried and gave my aunt this whole sob story about how she can't believe I would abandon them, and my aunt told her maybe she shouldn't have treated me so wrongly throughout my entire life, which caused a huge fight and ended my mom being thrown out of their house. So it seems that me leaving has caused pretty much the uproar I imagined. I'm in a better mental state than I've been in a very long time. I feel so relieved and it just feels like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Today I messed up by talking to my partner while they were asleep. I came home to find my partner asleep, so I carefully crawled into bed with them. I happened to have a lot on my mind, so after some time I started to speak quietly to them. I've never done this before, but it was cathartic to say my thoughts out loud. Since they were asleep, I told them things that I would never say to them if they were conscious. I am diagnosed with a major depressive disorder as well as generalized anxiety disorder. Lately, I've been in a severely bad mental state, so bad that I cannot get out of bed, take care of hygiene, go to work, you get the picture. I think about ending it every day. I am in conversation with my school administrators, work supervisor, and HR, family and friends support system for accommodations during this time, and also have been meeting with all kinds of medical professionals in an effort to find something that helps lessen my mental anguish. I've seen many therapists and counselors, have been on multiple medications, do my best to maintain social relationships, and exercise. Nothing has helped. And being honest about how I'm doing when I was able to mask it and function for many years before is taking a toll on me. In talking to my sleeping partner, I told him about how much I hate how little control I have, how exhausted I am in the process of finding something that works. I expressed regret for how my condition is difficult for other people as well. And then I started talking about the future, a future that I don't see myself in. I talked about my options and plans to take my life, even made a joke about what his highly religious mother would say. Near the end, I rambled on about how amazing my time with him has been, how much I love him, how much I fear leaving him to deal with grief. I made a comment about how I sincerely hopes he finds someone he's excited to spend the rest of his life with after I'm gone. As I'm sure you've guessed it, he wasn't asleep for all of that. As far as I know, he only heard the very last bit, but that was enough to freak him out. As soon as I said my last, "I love you," and began to settle to sleep, he spoke. He asked what I meant when I'm gone. He asked if I was serious. In that moment, I didn't want to be honest, but I couldn't lie, so I just didn't answer. I'm sure that was answer enough. I feel so guilty. He really has been the most wonderful person to share the last many years of my life with, and my heart breaks for what I'm going to do to him. I wish I didn't have to further burden him with the knowledge of what's coming.
My husband told me he wants a second wife. We are practicing Mormons and my husband believes that he deserves a second wife. When we first got engaged, I told him that the only way I would marry him was if he did not take on more wives. We've been married now for 6 months and he's already begging me to get a second wife. Part of me understands why he wants it, but the other part of me thinks it's just gratuitous. No man needs more than one wife. I met a few single women at church and he's been flirting with them non-stop. One of them in particular has been flirting back. Everyone in our church knows that my husband is not allowed to have another wife. This one girl keeps trying to get into our lives. She basically shows up everywhere we do, and she's always trying to catch his eye when we're at church. I found out a dirty little secret about her. A few years ago, she used to be a stripper. I threatened her to stay away from my husband. If not, I would tell him that she was a stripper. She actually told me that my husband wouldn't believe me and that she was gonna marry him anyway. I caught them texting and she was telling him how lonely she is. I told my husband that she was a stripper and he said that he didn't care. That she needed saving? What the heck should I do now? My husband told me he wants a second wife update. That's when my husband told me that he still wants to marry her and that the church could save her. Since the news of her being a stripper in the past didn't turn him off, I had to start digging some more. I went onto her Facebook and started looking back through all of her pictures. I also went on her friends and family's Facebooks too. On one of her friends' accounts, I found a post from 2012. They were partying it up in the Greek islands. As I looked closer into the picture, I saw there were 2 men with them. I started Googling the men's names and I found that they were both pimps. The more I searched, the more pictures I found of her with this one guy. And in some of the pictures, they were even making out. This is when it hit me. She was probably a pro. And this guy was pimping her out. My husband is so 2000s that he doesn't even have a computer. So I decided to go print out all of the evidence. I printed out all of the pictures of her and this guy, some of her family's pictures of her drinking and partying. I made my husband his favorite dinner and then I sat him down. Told him I would never accept a second wife, especially her. When I showed him all the pictures, he told me he felt sick. Apparently she told him that she was a nun. Remember I said they had been texting? Well, they never stopped texting. Then he confessed that she even sent him a naked picture. My husband told me he wants a second wife update. And he finally accepted that this woman had been a pro in her past and a stripper, said that he would stop speaking to her. Mind you, this all happened like 2 days ago. I asked my husband to show me his phone so that I could see the messages between them. He handed his phone over and started to cry. He said that she had lied to him and told him that she was a nun. Apparently, after she became a stripper, she decided to leave that life and become a nun. How stupid is my husband that he actually believed her? That's when I saw that she had sent him plenty of nudes. And I asked my husband, "You think that this woman is a nun?" And he said, "You're right, I should have known." We went to church and told on her. Now everyone in the church knows her truth. But things get worse. After she found out that we told on her, she came over to our house and started threatening us. Wouldn't let her in the house, but then she begged my husband to let her in. And he opened the damn door. That's when she begged my husband to take her on as a second wife, and that she would be the best wife and even better than I am. While I'm standing right there. Thankfully, my husband used his one brain cell and said no. That's when she grabbed my hair and started banging my head against the wall. Stupid husband stood there watching. I had to fight her off alone. That's when she looked at both of us and said that we would regret it and she ran away. And my husband had another confession. They had hooked up once. My husband told me he wants a second wife update. That's when he confessed that they had hooked up once. That's when it all made sense to me. She was so upset because they had already hooked up. Then he told me that he had promised her a ring. At this point, my husband has cheated on me. I have grounds to divorce him. I was actually so upset I left the house. A few hours after his confession, he calls me and tells me to come right back home. And when I get home, all our clothes were ripped up. This crazy psycho girl came back to our house, took scissors, and started cutting up all our clothes. She even cut up my wedding dress. She flushed all my makeup down the toilet. She actually stole one of my husband's fire weapons. Now this is the thing that really scares us. We don't know what she's capable of. My husband is so stupid though that he doesn't want to report her to the police. He feels guilty for having taken advantage of her. Which in all honesty, he definitely did. He slept with her and promised her a ring, packed up what I had left of my clothes, and I left my husband. I'm meeting a lawyer tomorrow and I'm gonna ask him for a divorce. I just honestly can't believe how stupid he is. And now I'm scared for my life. Thankfully, she doesn't know where my parents live. I'm also leaving the Mormon church, taking my parents on a vacation. After I blackmailed my boyfriend into staying with me, otherwise I would send his SEX tape to his coach, everything went downhill. Remember, at this point I had been hiding under his bed for 2 days, and I was wearing a stinky diaper, like full of poo and pee. I went home and showered, and that's when he came over. Then he started tearing through my apartment trying to find the SEX tape. I told him I had hid it somewhere safe, and I actually did. I opened up a safety deposit box at a bank, so there was no way he was gonna find it. Then he swore that he would stay with me in the relationship as long as I didn't send that tape. Remember, his coach is the dad of the girl that he had slept with, the one in the SEX tape. For the next few days, he acted kind of normal. He was kind of angry, but he was still acting like my boyfriend. That's when I forced him to give me his computer and his phone. And I found out that he had been talking to 4 other girls. And he had been doing some nasty stuff on his laptop. This is what really opened up my eyes. At this point, I kind of started losing interest in him. I wasn't even attracted to him anymore. When I confronted him about the 4 girls, he told me that they were just having fun, and that I shouldn't flip out over that. After the week, I went to the safety deposit box and got the tape. And guess what? I sent it to his coach. You see, not only was my boyfriend breaking my heart, but he was also doing it to the 4 other girls. He made up so many lies about me. Of course, I sent in the video anonymously. 2 days later, he was kicked off the team. The school only expelled him for 3 days though, so he's still in school. And apparently his coach is willing to let him back on the team as long as he apologizes to his daughter. I feel like I need to do something worse to him. Can you guys give me any ideas? Bye.
I'll try to keep this short because I'm planning to go to the bar soon. My girlfriend just gave birth to our first child. I know that I'm not the biological father. I found out when she was about 6 months along. The guy, Brian, approached me at work. "Are you Sarah's boyfriend?" I said yeah and asked what he wanted. He said he was very sorry that he had slept with her and swore that he didn't know that she was with someone. I don't believe that. He then pulled out his phone to show the text between them. They had been sleeping together or linking up for the past year. Then she found out that she was pregnant, and they came to an agreement to just pretend that the baby was mine. In return, she wouldn't lose her perfect life and he wouldn't be responsible for a baby. I knew it was weird. We had been having problems trying for a baby, and all of a sudden she got pregnant so easily. But he explained that he had been thinking about it and he recently became a Christian. He said that he couldn't live his life knowing that I was living a lie while his child didn't know their real father. So yeah, I told him that I'd keep in touch and to not say that he said anything just yet. I've had a lot of time to think about it, but ultimately I decided that I wanted to wait until she gave birth to hurt her in her most vulnerable moment. I'll spare the details, but she went into labor. Baby was born and was taken to the NICU to be monitored for a bit. What should have been a beautiful moment of me holding my baby was the most heartbreaking time of my life. Just knowing that he was not mine hurt me. Once she was all sewn up and comfortable, I started packing up my stuff to leave. She asked where I was going and I just told her. I know I'm not baby's name's father. You can act all shocked, but I know. Just ask Brian to come. I'm positive he'll sign the birth certificate. She's been calling my phone over and over and has even gotten her sister to call me a few times. It was hard pretending these last few months, but I think that I'm satisfied. I feel really heartbroken though. I was planning on proposing to her the day our baby was born. I was gonna make her the happiest woman ever. Oh well, I'm going to go get shit-faced now. I'm 14 now. I'm American and live in Asia. I'm being vague because I don't want this traced back to me if the situation is as bad as it seems. I don't know if I should give some sort of background or anything, but up until 7 months ago, I lived with my mom, 39, and my dad, 41, plus my little sister, 9. I say was because my sister is no longer here. She's in boarding school. I want to preface this by saying that we're not bad kids. We're half white, half Asian. But my grandpa, on my dad's side, got sick 4 years ago and we moved here so my dad could take care of him. Me and my sister worked hard to learn the language. Despite her age, she actually caught on better than me and I was so impressed with her. The issue began with grandma. She would really look down on my sister, and I love my sister and didn't like it one bit. My mom said it's culture and I shouldn't make a fuss about it, but it was hard when grandma really started making it obvious. She got me clothes, games, etc., but my sis got no attention. I should mention that 4 years ago, we lived with grandpa and grandma. In that time of me getting spoiled, my sister got reprimanded for everything she did. I swear, it was super unfair you wouldn't believe. Now, just under a year ago, my grandpa passed and my parents decided that we stay here since I already speak and read fluently. Grandma spoke to everyone about how rude and unladylike my sister is, and my parents went along with it when I completely think that it's wrong. 7 months ago, her and grandma went out and my parents said that she'd be at boarding school for the summer. Just for the summer. After 3 months, I got anxious and asked when she'd be back, and I ended up crying at the question. I was talked to by my dad, and he said that she loved boarding school so much that she didn't want to come back yet. Like, is that how boarding school works? I don't think so. Maybe I've been watching too much TV or reading too much Reddit, but we're in another country, and I swear what they're doing was emotional abuse. Still, it gets worse. After 5 months, I still hadn't gotten any contact. No message, no letters, nothing. And that's when my dad started making her room into his office space. We actually got into a big fight over it and I ended up with more chores. But he never answered why he was doing it if she'd be back soon. Anyway, it's now been 7 months since the car trip that took my sister away and the final nail in the coffin hit. I was looking through the attic for my mom and found a box with some of her old stuff, including her phone. Why wouldn't she have her phone? I really just want to know if there's anything I can do. No one will tell me which boarding school she's at. I'm told not to worry about it because I'm a child. When I think about it, I can't stop remembering the way that my mom cried that day. I've been imagining the worst, and I'd hate it if it ended up being something along my mind. My 9-year-old sister was sent to boarding school but never came back. This is what I finally ended up doing. I was able to get in touch with a few different sources, the least favorite of which was a phone call towards those that help find trafficked children. I knew my family would be investigated and actually went to meet up with another family in that time. So basically, someone close to my age, who I'll keep private, met with me and she had already showed my story to her family. They ended up letting me stay with them for a bit and made the proper calls to make sure it wasn't illegal. I actually even specified that I wasn't running from home and that I'd come back after the investigation. It didn't sit so well with the authorities and I was actually forced to go back home, but it only got stranger from there. I went back home to a completely empty house. Even grandma was gone, so I was allowed to stay with the other family for the time being. They were extremely kind. For a week I didn't get any news and bless her mother's heart, but I was told that I had a home here no matter what the results. So, a few days after a week had passed, I get a call and it turns out that they found my sister. My family had been taken in for questioning and were placed in holding for quite a while. I'm not sure why they didn't tell me this immediately though. I don't actually know the full story. My sister was living close to 700 kilometers away. Yeah, nearly a whole day's drive. It wasn't summer school or boarding school or anything like that. My dad sold her to get married. My mom was off the hook as 1, I still needed a parent, and 2, she wasn't in on it until it was a decent way in. My dad and grandma have been arrested though, and I'm living back with my mom and my sister now. I'm still in contact with the people that let me stay with them and I'll forever be grateful. I have no idea what would have happened if I was around when the authorities came knocking. She's my angel. On a more depressing note, my sister doesn't speak much, but she seemed to cheer up after I let her read the post. She said that she felt abandoned and alone, among other things, but seeing how I and plenty of strangers gave their hearts for her made her happy and so thankful. Sorry for being so vague on here, but I'm trying to protect identities. This isn't over by a long shot. There are still things that are going to happen, but I have my sister, and that's all thanks to you guys. Today I messed up by expecting my family to pay for my birthday dinner. Yesterday I turned 18 years old. For the past 6 years, like clockwork, every day on my birthday, we go to the same place for dinner and I'd always get the same thing. For those who are a bit confused, I have extreme OCD and high-functioning autism, which means I'm very well regulated and like things to stay the same way that they've always been. Anyway, back to the story. Every year on my birthday, we go to Applebee's. The first thing I would get is steak and shrimp parmesan with a side of loaded mashed potatoes and cheesy steamed broccoli. Hate me or not, with a side of mozzarella sticks. In total, it's around $30. A bit expensive, I know. I really couldn't tell that something was off until a bit later, because when me, my mother, my stepfather, and my older brother sat down, they really didn't say anything. I was confused at first and started tapping my fingers on one another like I always do. The conversation went a bit like this. My mother said, "Well?" I was rather confused. "Well?" My mother said, "Aren't you going to call a waiter over?" This gave me extreme anxiety. I have extreme issues with speaking to people and I tend to stutter and I get very, very scared, if that's the right word. I asked her if she could do it and she does it in a huff. My dad and brother are staring nonchalantly. As she calls the waiter over, the alarm bells are ringing in my head. This is never how it went before. As the waiter gets to the table, he asks everyone what they want and everyone orders. As he gets to me, my mother stops him and tells him, "Separate bill." This is when my heart began beating very fast. I don't know a job. All the money I get is from my neighbors raking leaves. I just kind of freeze. I don't really say anything and I get really bad stomachache from anxiety. This is where I'm conflicted on whether I'm an asshole or not. My mother would explain at the table that now that I'm 18, I should be able to pay for my own things. I was already feeling nauseous from the situation, so I said that I don't have the money. My mom kind of huffs and shoos the waiter away. This soured the dinner party. However, my mom also paid for my 23-year-old brother. My family was calling me an entitled little a-hole the whole ride home. When I got home, I just ran to my room and cried. They've been ignoring me the whole day. I may be bad at social cues, but my family has never acted like this before. I mean never. They've been treating me horrible the whole day. I feel very angry and upset. If I would have been warned, I would have saved my raking money. I'm just very confused and I'm terrible with social cues. My family gets a little tight on money. I guess I really should have asked before I assumed that they were going to pay it for me. But I missed out on my birthday dinner because I wasn't mature enough to bring my own money. I'm just going to make leaves for a couple of weeks to order it from takeout.
I caught my boyfriend sending his nudes to his 12-year-old cousin. What should I do? My boyfriend has always seemed like such a good guy. Out of all of his friends, he's the most considerate and loving person I've ever met. He's also such a gentleman. He always watches out for the girls in our friend group. He always goes out of his way to take me home so that I get home safely. He's the type of guy that will take his jacket off for anybody who's cold. No matter how cold he is, he will do that for other people. We've been in a serious relationship now for 6 months. Before that, we had dated on and off for 2 years. The only reason we broke up was because we lived in different countries. The distance was really hard to deal with. Finally moved back to my city for work, and we've been inseparable since then. Since he moved back, we've been going to all of his family events. For his uncle's birthday, he told me that he couldn't take me because there wasn't enough space. I obviously thought this was really strange, but I said it's fine. Went to his uncle's party and stayed there until 4 in the morning. When I heard him come back home, I got up and went to the bathroom, only to find that he had locked himself in the bathroom. I knocked on the door and he got mad at me. I caught my boyfriend sending nudes to his 12-year-old cousin. What should I do? I asked him why he locked himself in the bathroom and he wouldn't answer. Finally swung the door open and told me that I needed to mind my own business. This was the first time my boyfriend had ever been rude to me. For the next few days, I gave him the cold shoulder until he apologized. He made an excuse about having gotten into a fight with his uncle at his birthday party. A few weeks later, he invites me to another family event. This time, it's at the same uncle's house. I asked him if he really wanted to go, considering they had gotten into a fight. That's when he said, "What are you talking about? We never got into a fight." That's when I knew I had caught him in a lie. He swore up and down that he had never said that to me and that I was just making it up. Finally show up to his uncle's house and his cousin comes running to kiss him and hug him. At this point, I thought nothing of it. She's a 12-year-old girl who hasn't even gone through puberty yet. I actually thought it was really cute that he was paying so much attention to his cousin. The entire night he played video games with her in a room, basically ignored me the entire time. I spent most of my night with his mom. I finally go to the room to look for him. He had his hand on her upper thigh. As soon as he sees me, he takes his hand away and looks at me. I caught my boyfriend sending nudes to his 12-year-old cousin. What should I do? I walked in and he had his hand on her upper thigh. As soon as he saw me, he pulled it away. He saw that I saw and he freaked out. He got up and told me that we were going home. When we finally got home, I asked him what he was doing with his cousin all day. He said that we were just playing video games. Then he says, "Please don't make this weird." And I said, "What do you mean weird?" And he said, "I'm just very affectionate with her. Don't twist it. Ew. Seriously, ew." Couldn't stop thinking about how he was touching his cousin. Finally went to bed and I got on his phone. That's when I saw the hidden album in his camera roll. When I opened it, was all pee-pee pictures. And I realized those pictures were taken the same night that he had locked himself in the bathroom. He immediately got sick. This was sickening to me. I confronted him and he started apologizing right away. He got angry and grabbed his phone and smashed it. I told him that those pictures are still out there. And he told me that he had just made a bad decision and that his cousin asked him for it because she wants to know what pee-pees look like. He's asking me not to tell anyone. What should I do?
I, female 26, was invited to my sister's 18th birthday a few days ago at a restaurant. My husband didn't come because he said he had a meeting dinner with some clients. This made my family feel let down, especially my sister who wanted him there, and also her 18th birthday is a big deal to her, obviously. To my surprise, when I arrived, I noticed that my husband was having his meeting at the same place. His table was right in the corner and he had about 4 men sitting with him. My parents and the guests saw him as well. I waved for him and he saw me but ignored me. He obviously was as surprised as I was. My parents asked why he didn't even come to the table to acknowledge them after the cake arrived. I got up and walked to his table. I stood there and said, "Excuse me." My husband was silent when I asked. After I introduced myself to his clients, if he'd take a few minutes to join me and the family in the candle blowing and say happy birthday, but he barely let out a phrase and said, "I don't think so. I'm busy right now." I insisted, saying it'd just take a couple minutes and that it mean so much to my sister. He stared at me and then awkwardly stared back at his clients. They said nothing and he got up after my parents were motioning me to hurry up. He sat with us while my sister blew the candles and cut the cake. My parents insisted that he takes a piece and join us in a selfie, but he got up and walked back to his table looking pissed. We didn't talk until we met later at home. He was upset and started scolding me in front of my parents, saying I embarrassed him and made him look unprofessional and ruined his business meeting. I told him that he overreacted since it only took a few minutes and it was my sister's birthday, and my family wanted him to join since he was literally in the same restaurant. He called me ignorant and accused me of tampering with his work, but I responded that ignoring mine and my family's presence was unacceptable. We argued and then he started stonewalling me and refusing to talk to me at all. Also, it literally only took 5 to 7 minutes. He didn't even eat or drink, just sat down and watched. So, am I in the wrong for asking my husband to join us in my sister's birthday since he was in the same restaurant? I'm finally ready to leave my husband, but he can't understand why. My story is probably the opposite of anyone here, but for me it made sense even though it doesn't for my husband and the rest of the family. My husband cheated on me 5 years ago on a work trip. His colleague sent me the sex tape that she made. Apparently they slept together. She used the tape to get him to start the relationship with her, and when he refused, she exposed him to me. I was in utter shock. This just couldn't happen to us. How could he do this to me when he said that he loved me so much? I couldn't take the images out of my head. I was broken and paralyzed, I think, because while the normal reaction should have been to yell and shout and leave him, I just went into a depression and was too weak to take actions. He asked for marriage counseling, and for 2 years I lived in this depressed trance, and I honestly don't remember thinking of anything with my husband and his affair, seeing the images she sent me whenever I closed my eyes. After a few months, and with the therapist's recommendation, he tried to get intimate with me, but it just triggered my PTSD. I was so embarrassed to give him my body, when it wasn't enough for him. I felt so disgusted and ugly, and him touching me was so shameful. Like, why would he want something that wasn't enough? He tried to make me believe that I was beautiful and more than enough, and that it was him, not me, and it was never about me not being enough for him. But for me, it was all just lies and a bunch of gibberish. I knew for a fact I was disgusting and I had proof. My husband's cheating. After 2 years, things were getting brighter. The nightmares and images started fading, and the individual and couples therapy did miracles. I started to love myself again, and sometimes I went days without thinking of my husband's affair. We started having sex again after 3 years, and while the image of him with her was always there, I thought that I just had to live with it. Here is where I might be weird. Now, 5 years later, I'm fully happy. Feel that I've gained back the control of my life, and I put the whole ordeal behind me. At the same time now, I feel that my marriage is over. My husband is in total disarray. Why now when we're finally happy again? When I'm back to being my old self and finally over what he did? I even forgave him. I did, but I don't understand his confusion. For me now, I'm happy and strong again. I feel I want more. For myself, from life, and from the man that I shared my life with. I couldn't leave when I was too weak to think properly and without the bias. I couldn't leave when I didn't have the free will, consumed by grief. Why can't he see it was a healthy way of thinking, not making decisions without hurting? I'm 35 now. I want to start a family. I want to start this family with someone who would never have done this to me. Doesn't this make sense?
I hid under my boyfriend's bed for 2 days and tried to poison him. My boyfriend and I have been dating for 3 months. When we started dating, I got really jealous. He was my first boyfriend and I just didn't know how to control my feelings. You can say I'm pretty toxic. Part of the reason why I'm so insecure is because my boyfriend is probably one of the most popular guys in school. He's a basketball player and he's about to be drafted. So all the girls are constantly trying to hook up with him. And this drives me insane. Whenever we go out, girls are falling over trying to get to him. A few weeks ago, I heard a rumor that my boyfriend had hooked up with a girl. When I asked him about it, he got really defensive. He got so angry he punched a hole in my wall. And well, this made me start thinking, maybe he was cheating on me. So I basically started stalking him. And that's what I've been doing for the past 2 weeks. I'm even skipping class just to go wherever he's going. That's when I decided that I would hide in his room. I even put on a diaper. I put on the diaper so that I could hide under my boyfriend's bed without having to get out. I even took soft food with me so that he wouldn't hear me chewing. I knew he wouldn't be home, so I snuck into his dorm room. That's when I checked his entire room. I went through all of his clothes, even went through all of his dirty laundry just to smell them and make sure he didn't have anything in his pockets. Searched in between the mattresses and I found nothing. At this point, I was just looking for a sign of him having hooked up with somebody. I knew he was going to be coming home soon, so I snuck under the bed. It was pretty hidden underneath there because it's a huge bed. He came in by himself and started changing and went to take a shower. But he took his phone with him into the bathroom, so I didn't have a chance to check it. By the way, he thought that I had gone home to my parents' house, so he wasn't going to be hanging out with me at all. As he was getting ready, he put on cologne, and that's when I knew he was going to go look for another girl. A few hours later, he comes back and I'm still underneath the bed. And guess what? He's with a girl. The same girl I heard the rumor about. They come in there laughing and I can tell that they're clearly drunk. This girl goes to the bathroom and changes into lingerie. And then they started making out on the bed while I'm hiding underneath it.
As my boyfriend is making out with this girl on his bed, I'm hiding underneath it. Suddenly, she starts talking about how she's so happy they're finally a couple. How she's so happy he got away from me since I was such a crazy ex. Clearly, my boyfriend had been poisoning me against her. That's when I realized I really couldn't blame the girl. My boyfriend had clearly told her that he had broken up with me and that now he was with her. My plan was to initially get out of the bed and surprise them, but instead I decided to wait. I managed to set up my phone while they were doing it on the bed, and I recorded the entire thing.
After they finally finish, she leaves. Boyfriend goes to take a shower and I finally come out underneath the bed. And I sit on his bed. And the look on this man's face when he comes out of the bathroom, priceless. But the best part is that I was filming the entire thing. At this point, I was still wearing the diapers because I had been under his bed for 2 days. I'm obviously looking rough. Then I tell him that I've been under his bed for the entire 2 days. He started calling me crazy and he tried to kick me out. Then I told him that he needs to break up with the girl and come back with me. If he didn't, I would send the video around to the entire school, including his coach, who is the girl's dad. I got him pretty good. So now he's still my boyfriend, although it's forced, to get back at him somehow. I'll keep you guys updated. Bye.
I, 16 male, was born to my mom when she was 15, and I've never known my real dad. My mom didn't drop out of school or anything, and the year after I was born, she started dating Jack. And when they went to university, I obviously got left behind with my grandparents. Mom and Jack got good degrees, got married, and moved to a city by Vancouver. My mom has always been in my life. She would still come home every weekend just to cuddle me, and she would always give me these nicknames, but calling me her special guy would be her favorite one. She'd always bring me back presents and gifts and spend the whole time playing with me. She's the one who paid for my tutoring and after school stuff, and would try and make it to games and stuff like that. Jack wouldn't always come with her, but it was always fun when he would. He's taken me fishing with him a lot of times, and we even went camping for 2 weeks together once, but never again because I hate camping. However, when I was 10, my mom and Jack had a daughter, and then another girl 3 years ago. I don't really know them, especially because my mom stopped coming over as much after they were born. We don't cuddle anymore. We did that on my birthday, but that's it. No more cute nicknames for me except special guy. It's like they all got transferred to her daughters. No more gifts, and the worst part is she doesn't come to my games anymore. It was okay with me before, because they still had a spare room in their house, and I could go there when it's time for university. Yesterday, my mom FaceTimed me, and she had a big announcement that she was going to have another baby, and it was a boy, and now she'd have 2 special guys. I guess she saw how sour my face was because she asked what's wrong, and I don't know, I just admitted how jealous I was that her daughters got so much more, and now her son was going to get her, and there wouldn't even be space for me when I had to go to university. And I guess what I said affected her because she started crying and wouldn't stop, and I had to hang up. My grandparents are mad that I made her upset, and think that I don't value them now or something. Jack phoned me and he's mad because my mom thinks it's a mistake now to have another kid, and also mad at me because he was like, why would I ever think that they wouldn't have room for me? I feel like I really messed up by telling her that, and now here I am at school, and I can't stop thinking about it. First, let me start by saying that I love my sister. I understand that she's not responsible for her actions, and I don't want to see anyone bad-mouthing her in the comments. I, 24 female, have been married to my husband, 23 male, for 2 years now, dating for 4. After the first Christmas he spent with me and my family, I did my best to avoid spending the holidays with them. We usually make the excuse that my husband is an only child and go visit his parents. When my sister, 30 female, was 17 years old, she was in a horrific car accident. She was in a coma for 3 weeks, spent months in physical and speech therapy, and worst of all, ended up suffering what the doctors say is hypersexuality. I won't get into details, but some of her behaviors are not suited for the public, and they are not voluntary. The doctors tried multiple meds and she's still in therapy, but nothing seems to work. It cost my sister almost all of her friends, multiple jobs, and she's unable to have meaningful relationships so far. The thing is, whenever my husband visits, it seems to get worse. My husband is attractive, and it's obvious that she's attracted to him. Neither of us blames her for that. But if we spend any extended period with her, things become very uncomfortable. This year, my in-laws are going to be in Europe during Christmas, so my parents were very excited thinking that we'll be able to spend it with them. I ended up telling them that we'd be spending it on our own, but that I will be visiting Christmas Day for a couple hours. They were upset, kept insisting to know why we avoid them. I finally said that we don't want to spend the whole holiday trying to redirect my sister's behavior, or trying to dispel the awkwardness when we couldn't. That's when they called me an ableist a-hole. Then they went and told my sister what I said. And now she's crying, saying that I was just like everyone else, that I was also slut-shaming her, even though I know she doesn't do it on purpose. So, am I in the wrong for refusing to spend Christmas with my family because my sister will be there?
My husband got my best friend pregnant and now is forcing me to raise the child. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. About a year ago, I started getting suspicious that my husband was having an affair. So naturally, I started investigating. I went through his phone when he was asleep, but I didn't find anything. That's when I realized that I needed to start following him. And when I did is when I found out who he was cheating on me with. Turns out, it was my best friend. My best friend had just gotten a divorce with her husband at the time. And she told me that she was trying to have fun with as many men as she possibly could. I just never thought it would occur to her to sleep with my husband. A full week I followed my husband and he would see my best friend every single day. Sometimes they would meet up at her house since her husband left her the house. Sometimes they would end up at cheap motels. Of course, I started taking pictures on my iPhone to keep track of everything in case I needed to get a divorce. Come to find out, she was pregnant with twins. My husband got my best friend pregnant and is now forcing me to raise the kids. Disclaimer, is not my story time. After realizing that my husband was cheating on me with my best friend, I confronted him and her together. Pretended I was having a little dinner party and I invited her over. Really did make a nice dinner though. They did not suspect a thing. Comes into the house and gives me a big hug. Right then and there, I hand her my phone so that she could see all of the pictures I took of her and my husband making out outside of motels. Then she looks at my husband and says, "What did you say?" What did you say? He didn't even bother to look me in the face. Handed me back my phone and simply left the house. Then I'm left alone with my husband. Start confronting him and then he tells me that he made a mistake and that he was just bored forward with our relationship and that he loved me. He manipulated me so much that night that I ended up forgiving him. He promised he would never see my best friend again. And guess what? My bestie kept looking for my husband. One night she came over and told me that she needed to see him. I did not let her into the house and she started yelling. That's when she finally says I'm pregnant with twins. Apparently she had been pregnant for 3 months and didn't tell anybody. And my husband was happy about it. That's when he asked me if I would be willing to raise the kids. My husband got my best friend pregnant and is now forcing me to raise the kids. Disclaimer is not my story time. After she told us that she was 3 months pregnant, my husband was so happy. He told her that he would take care of everything and not to worry about the medical bills. As soon as my best friend left our house, my husband turns to me and says, "You and I are gonna raise those kids without her." That's when I said he was crazy. I was not about to raise the kid that he had with my best friend. That's when he said that if I didn't, he would divorce me and marry my best friend. But I do have to say, I am still madly in love with my husband. We've only been together for 3 years. He was my dream man when we got married and he still kind of is my dream man even though he did cheat on me with my best friend. But when he threatened me with that, I said okay. The next 6 months, my best friend moved into our house while she was pregnant. My husband and I served her hand and foot. And in some weird way, my best friend and I became best friends again, even though she was having my husband's babies. Also turns out that she was having twins. During the pregnancy, my husband told her that she could stay to live with us and we could all raise the kids together. To be honest, I didn't mind the idea. My husband's real plan was to try to get rid of her, so that we could move away and she wouldn't be able to find us. But my best friend was looking forward to having her babies. Once she gave birth, my husband decided to bring her back to our house with the babies. Exactly a week later, he kicked her out of our house. And he offered her $50,000 to give the babies to us. And she agreed. So now I'm stuck raising the twins by myself. My husband is always away for work. My best friend never even comes around to look at her kids. My husband told me that he doesn't think we should have our own kids. He also promised he wouldn't cheat again, but I don't know what to believe. What should I do? Story time about how I hooked up with a police officer who arrested me and now I think he's stalking me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. I'm just a little bit of a party girl. I'm always getting myself into trouble and somehow I've never gotten arrested until last week. My friends and I constantly go out and get super drunk. Fortunately, when I get drunk, I tend to get a little bit aggressive. So if you're like me, do not drink. My friend group consists of 5 girls including me. 3 of them are super chill and funny when they get drunk. The other 2 turn into raging bitches when we get drunk. So half of the group is always trying to fight somebody and the other half is trying to calm the situation. So I'm the one that's always trying to start a fight. All of this went down last week. My friends and I are all standing at the bar and this one girl behind me starts pushing her way through. She is literally pushing me and my 2 other friends out of the way. Of course, I instantly flew into a rage because I'm already drunk. Without saying anything, I push the girl and she falls on her ass. Her friends come at me, start punching me and pulling my hair. So I started kicking them with my boots. Before I knew it, it was a huge fight between 5 people. Long story short, the police comes and they try to arrest us. Well, the cop that arrested me was really hot, so I flirted with him the whole time. Story time about how I hooked up with a police officer who arrested me and now he's stalking me. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. That's when the super hot officer starts arresting me. So I decided to start flirting with him. I mean, why not? He put me in his police car and he started driving me to the station. On the way, I started asking him if he was single. And he actually flirted back. We actually had a pretty good conversation even though I was drunk. Spent 4 hours in the police station and they ended up calling my brother to get me out. Guess what I did? I told my brother to leave me at the police station because I was going to try to hook up with the police officer. My brother got so mad at me. He called me stupid and he left. That's when I went back into the police station and I started flirting with the police officer again. At this point, it was 5 in the morning and I was really hungry. So I asked him to take me out to breakfast and he did. We went to a cute diner. It was like a freaking movie. And then afterwards we hooked up in his car. He did everything you could possibly imagine in his car. Here's the thing. My plan was to never see this man again. He took me home and he asked me for my number. I politely declined. Later that day I go to class because by the way I'm in college. I actually saw this man driving by. So I wasn't sure but then I realized it was him. Later on that night I'm home and I'm about to take a shower. There's a knock on my door and I go open it. Guess who it is? Hear the knock on the door and I go to open it. And it's the police officer. Mind you, I'm in a towel about to take a shower. When I opened the door I didn't say anything. Just staring at him like, what do you want? And he said, can I come in? And I said no. He came in anyway. He sat down on the couch and just stared at me. Then he asked me why I hooked up with him if my intention was not to ever see him again. I told him that I was simply just trying to have fun with him and that was it. Then he talked for 10 minutes about how he and I would make a great couple and how much in common we have. That alone was a huge red flag. He met me when I was drunk fighting with people at a bar. I mean, how could he want a relationship with me? And he said something that sent chills down my spine. He said, you look great in baby blue. I instantly realized that I was wearing baby blue underwear. He was watching me minutes before while I was getting undressed to take a shower. He tried to kiss me but I pulled away. I told him that if he followed me again I would report him. He laughed and said, you think that's gonna work? And he begged to take me out on a date. I said yes to going on a date because I feared that he was gonna like try to R-word me. I'm going on a date with him in a few days. What should I do? Like, how do I prepare for this? I need to somehow make him hate me. What should I do? Story time about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. I'm definitely toxic and vindictive. So when my boyfriend broke up with me, I knew what I had to do. He and I dated for 9 months. And you could say that I was a little overbearing. If you guys saw what this man looked like, maybe you'd understand. He's the type of guy that all the girls want to get with. Not only is he super handsome, but he's also very successful. And he's a great guy. Comes from a great family and he's really close to them. I, on the other hand, grew up in the foster system, so having a family was always my biggest dream. And when I met his family, they took me in right away. His mom and I essentially became best friends. His dad would take me out to dinners and lunch, and they basically adopted me as their daughter. Here's when things started going wrong. I was extremely jealous and I basically didn't let him do anything. Every time he wanted to go out with his friends, I would start a fight. Anytime he would bring up a female friend from the past, I would simply threaten to break up with him. Trust me, I recognized that what I was doing was wrong, but part of me just couldn't control myself. I was willing to do anything to make him stay with me. Eventually, he got really sick of me, started mentioning that he wanted to take a break. So that's when I told him that I was pregnant. Was I pregnant? Absolutely not. Story time about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. First time he threatened to break up with me, I told him that I was pregnant. It was obviously a lie and he knew it, so he basically still walked out on me. So in order to get his attention again, I decided to go to his family and tell them that I was pregnant. And they all believed me. His mom and dad even invited me to go live with them during the pregnancy. At first I said yes, but then I was like, hold on a second. How am I gonna fake a pregnancy? So to get myself out of that, I told him that I thought I was pregnant, but I actually wasn't. Yep, I'm starting my makeup all over again at this point. I had way too many layers on. During the time we were on a break, I basically followed him around everywhere just to make sure that he wasn't hooking up with any girls. Finally, 2 weeks later, he called me and told me that he missed me. We got back together, but the same thing happened. I was still jealous and controlling, but this time he was becoming more and more jealous. So much so that he started trying to control the way that I was dressing. Around this time, we started having huge fights. He would punch the wall right by my head. I would throw things at him, even threw a knife at him once. But part of me liked that he was so jealous and toxic. He was obsessed with me. And he broke up with me again, and 2 months later, he was engaged. And guess what? His family invited me to their engagement party. Story time about how I crashed my ex's wedding and managed to break them up a month later. That's when I get the invitation for his engagement party. At this point, it seems that my ex's parents thought we separated on good terms. So of course, I showed up to that engagement party. As soon as my ex saw me, he came straight to me and told me to leave. And I told him that I was welcome because his parents had invited me. He gave me a whole speech about how we were over and I needed to accept it. But of course, not one single part of me was willing to accept that. Then he called me an Uber, so I actually did end up leaving. When the wedding comes around, I was the first guest to show up. As soon as his parents saw me, they welcomed me. So I went and sat down at the parents' table. When my ex came out, he nearly fell over. Mind you, this is the first time I'm meeting his wife. I went up to her and told her that I was an ex of his. That's when she looked at me and said, when did you guys date? I said we dated for 9 months. And then she says that they had been dating at the same time. So then a whole bunch of drama goes down. She goes to him and starts slapping him. He starts to cry. And then his parents asked me to leave. So I did. The next month, I followed her everywhere. Finally told me to leave her alone and that they had already gotten a divorce. So my plan worked. Now I'm trying to figure out how to get back with my ex. What should I do?
My husband and I have been together for 6 years, married for 2. We've had an amazing relationship. He's always wanted a large family, lots of kids, house with a picket fence, you know the deal. I've never liked children, but everyone I've talked to told me it's different when they're your own. So we went ahead and had a baby. Long story short, it's the worst decision I've ever made. Our daughter is a year old and not a minute goes by where I don't regret my decision. I feel lied to by all the family and friends that pressured me and made me feel like it was something I was supposed to do. Everyone wants kids, they said. Even if you don't think so, you'll be glad you did. I'm kicking myself for listening to them. It's not the screaming, wailing, shrieking. It's not the neediness, the tantrums, or the lack of sleep. It's the fact that it's a lifelong commitment that I can never get out of. This baby is 100% dependent on me and my husband. We don't have a sex life anymore. Hell, we barely have a marriage anymore. The baby took over all of our time and energy. I feel so guilty for feeling this way. I've been to therapy and I'm still going, but what can really help with this situation? I resent my baby for taking away the life that I loved. I can never have that back. Every damn day I wish I could go back and not have her. I should never have listened to anyone else. I'm at the end of my rope. What can I do? I don't want to divorce him. He's been my partner for a long time and I don't want to throw that away. My hubby is wonderful with her. We both work full-time jobs. My mother watches her while we work. I cook dinner every night and he does bath, change, watch over her routine while I do that. This is going to sound bad, but I actually try to make sure that my time with her is limited because there's only so much noise that I can take. And she gets very loud. No health issues, just a vocal baby. So he takes care of her about 70% of the time that we are around her. He knows there will never be another one as long as we're together. He's seen this strain on me and on our marriage, and while he's good with her, he admitted it's exhausting. I regret having a child with my husband. It's been 3 months. We split up. It's been the worst thing, even worse than I thought. I ended up coming clean and showing him my original post, and he didn't take it well. He was confused, said that I was a great mother and he had no idea why I felt that way. I told him I would like to go to couples therapy with him, so that he could see how I feel when our emotions aren't going haywire and I can be rational. Basically, I suggested he sit with me when I go to therapy, and he agreed. At first, he was more than willing to work with me. He said he would do most of the childcare, which he already does. He said he'd let me do all the fun stuff, playing with her, reading with her, singing, cuddling. To me, none of that is fun, and suggested that maybe we could even get separate housing. We both make good money. I could get a 1-bedroom apartment and see him for dinner, and just go to sleep at a different place. That's when it hit him that I was really serious about not wanting her. He started crying, told me this wasn't what he expected when we said our vows. and that I might have said some things like, well, I didn't expect to be pressured into having a child that I didn't want, but that happened. I stayed with my female coworker for a few days to calm down. We went no contact for those days. When I came back home, all my stuff was packed in by the door. He was sitting on the couch, staring into space. Our baby was down for a nap, so we had to talk quietly. He said he was going to file for divorce and ask for sole custody. I said okay. He seemed sad that I wasn't going to fight for her. I ended up getting my own apartment like I said I would, but it's lonely. I'm fucking heartbroken. I haven't seen my daughter in 3 months, and a small part of me aches for what could have been. But overall, I feel relieved that I'm not dealing with that constant stress anymore. I miss my husband more than I can express. I've gained 30 pounds since our fight. On the weekends when I don't have work, I just binge watch Netflix and don't shower. The reality of the situation is that no one was gonna end up happy. But at least he loves her and I know he's taking good care of her. I haven't gotten divorce papers yet, so maybe he isn't as dead set on the breakup as I thought. His parents, of course, have taken his side. My own mother is currently not speaking to me. I have never felt more alone in my entire life. I'm getting the hate from my own family, saying that I'm being stupid and throwing my life away for no reason. No one has taken my side. So yes, I've got my freedom. Yes, I removed myself from the situation, and yes, my daughter will be better off without me. I do not consider this a Pyrrhic victory at all. I consider this one of the worst periods of my life.
I hooked up with my stepbrother and now he's blackmailing me. What should I do? Disclaimers on my Storytime with me on Instagram. Yes, I admit it. I'm an absolutely vile human being for hooking up with my stepbrother. Okay, but he's really, really hot. We're both 18, but this all went down when we were 17. A little backstory. My parents got divorced 5 years ago, and this affected me severely. I was so angry at them for separating us. I began to have a lot of anxiety about it. My dad was the one to move out of the house, so my mom and I tried to make the best of it. Not 2 months after their divorce was finalized, my mom met another guy, and he was the perfect man. He was really good looking and the CEO of a huge company. My mom's 45 and he's actually 10 years older than her. Being the angry teen that I was, I didn't want to accept it. She invited him over so that we could meet, but I was pretty much an asshole the entire time. To be honest, after the dinner, I actually ended up liking him. He was really funny, he made my mom laugh, and he understood my humor. All of this, of course, made my mom really happy. A few days later, this man calls me and tells me that he wants to propose to my mom. So he essentially wanted to get my permission first. So I said yes. That's when he moved in with his son. I hooked up with my stepbrother and now he's blackmailing me. That's when my mom's new fiance and his son were moving into our house. I decided that I would try to make the best of it. I was always so angry that I just needed to give myself a break. And the first time that I met him was when he moved in. As soon as he came in through the door, I was literally speechless. He was so hot. Like the best looking guy that I had ever seen in my life. I'm sorry you guys, I have hiccups right now. And we couldn't stop looking at each other. We all sat down to have lunch and he and I just stared at each other the entire time. That's when my stepdad told us that after the wedding, we were all moving to a new house. Like I said, he has a lot of money, and I was actually really excited about this. A new house meant a new start. But guess what? My stepbrother started coming to the same school that I did. So we would basically go to school together every single day. That's when we both found out that we had so much in common. While we drove to school, he would always turn to look at me, and I would ask what's up, and he would say nothing. But one night he came into my room and he kissed me. Mind you, I was asleep when he came in. As soon as I realized he was kissing me, I got out of bed. That's when he told me that he knew that we were both attracted to each other and that we should just do it. I stayed quiet and I didn't know how to respond. I felt super shy and embarrassed. Then he grabbed me and kissed me again. I told him to leave my room and he did. But after that, the sexual tension was real. I always caught him staring at me. Even at school, he would stare at me. And he would go out of his way to bump into me. One day we were driving home and he pulls over on a deserted road. He started kissing me and I couldn't resist. We ended up making out in his car for like an hour. After that, he told me that he wanted me to be his girlfriend, but in secret. And that he didn't want our parents to find out. But I said no because it's wrong. We live in the same house and our parents are married to each other. Of course, he got angry. Now he just grabs me and kisses me whenever he wants. And he says that I am his girlfriend even if I don't want to. And he told me that if I don't accept, he'll tell his dad about us. I really like him, but I think it's wrong.
I, 24 female, bi, and my boyfriend, 31 male, has a lot more experience in bed than me. It's honestly the best sex I've ever had. He can get me to finish whenever he wants, but I've never been able to get him off with oral. He always says that it's him and I'm not doing anything wrong, but he always either has to end up doing the whole deed or finishing himself off. Having a threesome with another girl has been a fantasy of mine for a long time. He always hesitated when I brought it up because he thinks that relationships get ruined that way. But I wore him down and I got my really hot friend who was also curious to agree with it. She and I already had fooled around with each other before my boyfriend and I got together, and he clearly found that to be a huge turn on when I told him. My boyfriend knows that I'm bi, and we openly discuss which women we find attractive. We both pretty much agree that she's the hottest girl we know. Maybe it was a bad idea in retrospect, but it felt like the most logical option. I don't think he would have readily agreed to it if it was anyone else. Did I coerce him? Kind of, I guess. It's not that he wasn't into it, just that he felt like threesomes complicate relationships. Honestly though, when I told him that this specific friend was willing to join us, he started to change his tune. He honestly would have been happy just getting to watch the two of us go at it. Him getting to join in basically sealed the deal. We got together last night. I was super into it at first. but I started to feel awful when I realized how much better than me she is in bed. Like full on bucking on top of him, making noises, bouncing, etc. Then she finished him off with her mouth and he just fully exploded like a fountain. He looked like his eyes were going to roll into the back of his head. He's never been anywhere close to that way when it's just the two of us, and I know it's my fault. Should I tell him how I feel? How do I even approach this? The whole thing was my idea in the first place, and now I feel like I can never live up to expectations now. Part 2. I asked for a threesome, but she was much better than me in bed. The threesome was kind of a birthday present to me from both of them. They paid a lot of attention to me at first and got me off multiple times. The last round was intense enough that I couldn't have handled any more stimulation, so I was content just laying there beside him and kissing his neck while enjoying the show. Was it just the excitement of being with two women? Sadly, no, it definitely wasn't. Someone said in the comment that my friend Corn effed him, and that does pretty much sum it up. It was pretty hot to watch. She went to town on him. I'm not surprised he climaxed the way he did. He probably never stood a chance. Can't I just copy what she did? I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm wired to do what she can. I don't think that I can be that aggressive or animalistic. I do want to try and get better at giving head. It was kind of eye-opening to see what she was capable of and the way that he reacted to it. But I don't think that I'm ever going to be the girl that can just shove him down and bang his brains out. Did my boyfriend get her off the way that he gets me off? Yeah, he did. She definitely didn't regret joining in. Anyway, so I talked to him last night and I made him promise to answer all my questions honestly. I asked him what he thought of the threesome. He said that I was right. He loved it. Was super happy I talked him into it and he's open to doing it again. He probably thought that this would make me happy, but not gonna lie, my heart sank a little. Then I brought up how hard she made him climax and that I never seen him react that way with me before. He went quiet for a bit. I reminded him that he promised to be honest. He said he loves doing it with me, but sex with her was a lot more intense and she basically was relentless, wouldn't stop until he came. I can't argue with that. I have to admit, I gave up when I'm giving head. She went at him in a way that I never have. He saw that I was a bit self-conscious and said right away that he's not looking to be with anyone else. He loves me and would never want me to feel otherwise. Then he suggested that maybe we need some time alone together and offered to take me on a trip next weekend. He held me super tight on the couch tonight and kept kissing me on the forehead and telling me he loved me. Maybe I'm fucked up, but it kind of made me feel worse to think that this was all my idea and now I made him feel guilty for giving me what I wanted. So yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I can 100% guarantee you he wants to do it again. Pretty sure she does too. Part of me wants to as well. The more I think about what happened, the more turned on I get. Maybe I can try and get her to teach me the next time around. I doubt he would complain, but it's hard to get past the fact that she was easily able to do something for him that I pretty much have never been able to do.
My boyfriend's body odor is so bad that I'm considering breaking up with him. Am I the asshole? His pee-pee smells really bad. My boyfriend and I have been together for almost 6 months now. The thing is, he's actually really good looking and he's hot. He's actually got an amazing body. He's an athlete. A few months into us dating, I started noticing that he was smelling a little funky. Especially when I tried to go down there, if you know what I mean. So I just never offered. Then I started noticing that he smelled really bad after every single practice. I'm the type of person that will always tell somebody if they have something in their teeth, or if there's something on your face, I'm gonna let you know. So one day I told him that he kind of stank and that he needed to take a shower. That's when he told me that his coach and his entire team are very superstitious and that they can only shower twice a week. Otherwise, they risk losing the entire season. This means I have to put up with him stinking all the time. Every time I go to kiss him, something stinks. So I basically stopped touching him. And this is making him really angry. My boyfriend's pee-pee smells bad, he has terrible body odor. Am I the asshole for wanting to break up with him? At this point, I couldn't even bring myself to kiss him, let alone hug him or even do anything else to his body. That meant zero sexy time. So I decided to tell him the truth that I couldn't stand his body odor. I even told him that his pee-pee smelled really, really bad. And that for that reason, I wasn't touching him or even kissing him anymore. Then he told me that I was being an inconsiderate girlfriend because the other girls of the other players on his team didn't care if their boyfriends were stinky. And this man actually asked me to do the dirty with him. And as soon as we started kissing and trying to go at it, I started gagging at the stink of him. Then he told me that I didn't take his career seriously and he kicked me out of his apartment. Then I actually did feel like I was being the terrible girlfriend. At the same time, how could I be with him when he literally stinks so bad? 2 hours later, he showed up to my apartment, showered, and I couldn't resist myself, and we went at it. 2 days later, he stinks again. He's refusing to take a shower, and I don't know what to do now. 2 nights ago, he wanted to do the dirty, and he started kissing me, but I gagged again. Basically, I had to force myself to do it. He won't stop touching me. What should I do?
I'm 25 female, and my soon-to-be ex, 28 male, is gay and hid that from me. I found out because I caught him cheating, and he admitted that he knew he wasn't attracted to me in that way, but he wanted kids in a normal life. I don't care that he's gay, but I will never forgive him for leading me on so that he could use me to have kids. So it's over. End of story. The problem is, his family are fundamentalists, not jobs except for a few members, and his mother is the interfering mother-in-law from hell. Not being related to her anymore is another plus to leaving. His family doesn't believe in divorce. So under the guise of picking up some paperwork and other items that have found out with my exes, she cornered me about how I'm being childish and marriage is about commitment, forgiveness, and working through problems, etc. It became apparent that my ex didn't tell his family that he cheated. He told his mom that I was divorcing him because we weren't having sex often enough for me. I tried to be patient and explain that he had cheated, and that's why. I wasn't going to go into greater detail because I know how his parents are, and it's none of their business. Mother-in-law's advice, I kid you not, was that men are just that way, and if I want to have sex more and for him not to stray, that I should make myself more attractive to my husband and be a better wife. I lost the plot completely. It had been a sad and hard day already, and that was the last straw. Here's where I might be the a-hole. I told her that the only thing that would make me more attractive to my ex would be a sex change operation, and that I hope that he and his boyfriend adopted her some grandchildren so that she could finally shut the hell up about it. Not my finest moment, but she just hit the worst and rawest nerves that she could have, and I exploded. It's evidently turned into a huge family drama. He's probably going to be disowned, and my ex called sobbing that I've ruined his life out of spite. I don't really know how to feel about it. I do feel bad for him that his parents are such awful people and there were just no good outcomes for him, but I also feel like he made his own bed here too. Also, he's known that he was gay since before he met me, so this wasn't a new discovery or admission to himself. He has a boyfriend that he's been dating since 6 months before we were married. I went through his computer after catching him in the act and kicking him out, and found messenger logs and other evidence going back before he even started dating me. He literally set this up so that he could have a nice Mormon family on the surface to keep his family happy. That's it. He never loved me at all. I was just the first girl to express a sustained interest. So, am I in the wrong for outing my ex to get his mother off my back? Am I wrong for outing my ex to get his mother off my back? I finally got on radio silence with my ex's immediate family after the incident with my mother-in-law, so that's a relief. I work at the same place with a couple of his extended family members, so I still have to see them, but they haven't brought it up. They all know to contact me only through my lawyer now, and everything big that belongs to my ex has been passed on already, so anything else can be forwarded through legal office now. I shouldn't have to interact directly with them, but it's hard to avoid people forever in a small town. My ex tried to break into the house the day that I posted that story while I was at work, and I pressed charges. I don't know how it's going to shake out or why he's doing this when it can only get him in worse trouble, but I'm letting my lawyer and police handle it, and I'm staying with my parents for a little while until I feel safer. I don't know what's happened between him and his family, and I don't want to try to find out. My ex and I guess his family before the fight with mother-in-law spread rumors about me, and it's made living here very hard. It's a smallish community and people treat me differently now. The local stake president has been kind and, after being told about the cheating, no mention of orientation, said he would try to help with the rumors. I don't want to leave the area, but I'm thinking that I may need to, at least for a while, after the legal stuff is over. My lawyer and I have decided to go for annulment, since that'll take less time and be harder to fight in this case. Hopefully the ex won't contest it. I'm glad that we never combined finances, so there won't be too many joint assets to sort out. I will be okay financially still. This could have been much worse if I was a stay-at-home mom or something. I'm also going to start therapy soon. I was thinking about it anyway, even before all this came out, because I've been feeling depressed over how things were working in my marriage for a while. I don't want to lose any more of myself and my time than I already have, and I hope one day I'll feel good enough to start dating again. Also, please, don't generalize gay people because of my story. There are LGBTQ plus people close to my heart, and they would never do this to anyone. I don't believe that outing people is generally okay, or I wouldn't feel so bad about all this. My ex's family set this up with their intolerance. I wish none of it happened for me and for him.